Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was stolen after birth, returned as Wizard Slayer? Part 3. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Sirius was more than happy to help the boys eat their sugar coma breakfast and even managed to talk Jerry into letting them have chocolate milk. Needless to say, by the time the other children arrived, all three were bouncing off the walls. As soon as Severus and Lucius saw the sugar high trio, they groaned and fled to join Alan and Kanda. This was repeated with all the other parents too. The only one brave enough to herd the children outside was Rhoda, but this had more to do with the fact that she loved the chaos sugar high children caused. Rhoda was pretty proud of herself. She had managed to herd the children outside and get them to play hide and seek. While she knew she could cheat, the puppy dog eyes Hadrien had used on her were no joke. So, with the promise that she wouldn't cheat, she quietly looked around. The chubby children, Crab and Goyle, were easy to find as they were happily munching on some bloob. Rees in the garden Crary and Hadrien had started last year. Next, she found the little Italian kid, Blaze, hiding in a bush with Midnight. Both were asleep, so she left them alone. She found Bastet, Leona, and Draco hiding in one of the old gardening sheds, though according to Draco, Leona chased a butterfly into the shed and they all got stuck. Not long after was the blonde kid, Cedric, whose dad worked at the ministry. He was up a tree and had gotten stuck. So far, she hadn't found Blueberry, Chess, Roland, Percy, Hadrien, Luna, Nim, Jin, and the shy boy Neville. Rhoda knew that Jin and Nim together, along with Chess, Roland, Percy, and Hadrien. Blueberry might be with Luna, but she had no clue where the shy one was. After a bit of wandering, she found Luna and Blueberry talking with a unicorn. Wait, what? Rhoda stared in wonder as the little blonde child happily talked to and petted a unicorn. Blueberry seemed content to simply stare at the unicorn's horn. Rhoda wasn't sure if she should say something or not. So, she just walked away. Trying to get over her confusion, she stumbled upon Chess and Roland arguing with each other. Though, what they were arguing about, she had no clue as before she could ask. They knocked each other out. Once again, she was left in confusion. What the heck was she doing with her life? Squeals of laughter caught her by surprise and she followed the sound. Walking through the trees, she realized that she was heading towards Crary greenhouse. Wasn't he going to bring his man-eating flowers out of the greenhouse for a while today? She received her answer in the form of flying children. Apparently, Hadrien and Percy had played on Neville, love for plaints in hopes that it would get him out of his shell. So, Rhoda really couldn't be mad at them as it was kind of cute and sweet. She walked over and smirked as the children were bounced around by the plaints. "Are you three having fun?" Rhoda yelled up at the madly giggling children. Immediately, they all froze and Rhoda found herself clutching her stomach as she laughed. The children were wide-eyed and the plaints looked like they were beginning to sweat. Hadrien was the first to recover and waved madly at her. "Hi, Rhoda, do you want to play too?" he asked her cutely. After a moment to catch her breath, she smiled up at them. "Maybe after I find Nim and Jin." An adorable pout formed on Hadrien's little face. Before Percy cleared his throat, Nim and Jin ran back inside when they heard that Grandpa Moody was here. Rhoda snorted and suddenly felt bad for the old pirate. "Then I guess that I'll be joining you," she chirped before hopping onto one of the flowers that were still close to the ground. They goofed off for a bit, before Rhoda noticed Hadrien's confused face. "What's up, Munchkin?" The little raven looked up at her and then back at the flower he was on. "Is it okay to threaten to drop someone out a window if they don't show signs of magic?" Rhoda went wide-eyed and immediately cupped the child's face. "No, Munchkin, it's not okay. Has someone threatened you?" she asked in concern, but on the inside, she was seething. "No one threatened her Munchkins." Hadrien shook his head, and Rhoda caught the brief glance he shot Neville. It wasn't hard to connect the dots and she didn't like what she came up with. "Haddie, you know you can tell me anything, right?" The little boy looked up at her through his bangs and nodded meekly. Neville said that his great-uncle Algy tries to force him to use magic. When he was 4, the mean man pushed Neville off a pier and he almost drowned. The little boy trailed off into a whisper. Rhoda couldn't believe her ears. That shy and sweet little boy was basically being abused by his relative. Did his grandmother know? If she does, why hasn't she stopped it? Beginning to feel agitated, she grabbed the boys and marched back inside, the other children and animals not far behind. 30 minutes before Hurricane Road, everyone was laughing at the unusual sight before them. Not in a million years did they ever think that they would see the big tough, or known as Mad-Eye Moody, look so uncomfortable in the presence of the hyperactive Nymphadora Tonks and her partner Jin. At first, he seemed to handle it very well, and then she started rambling. Alan watched the poor man try and get away, only for his dad to set the teen on him again. If the look Moody was shooting his dad was anything to go by, his dad was in for a world of pain. He was calmly sipping his tea when Andromeda joined them. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but what has Hadrien wearing shorts for a change? Alan started chuckling into his tea while you answered her. Hadrien saw Alan doing yoga a few months back and it fascinated him, so he started joining Alan in the morning. I'm relieved that he's not wearing skirts and dresses all the time now willingly. Sometimes, it's just not practical to wear anything other than pants or shorts. I'm actually T.N. king about teaching him some swordplay and hand-to-hand soon, as I don't want him to feel defenseless if he is ever separated from us or his partners. She nodded in understanding. What about Percy? Alan answered this time. Bookman has been teaching him how to use needles, with Komui or Levi as the pincushions. So far, he's done very well and is loving it. He's even taken some medical studies with Madame Blackwood. Bookman says that he is very talented for his age and Madame Blackwood is thinking about having him on as her apprentice in the future. Andromeda whistled. That's impressive. If you let the boys go to Hogwarts. I see Percy being sorted into Ravenclaw. Alan and you both nodded. I've been talking with my dad, and if Bookman and Levi are willing to go with Percy for at least the first 3 maybe 4 years, we'll let Percy go. Nodding, Andromeda sipped her tea and softly looked over at her daughter. If they do agree, I wouldn't mind if they kept an eye on Nymphadora. Hay talked a bit longer and laughed when Timothy came out of nowhere and tackled Moody to the ground, while Nym helped keep him there. All the adults were laughing at the 3 on the floor, so they didn't hear Rhoda storming her way in. Until she started ranting at a very shocked Augusta Longbottom. Is it normal for one's family to try and kill them? Because if so, I'll be taking little Neville from you and finding him appropriate guardians. Rhoda shouted at the stunned woman. Alan, feeling the quickly building tension in the air, stepped in. Rhoda, what do you mean? The young Noah looked at him with growing fury in her eyes. Appy's uncle has made it his mission in life to force the child into using magic. That beast has gone as far as to almost drown the adorable little munchkin. Then she turned back to Augusta. If you didn't know, then you obviously aren't paying attention, and if you did. Rhoda trailed off as her eyes started to glow and her Noah slowly took over. He exorcists prepared their innocence in case Rhoda tried to attack the older woman, while the magic users were herding the children to a safer part of the room. Everything was tense to the point of being suffocating. Until the silence was broken. I didn't know. Everyone looked at Augusta in surprise at how weak she sounded, but Rhoda just glared harder. What? She hissed. The older woman whimpered. I didn't know that Algy was doing that to Neville. She said a bit louder with tears in her eyes. I knew he was disappointed that Neville wasn't showing signs of accidental magic, but I didn't think he would go that far. In that moment, everyone wasn't seeing the strong and fierce Dowager Longbottom, but the aged and heartbroken Augusta Longbottom. Cross moved forward. Augusta, when was last time you're rested and just let your mind turn off to grieve? He asked the slowly sobbing woman. She looked over at him and just shook her head. I've had to protect Neville and take care of so many things. I guess I've just never given myself the time. Alan, seeing where this was heading, spoke up. The boys have been asking for a sleepover. Why don't you let Neville spend a few days here, while you let yourself grieve and rest? The older woman looked over at him, before slowly nodding. After that, everyone calmed down and Cross escorted Augusta to the flow after she informed Neville of what was going on. The little boy surprised them all by shouting and hugging the older woman before running off to play with the other children. So, everything else went well, especially when T. Delacours arrived and Hadrien got to see 1-year-old Gabrielle, who he called his birthday buddy. The children played for a while longer and everything was peaceful, up until Jerry started giving them cake and ice cream. That day, 2 new rules were made. 1. Don't threaten or harm Road, Munchkins, and 2. The children were banned from having devil's food cake with chocolate ice cream and chocolate milk unless you are willing to be sacrificed to the sugar high that follows afterwards. Percy, 11th birthday. It was a peaceful morning with not a cloud in the sky, but the young redhead felt uneasy. Percy had tossed and turned all night and eventually walked to Hadrien's room and cuddled with the younger boy. Logically, he knew his parents and extended family wouldn't let anything happen to him, but still. The little ball of anxiety wouldn't go away. Maybe it was leftover fear from when he was still a Weasley. After all, that insult to banshees, as Mummy called Mrs. Weasley, had always threatened to get rid of him if he never got a Hogwarts letter. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the door open and his mum poke his head in. So, he jumped slightly when a hand combed through his hair. Looking up, he found his mummy looking at his with soft but concerned eyes. "You weren't in your room, so I figured you'd be in here. What's wrong? You look like you haven't gotten any sleep." Percy slowly but carefully sat up and started running his fingers through Hadrien's long hair. It was a nervous trait he had picked up from his mummy. "I don't know why, but I have this bad feeling in the pit of my stomach and it kept me up all night. So, after a while, I came in here and cuddled with Hadrien in hopes it would help. And did it? A little, but the ball of anxiety is still there." Mummy hummed and gave him a one-armed hug. "Maybe you'll feel better as the day goes on. I'm not trying to say that your bad feeling is bad, but maybe you're just nervous about the fact that you're now 11. Percy nodded and looked back down at his still sleeping little brother. He knew he would have to go off to school, which meant leaving everyone, especially Hadrien, behind. It was only for a few months and he'd be able to come home for Yule and everything, but it wasn't the same as being there all the time. Alan watched his little redhead in sad amusement. He knew that Percy would have a hard time being away from them, but it would be harder for him to leave Hadrien. The Silverette found the slowly growing brother complex sadly amusing, as he was sure Kamui was giving the child lessons. All Alan could do was shake his head and hope that Percy never became as bad as that man, though only time would tell. After a while, Alan started waking his UNGEST and had the 2 children get dressed for breakfast. Thankfully, You had talked threatened Jerry into reducing the amount of sugar that the children were given. Though it wasn't hard, as Percy really didn't have a big sweet tooth unless it involved dark chocolate or peppermint. So, after the boys were dressed, the small family plus animals made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Though, if anybody saw how clingy Percy was with Hadrien, they didn't say anything. Percy had started off the day with feeling anxious about the day, but now he just wanted to hoard Hadrien's attention for as long as possible. He knew that once the guests arrived, it would be harder, but he wasn't going to let the little time he had with his brother be taken from him. Which is why he got anger. Why when the idiot Noah plucked Hadrien from his side? Why good morning, my little rabbit. How are you? He heard Hadrien squeal in delight before replying with a cheery, good. Percy ground his teeth and stomped on the nose foot, which caused the man to let go of Hadrien, who he then caught. He stuck his tongue out at the Noah before running from the room. Tiki yelped at the sudden pain in his foot, which caused him to drop his little rabbit. He grabbed his foot and watched in annoyance as the little red-headed brat stuck his tongue out at him, before running off with his rabbit. Glaring at the entrance, he felt something tug on his sleeve. Looking down he found the blue-haired brat. What? Tiki bit out. The brat smirked at him, before petting Chess, who had taken up residence on the kid's shoulders. I think the birthday boy wants to play keep away, but you can't play that by yourself, right? Tiki stared at the grinning brat and feline, before an innocent smile graced his face. I do believe you're right. It is quite boring playing by yourself after all. Everyone shivered as they watched the 3 leave the cafeteria. They weren't sure who they should feel sorry for, Percy, Or the idiots poking at the child of Alan Walker and Candy U. Once again, they shivered in fear at the sleeping temper that was surely there. Percy was happily sitting under one of the trees outside of Uncle Al's greenhouse. Hadrien was sitting on his lap, talking about the new things their dad had been showing him during their lessons. And Daddy said that I'm getting really good at fencing and that he might show me a new style soon. Quote. The redhead nodded and smiled down at his little brother. That's amazing, Hattie. Maybe when you're older, you'll be able to beat Dad and maybe even Mummy. Gra. NDPA Panda and Madam Blackwood are thrilled at my progress and are even giving me more advanced lessons. Though, if I go to Hogwarts, Madam Pomfrey, Madam Blackwood's sister, will take over my studies. He was about to continue, but a soft sniffle caught his attention. Looking down, he saw tears falling down Hadrien's little face. Oh, Hattie, what's wrong? Apparently, that's all it took for the dam to break. I don't want you to leave. Hadrien then proceeded to cry into the older boy's chest. Percy sighed and held his little brother close. Maybe he wouldn't get any letters. Hopefully. GTO leave his brother. Where was Link when you needed him? Link, unfortunately, was off on a mission with Nick. Though, if you asked the former Akuma, he would say that it was a sexcation. After all, their mission was to the Caribbean islands. The two boys sat under the tree in silence after that, just enjoying the other's company. However, it didn't last long, as Tiki was up above them. So, with a dark matter rope, carefully wrapped around the little raven's waist, he swiftly yanked the younger child out of the other's arms and ran off. Percy stared at his now empty lap in horror, before activating his innocence and charging after Tiki. Tiki was rather satisfied with himself. Not only had he captured his little rabbit, but he was outrunning the two brats. Though, he found Hadrien obliviousness, as the adorable little creature was laughing his little head off. So, my little rabbit, what would you like to do this fine day? The Noah asked with his most charming smile. Hadrien scrunched up his nose before bouncing in Tiki's arms. Can we have a tea party with Midnight and Mr. Bunny? He asked as he held up the stuffed animal in his arms. How had he missed that? Inwardly shaking his head, he smiled sweetly and nodded. I don't see why not. But where is Midnight? He's in Uncle Al's greenhouse. Tiki had the sudden urge to cry. Up in the tree, above the oblivious Noah, sat a smirking duo. So, when should we strike and take our prize? The blue-haired kid asked. Once Percy catches up to them, which shouldn't be long. After that, all we should need to do is find Rhoda and ask to play in one of her rooms. The kid nodded and scratched the feline behind the ears, which earned him a purr. Back with Tiki and Hadrien, they were talking about their favorite teas. I like fruity teas, but I don't mind drinking green tea with Daddy. The older man hummed. I love a good Early Grey, but I don't mind Chinese teas. They talked for a while longer, until they were back at the greenhouse. To Tiki's relief, Percy wasn't there. The tea party was set up easily thanks to Tiki having a tea set stashed on him, don't ask, and a wide selection of teas, again don't ask. The tea was ready in a matter of minutes and they enjoyed it immensely. Though, it ended quickly when an angry Percy showed up. Give me back my brother, Tiki. While he would never say it aloud, Tiki was rather frightened by the small redhead. He kind of forgot who the kid's parents were, though that wasn't going to stop him. Why should I? He wasn't being childish, not at all. The two glared at each other and didn't even notice Timothy scoop Hadrien up and run. They did, however, hear the little brat and cat laughing like idiots. The two quickly took off after them and eventually cornered the two idiots. Brat, give my rabbit back and I won't hurt you too much. Timothy, I suggest you give me Hadrien and I won't tell Uncle Sev that it was you that turned his hair neon orange. Timothy, not knowing what to do, panicked slightly. So, he never noticed the dark matter. Ropes slowly making their way toward a confused Hadrien. That was, not until he squeaked in fright. Tiki seemed rather thrilled with himself. Until Timothy grabbed Hadrien's hand and started pulling him. Percy, having finally had enough, screeched and had a lovely, and explosive, bout of accidental magic. The area was swamped in light and once it died, Hadrien was in Percy's arms and a weird-looking girl was standing there. She had long scarlet hair and was wearing armor on her torso with a blue skirt. She also had on black boots and elbow-high gauntlets. Looking over her shoulder slightly, Percy saw that she had dark brown almost black eyes if seen in the right light and that she had a matching scar to his over her left eye. Master, these two seem to be causing you distress, shall I take care of them? It took Percy a minute to realize that she was talking to him. He looked at the two shocked idiots, before a cruel smile formed on his face. Yes please. The woman nodded, before turning back to the still frozen idiots. A sword materialized into her hand and she readied herself to attack. My master has given his permission to deal with you, so prepare yourself. Then she lunged. Thankfully, both idiots reacted quickly and the woman missed them, but that didn't stop her. Percy watched on in satisfaction, before taking Hadrien with him to the cafeteria for lunch and guests. Alan was talking to his dad when he saw Percy carrying Hadrien in, however that wasn't what caught his attention. It was the fact that the 11-year-old's innocence was active. Percy, why do you have your innocence activated? The redhead looked at him in confusion, but before he could answer Iris and Tsukikumi started laughing like morons. This is amazing. The kid managed to connect his magic and innocence. Everyone looked at the two laughing beings and Alan was about to ask what they were talking about, when Timothy and Tiki came running in and hide behind the white-haired exorcist. Alan, tell your kid to call her off. Please. The Noah begged with Timothy nodded frantically beside him. Alan looked down at them in confusion. What are you two talking about? He was about to continue, when he heard someone running in. He was shocked when both Noah and Child screamed in fear and pointed at the sword-wielding woman that just entered. Her, they shouted at once. Everyone looked at the woman and then back at the two cowering people. Those two were afraid of her. Before further inquiry could be made, a blur rushed forward. Wow, you're gorgeous. Would you go out with me? Everyone's sweat dropped when they saw Levi mooning over the woman with hearts in his eyes. She looked at him for a moment, smirked and then punched him in the face. She then walked over to Percy and kneeled. Master, the perpetrators seem to be hiding like cowards behind your bearer. Shall I still take care of them? Percy just shook his head. Stunned, everyone watched the exchange, not really knowing what to do. Though, it seemed Iris and Tsukikumi did, as they were rolling on the floor in tears. Kanda, having had enough, spoke up. Who he heck are you and why do you call my son, master? The woman looked at him, but she wasn't the one to answer. Daddy, why are you yelling at Dada? Everyone looked at a confused Hadrien, as he mirrored their confusion. Before anyone could ask what he meant, the woman started to change. She turned into green data strips, that slowly shrunk until they reached Percy, waist before the data strips took a solid form. Where once was an intimidating woman, now stood an adorable humanoid-looking deer. While everyone was stunned, it was Alan that broke the silence. Holy crud, it's Chopper. Everyone looked at the now tomato-red Alan, who coughed uncomfortably at the attention. Mai and Percy bond over watching anime. One Piece happens to be one of them. Kanda suddenly had a light bulb moment and leered at his husband. Is that where you got the HHM med? Alan quickly slammed his hand over the other's mouth and nodded, blushing even harder. Everyone else was also slightly blushing at the two. But Iris and Tsukikumi, wheezing caught their attention. Data is exactly that, data. They don't have a true body or gender as Percy. Magic helped link them to the kid's mind. So, they take on the 4M that they think fits the situation best. Take the woman for example. Percy was most likely anger and stressed, so Data took on the form of a warrior that they found in the kid's mind to help and protect their master. It wouldn't surprise me if they acted how he sees them, like how he sees Alan as a kind and loving mother who is also strong and loyal. As Tsukikumi finished, Data stared to change again and this time. They were an exact replica of the white-haired man. Alan and Date mirrored each other's movements, while everyone else laughed. Percy was lost tears when something landed on the table next to him. Looking over, he found 3 owls looking at him with letters in their beaks. His letters had arrived. Chapter end notes. Data. First form was Urza from Fairy Tale, then Chopper from One Piece, then they copy Alan. Hogwarts. Chapter notes. This took longer than I would have liked. This year has not been kind to me. I was making good progress, when in the middle of April my USB KO'd and unfortunately I had been doing some late-night typing and hadn't saved to my computer. Thankfully it was just the reader that died and my mom knew a place we could take it to get everything off. XD. Then some personal stuff happened, which was taken care of quickly. After that I was just having family time with my sisters and mom. Only me and my middle sister are twisted enough to play. Joking hazard, and it'd be twistedly funny, though our dad's not too bad. See the end of the chapter for more. Percy stared at the three owls and wasn't sure what to do. Two of the owls had 2 letters, while the only brown barn owl, which was rather ugly looking, had 1. He took the 2 letters from the elegant-looking barn owl. 1 letter had his name and the other had Timothy. He then took the 2 letters from a rather huge and powerful-looking eagle owl. Once again, 1 letter was addressed to him and the other to Timothy. Last was the ugly little brown barn owl. Percy didn't want to touch it because he didn't trust the old goat not to do something to him to make him choose Hogwarts. Mum. His mum was there instantly and realized what the problem was. Do you want your grandfather to check it? His mum asked him calmly. Percy nodded and stepped back when the owl ruffled its feathers in agitation. His grandfather silently waved his hand at the letter and it glowed a faint red. All the wizards and witches looked appalled. Is that man really stupid enough to send a letter to the Child of Black Order exorcists with a strong compulsion spell on it? Uncle Lucy asked in shock. Hey, RCY looked at the letter that was now in his grandfather's hands. Yes, it seems that Dumbledore has forgotten his place again, his grandfather said stiffly. Percy was about to ask what his grandfather would do when he remembered the other letters. Hey Mum. Timothy got letters from Bobatons and Durmstrang as well, but not from Hogwarts. Everyone gave him a funny look while his mum took the letters. He read through them and then handed them to Timothy. If you got letters from those 2 schools, it is highly possible that you were meant to get one from Hogwarts as well. Timothy looked at the 2 letters and then at Iris. Did you know that I had magic? She snorted. Of course I did. How else can everyone see this knucklehead? Iris said as she pointed at a smug-looking Tsukikami. She is right. When you first activated your innocence, I connected with your magic as well. Had I not, only you and possible Iris would have seen me. Tsukikami said rather calmly, though everyone could hear the amusement in his voice. Timothy pouted at his innocence and then glared at the letters. What should I do? I'm supposed to be training to use my innocence and Amelia is teaching me everything else, plus Hadrien, here. He was panicking a little, when arms wrapped around his waist. Timmy, why are you sad? Knowing only one person called him that, he looked down into emerald green eyes. I got letters from the magic schools. But I don't want to leave you, he said with a pout. You'll have Percy and Mummy said that Grandpa Panda and Uncle Levy have agreed to go with Percy when he goes to school. Maybe you can ask Miss Amelia if she wants to go. She knows a lot of fun charms. She said that her mummy was a squib from an important pure blood family but she won't tell me which one. Hadrien added with a pout. Everyone looked at the now blushing woman in silent question. It's not important and it's not like they ever cared. They tossed my mother out and didn't look back. She said with a glare aimed at the far wall and crossing her arms. No one said anything, not wanting to upset her. Alan looked around and then back at the 3 children, before looking at his dad. Which school should we send them? You've been to the 3 before and would know them best, or at least the first 2, as I'm sure Hogwarts has changed a lot. His dad tapped his chin and sat down. I want to say Bobatons. But they tend to have quite the number of Vila students and Percy, Dragoon won't tolerate their allure and might even try to kill them. Plus, it wouldn't be practical to send the boys to 2 different schools. Durmstrang would be a good choice, but their classes aren't very balanced if you don't have the beforehand knowledge. That and the fact that Igor Karkaroff, a former Death Eater and coward, is teaching there. Hogwarts is really the only option, as I know you don't want the boys going to any of the school in America or Canada. South America's schools are iffy and the schools in Africa and Egypt are tailored towards earth magic and runic magic. They also normally don't take outsiders. And I know that you don't want them anywhere near China or Japan, even if Scarlet took care of the Earl. Alan sighed. There's no other way, is there? It was a statement, not a question. His dad nodded. While you won't be able to stay with them until you get better control of your magic. There's nothing that says you can't check the school before they go. You are the heir of 3 of the 4 houses, with me as the lord and 3/4 the owner. I've been meaning to say. The school and add classes I know the old goat has gotten rid of, saying they were too dark, and since I basically own the Ministry of Magic, they can't say crud about it or they'll face the wrath of the Black Order. His dad stated with a smug grin. Sighing, Alan nodded with a smile. We'll send a letter to the 3 school and inform the goat that we will be visiting in 3 days, but we'll go tomorrow. I want to surprise him and hopefully he'll have a heart attack, plus I don't want him prepared. He trailed off as his smile turned shark-like, much to his dad's amusement. The next day, Cross, Alan, Kanda, and Lucius prepared to head to Hogwarts with Percy, Timothy, Hadrien, and Draco in tow. Only Roland, Bastet, and Chess were allowed to come with them, and it was only so the child Ren could be protected against anything the goat might try to pull. They decided to take an arc door that opened right outside of Hogsmeade and just walk to the school. The children were to hold the adults' hands until they got to the school, where Severus would be there to keep any eye on them too. The boys loved the village and were asking if they could look around when everything was done. Maybe if you 4 behave, okay. All 4 nodded at Alan and vowed to be good. When they arrived at the castle, Severus was the only one to greet them. I'll take the children as Albus is in a foul mood. And I'm sure you don't want them around him. Alan nodded. Yes, it wouldn't do for him to say something to upset the boys. They've had their breakfast already and hopefully we won't be here until lunch, but if the goat's in a mood. Severus nodded in understanding. I'll take them to the kitchens. The house elves will love them as they tend to get a little bored during the summer. The others nod. Dead and allowed the children to attack the dark man. Uncle Sev. Guess what? Hadrien squealed as the man picked him up. What, young Hadrien? He asked in playful excitement. Link says that I'm getting better at potions. He said that I'm making potions you teach 4th years. And both Percy and Timmy have started making their own potions. Timmy made a potion that makes bubbles that taste like blackberries. Severus looked wide-eyed at the 2 older children and smiled warmly. Very good, boys. But what of you, Draco? The little blonde looked at the ground and toed the stone steps. Lucius sighed and rubbed the little boy's back. He's been having trouble. Either the cauldron melts or the potion is toxic. It doesn't matter if he follows the instructions to A.T. Severus was puzzled by this, as Draco was very good at the potions kit he had gotten the child for his 4th birthday. Hadrien, on the other hand, huffed and crossed his arms. That's because one of the silly scientists took Bane. She said that little boys shouldn't be playing with innocence and took him away. I wanted to tell Mummy, but the mean lady said that Mummy and Daddy would get in trouble and Grandpa wasn't there. Everyone looked at the little raven in shock, before Cross spoke up. Munchkin, why didn't you tell Kumoy? The mean lady was always there and she smelled funny. Like old cheese and mothballs. Iris said to talk to Uncle Mooey when the mean lady wasn't there, but she always was. Hadrien said with his little arms crossed and a pout on his lips. The adults looked at each other and decided to deal with it when they got back. It's fine, Munchkin. We'll take care of it when we get back. Just play with Severus and be good. Cross said before ruffing the children's hair and walking off with the others not far behind. Adults. Cross took the lead and strode towards the headmaster's office. As owner to over half the school, he didn't even need the password for the gargoyle and simply went up the stairs. He stopped outside the door as he could hear the goat and Minerva arguing. Albus, how could you be so stupid? Did you not think that they would check the letter or question why young Mr. Hurst did not receive one as well? They could have you charged and arrested under Black Order law. I'm warning you now, I want nothing to do with whatever they are going to do to you. I went to school with Cross Marion and you and I both know he won't take this lightly. He could hear Minerva hissing at the goat. Minerva, my dear, you worry too much. I'm sure we can settle this like adults and they'll see reason. After all, Molly was rather upset over the loss of young Percy and would like to have her son back. Cross suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and he dared not turn to see his son's face. He simply stepped to the side. Alan destroyed the door and marched right up to the goat's desk and grabbed his beard. You listen and listen well. My son is going. G nowhere near that banshee, and if they try and fight me for custody I will destroy them. You are already on thin ice with me for what you tried to pull with the darn letters. Keep out of my family affairs or I will end you. Alan hissed as he let his dragoon come out. He was still holding the goat's beard when he had a bout of accidental magic and set it on fire. Children, animals, and Severus. Hadrien was still in Uncle Sev's arms when he saw a pretty kitty with topaz eyes. He squealed and wiggled until he was put down. He then dashed towards the pretty kitty and petted her on the head. You're so pretty, Miss Kitty, isn't she? Chess, said Cheshire had been asleep on the little boy's shoulders. She looked at the other cat and nodded. Yeah, but I like her eyes more. Hadrien nodded and picked the pretty kitty up. Before running back to Uncle Sev, Severus wasn't surprised by much anymore, and it took a lot to shock him even slightly. So, when Hadrien came running back to him with Mrs. Norris hanging from his arms like a teddy bear, he could swear that he swallowed his tongue. Uncle Sev, look, I found a kitty. Isn't she pretty? The child asked in pure innocence. Yes, she's very pretty. And that wasn't a lie. When Severus had first seen the cat, he honestly thought it was dying as it was thin and sickly looking. After a quick once-over, he realized that she just needed the proper potions and she would be healthy. So, after 3 months of 2 different potions, Mrs. Norris was much healthier. Her dust-colored fur had filled out and she was gaining a healthy amount of weight, while her eyes had cleared up and didn't appear glassy. Filch had been so overjoyed and had hugged him while sobbing his thanks. That was a day Severus wished he could forget. He had to burn his favorite robes due to Filch staining them with unknown substances. Uncle Sev, can I keep the pretty kitty? Hadrien asks while holding Mrs. Norris closer to his chest, and oddly enough, she didn't seem to mind. Severus looked into those bright green eyes and sighed. He kneeled down and made sure to look Hadrien in the eyes. I'm sorry, Hadrien, but Mrs. Norris belongs to Mr. Filch, the caretaker. I'm sure he would be very sad if Mrs. Norris left. Wouldn't you be sad if Chess or Roland left? Hadrien had sad little tears in his eyes but nodded. Can I still hold her for a while? Severus smiled and nodded. I don't see why not. We can give her back to Mr. Filch when we find him. Hadrien smiled widely and nuzzled Mrs. Norris's head, making the cat purr. Shaking his head, Severus stood back up. All right, children, let's getting moving. I'm sure you would like to see the castle. This earned him cheers of agreement. Adults, after a brief visit to Madame Pomfrey to regrow the goat's beard, they moved on to the main reason the Black Order was there. Unfortunately, Hogwarts is the only school my grandsons can attend, and trust me when I say that it wasn't our first choice. You've gotten rid of quite a few classes that I'm frankly appalled aren't being taught. As Lord of 3 of the founding houses, I'm adding classes back and your ass has no say. So, shall we look around? To say the goat was pissed would be an understatement. Minerva was enjoying herself immensely. Albus needed a swift kick to the pants and she never had the nerve to do it. Sure, she'd verbally tear him apart, but it goes through one ear and out the other. Even when they were in school, Cross never liked Albus. She had been shocked to see Slytherin-like boy be sorted into Gryffindor. But he made friends in all the houses. It had unnerved her at first to see how well he got along with Tom Riddle. But he had an almost calming influence on the Slytherin. While she never really talked to the other, Cross Marion had her respect. Kanda looked around the halls as they moved through the castle. He wasn't really impressed with what he saw. There was nothing stopping children from getting lost or injured if those darn stairs decided to move. The portraits would wander off and might not return to their frames for hours. What's to say that a child gets severely injured and needs help? The frames are empty and they won't know to call the house elves. He liked the ghost. At least they seemed to keep an eye on the children, if more the first years than anything. Peeves would learn quickly that he didn't tolerate the poltergeist's crud. The moron tried to hit them with eggs and Kanda activated his innocence and cut the poltergeist's hat in two. After a beat of silence, Peeves flew away screaming. The first class they went to was History of Magic. To say that Cross was annoyed that a ghost was teaching would be an understatement. Minerva was kind enough to inform him that Professor Binns, Students about nothing but the goblin rebellions and giant wars. Dumbledore, why is he still teaching? I don't care about the fact that he is a ghost, he could be a flaming penguin that wears avocados on its head for all I care. What I do care about is the fact that he focuses on 2 subjects and nothing else. The goat seemed to turn red but keep his grandfather smile. Professor Binns Doe, S.A. wonderful job teaching, and it would be a pity to lose him. Cross looked at him like he was an idiot. Professor McGonagall, what is the average test results for history of magic? McGonagall actually snorted. Only a handful of students outside of Ravenclaw get, oh, everyone else falls no longer teach history of magic. I don't care if he stays in the castle, but he will not be a teacher. I'll send you the files on people I know would like the spot. He didn't even give the goat a chance to argue, he just followed McGonagall to the next class. Children, animals, and Severus. Percy wasn't one to easily lose his temper, but Timothy was pushing it with his whining. Why's it so cold in here? It smells funny. Why are the walls slimy? Yeah, Percy was most likely going to kill him before they even got to Uncle Sev, classroom. Timothy, can you please be quiet for 5 seconds, or do you have a mute button I can push? Timothy glared at him and pouted. No, I don't have a mute button. Do you have a button that makes you less of a jerk? No. Do you have one that makes you less annoying? Do you have one that makes you shut up? Do you have one that makes you less of a baby? Do you? Enough. The both of you shall stay quiet for the next hour, or I'll make you silent. Uncle Sev shouted at them. Percy glared at the floor and crossed his arms before following his uncle through the dungeons. He didn't glare at his uncle like Timothy was doing, for if the man caught him, which he would, he'd most likely end up in timeout. He could hear Timothy mumbling under his breath, but he didn't dare say anything about it. His uncle wasn't lying when he said that he would silence them. Uncle Sev, what's that smell? It smells like something is burning. He heard Draco ask. Now that the little blonde mentioned it, he could smell something burning too. Children, I want you to stay here. If I'm not back within the next 20 minutes, I want you to follow Mrs. Norris, as she'll lead you to either Mr. Filch or a teacher. No matter what, you are not to come and find me, is that clear? Uncle Sev said as he looked at all of them. Percy nodded seriously and wasn't even fazed when Hadrien and Draco curled against his sides. He saw Timothy nod as well, but he could see that the other boy was scared of what might happen to the man. Uncle Sev kissed Hadrien and Draco on the head, and ruffled his and Timothy hair before heading further down the hall. It was only a few moments later that they heard a heavy door open and close. Percy, is Uncle Sev going to be okay? Hadrien whispered as he pulled Mrs. Norris and Chess close. He'll be fine. He's the youngest potions master to date and he knows what he's doing. For all we know, that silly poltergeist that Uncle Sev told us about did something to the classroom. Yeah, maybe someone went to get something from the classroom and turned on a burner by accident. Timothy said with a cheery smile. While Percy didn't like the blue-haired brat, at least he knew how to calm Hadrien and Draco. He made sure to keep track of the time in his head, and as 20 minutes grew closer, he got more nervous. Hadrien and Draco curled into his sides more, and he could see that they were both close to tears. Percy wanted to go check on Uncle Sev, but they had promised to follow Mrs. Norris if he wasn't back in 20 minutes. And unfortunately, their time was up. As if knowing this, Mrs. Norris wiggled out of Hadrien's arms and started walking back through the dungeons. Hadrien and Draco both had tears falling down their faces, and Timothy looked like he wasn't far behind. Percy held his head high and channeled his grandpa, as right now he needed to be strong and not panic. As they were leaving the dungeons, a ghost came out of nowhere and startled them. Percy acted on impulse and put the younger two behind him, with Bastet and Roland growling at his sides. Easy children, I mean you no harm. As I recall hearing, you four were with Professor Snape. Why are you by yourselves? Surely, he didn't let you wander off. But where are my manners? I am the Bloody Baron, as the students call me. I've since forgotten my real name. The Bloody Baron added with a sweeping bow. Hadrien and Draco giggled a little, and he had to smile at that. Uncle Sev was going to give us a tour of his classroom, but as we got closer Draco said he could smell something burning. So, Uncle Sev told us to stay in the hall and we promised that if he wasn't back in 20 minutes we were to follow Mrs. Norris to either Mr. Filch or a teacher. The bloody Baron nodded. Stay here a moment and I will go check on him. Ah, Nicholas, would you please watch the children while I check on Professor Snape? It appears that there may be a problem in his classroom and the children are worried. Of course. The other ghost, Nicholas, said rather cheerfully. The Baron nodded and flew down the dungeon stairs. Well children, my name is Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. But the students call me nearly Headless Nick. Sir Nicholas said with a warm smile. Percy noticed that Sir Nicholas was different compared to the Baron. Where the Baron was regal, even though he was covered in blood. Sir Nicholas reminded him of a musketeer. He had long, slightly curly black hair with a matching goatee and mustache. He had this roguish look to him, but Percy knew that Sir Nicholas had been knighted and was a courtier at King Henry VII, royal court. How can you be nearly headless? He heard Draco ask quietly, eyes fully of curiosity. Sir Nicholas smirked and hovered in front of the little blonde. Are you sure you want to know? The ghost asked with amusement lacing his voice. Draco nodded quickly and leaned a little bit forward in excitement. Percy noticed that Hadrien appeared to be just as curious if his wide eyes meant anything. Sir Nicholas nodded, grabbed his hair, and pulled his head to the side. Draco and Hadrien gasped in shock, while Percy looked closer. It was hard to tell, due to Sir Nicholas being a ghost, but it looked like his head was only attached by a thin layer of skin and muscle. Rather gruesome, yes. The axe the executioner used was blunt. Thus it took 45 hacks to kill me, Sir Nicholas said with a sigh as he put his head back right. Every year I ask to join the headless hunt and every year I am denied. He stated rather sadly. Dad might be able to help. I've read some of Grandpa's old school books and some of the old magic books he has in his room, and if my theory's correct, someone that has innocence might be able to take your head off. Percy said with a thoughtful look on his face. Sir Nicholas looked rather excited and was about to say something when the Baron appeared. Adults. Lucius was rather impressed with how well Cross was agitating the goat without looking like he was doing it intentionally. Cross had made quite a few great points about the lack of teaching going on in the school and the blonde maid. A mental note to bring it up with the other school governors. Dumbledore, no matter what you say, there will be a class on creature culture and behavior. The Black Order has already started cleaning the Ministry of Magic and changing the creature laws. They were appalling, and I won't have my family entering a world where they could be killed for simply protecting themselves. The students of this school will take this very mandatory class, as many pure blood families and some half-blood families have creature inheritances, which means that when they turn a certain age they may gain one. The students need to know what and what not to do, whether or not they have a creature inheritance. I won't have some stupid little snot get themselves killed because you thought it isn't necessary. I will pick the teachers. Yes, teachers as in more than one. Myself, and they will report to me or the Black Order, not you. Cross stated with a bit of a growl in his voice. Lucius could see Cross point a ND. It made sense to have a class like that. The Blacks were known for having creature blood in their family, and since Draco has black blood, it was a 50% chance that he would gain a creature inheritance. He was brought from his thoughts by the smell of incense and liquor. Ah, seer, this should be good. As soon as Cross saw the drunken bat-crud crazy woman, he snorted and then procked to laugh his ass off. She was no seer or he would eat his hat. Those with mer blood could faintly tell when they were near someone with the gift of sight, and she had Jack crud. After he calmed down a bit, he looked towards the goat, who looked far too pleased with himself. So, Professor Trelawney was it. Have you been tested by the Ministry for the gift of sight, and what is your medium? Cross asked the obviously drunk woman. She blinked at him owlishly. Test. Medium. Cross smiled charmingly at the woman, earning a snort from his son. Yes, everyone that claims to have the gift of sight must go to the Ministry and be tested using their medium before they may hold the title of seer. So again, have you been tested, and what is your medium? She floundered like a fish on dry land before looking at the goat. I can vouch for her gift, General Cross. During her interview she made a prophecy that has since happened. The goat smiled charmingly. Cross just snorted. That's all well and good. But if she has not been tested by the ministry using her medium, or she is not qualified as a seer and thus can't be the divination professor. The goat's eye twitched and he slightly frowned. As I stated, she has given a true prophecy. I see no reason as to why she cannot be the divination professor. Lucius huffed and crossed his arms. Dumbledore, I have a right mind to bring this BEF. Or not only the Board of Governors but the Wizengamot. She has not been tested, nor does she even know what a medium is. If you do not tell us this prophecy, and have her tested, I will personally see that she is fired if General Cross does not get there first. Cross chuckled at the look on the goat's face when Lucius gave him an ultimatum. Dumbledore, you have until the end of the week to tell us the prophecy, and have her tested, or I will kick her out myself. And no need to worry, I have someone in mind already. He said with a vicious smile and marched out of the room. He could feel his son staring at him and smiled. Yes, Alan, you were thinking about her, weren't you? It wasn't a question, but he nodded anyway. Yes, she's always had a knack for spotting people with gifts, I'm sure she would love it. Plus she's been claiming to be bored. His son chuckled. That sounds about right. Last I heard from her, no one came back after the last Akuma attack that happened there last year. Though, apparently, she found the sight of the Earl getting his ass handed to him by Scarlet funny. Cross snorted. Figures those two would get along, crazy-ass women. Children, animals, and Severus. Timothy stared at the Baron while still watching Hadrien out of the corner of his eye. Professor Snape is fine. It would seem that Peeves put different ingredients in a cauldron and now there is slime everywhere. The professor has asked that we take you to Madame Pomfrey. He has already told her you all were coming. The little brunette saw Hadrien sigh and he felt better knowing that the little raven did. He happily followed the ghost through the halls but made sure to stick close to Hadrien and Draco. While he liked the little blonde well enough, he knew that Hadrien would be upset if the other got lost. Timothy was so lost in thought that Hadrien and Draco, sudden screaming made him jump. Madame Poppy. Timothy looked at the smiling woman and could see the resemblance between her and Madame Blackwood. Where the Black Order head nurse looked a bit older than she was, Madame Pomfrey looked rather youthful. He had once heard Madame Blackwood say she looked more like her father while her sister looked more like their mother, but they shared the same silvery blonde hair. So, it was kind of weird to see Madame Pomfrey smile when Madame Blackwood almost always looked stern. Hello, children. Have you had fun seeing the castle? Madame Pomfrey asked them. Percy nodded happily while Hadrien and Draco cheered in agreement. Timothy moved forward and fought the urge to fidget under her gaze. You must be Timothy. My sisters told me a lot about you. It seems you visit her frequently due to same personality quirks. Though, she has mentioned that it has been accruing less and less as time passes. She then smirked as she looked pointedly at Hadrien and then back at him. One has to wonder why. Timothy blushed and refused to look at anyone. He started changing his perverted, for a child, way of thinking a year after he joined the order. He had managed to escape his studies and was bored as he walked through the halls. It was as he was passing one of the libraries that he heard Lenely talking to someone. So, he snuck up on her and grabbed her chest. She shrieked and so did whoever she had been talking to. He had been really proud of himself. That was until he heard Ryan asked what he was doing in a sad and confused voice. Timothy took one look at this tear-filled green eyes and felt like an ass. Hadrien avoided him after that and refused to talk to him during their lessons. Tiki and Percy were no help. Noah was thrilled to have Hadrien to himself and Percy didn't like him to begin with. After a few weeks of nothing from the Raven, Timothy had enough. He co-NNED chess into helping him corner Hadrien and was about to demand what the other's problem was, when he looked into Hadrien's eyes. Those once happy and life-filled eyes were now hollow. So, he apologized and held the Raven close until his voice grew hoarse and his eyes hurt from crying so much. Their friendship wasn't fixed just like that. Heck, every time Timothy moved to be a perv, Hadrien would beat the crud out of him. Timothy was brought from memory lane by an apple slice being shoved in his face. Timmy, it's snack time. Mummy, Daddy, Grandpa, and Uncle Lucy should be here to get us soon. He nodded and bit the slice Hadrien was holding out for him. Timothy heard Percy and Roland growl at him, but he didn't really care. He may never perv on a woman again, but he'll happily perv on Hadrien. The raven giggled and fed him another apple slice, finding it funny to feed him. Timothy didn't mind, but he made sure to feed Hadrien in return. Eventually, Draco got involved and it turned into this weird feeding circle. They were brought from their fun by a weird glowing animal coming through the doors. Poppy looked up from the book she was reading when General Cross, Patronus, came through the doors. "Madame Pomfrey, we are done here for the day and Severus has informed us that you have the children, so we shall be there momentarily." Then it vanished. She smiled and got the sticky children cleaned up, not even blinking when Hadrien asked if she would clean Mrs. Norris up as well, though she was surprised that the normally temperamental cat was allowing herself to be cuddled and carried like a doll. Not long after General Cross, Patronus appeared. The man himself came through the doors and was bowled over by Hadrien and Percy, while Draco latched onto his father. Timothy simp. Lee walked over with a smirk on his face when Percy shot him a glare. Hadrien smiled and giggled when his grandpa picked him up and tickled him. "Did you have fun with Severus, the ghosts, and then Madame Pomfrey?" They nodded happily. Before Hadrien remembered his new friend, he wiggled out of his grandpa's hold and picked up Mrs. Norris, much to the mean man and the lady's shock. "Look, I found a pretty kitty. Uncle Sev said I couldn't keep her because she already lives with someone, but he said I could still be her friend. Mummy, can I give Mrs. Norris a ribbon like the one I gave Chess?" His mummy smiled and nodded before looking through his pockets and pulling out a bright yellow ribbon. Mummy's pockets must be magic, they hold all sorts of stuff. Hadrien happily took the ribbon and tied it around Mrs. Norris's neck, the cat purring the whole time. The little raven looked at his handiwork and Kudos smiled at the little scene but grew annoyed when the goat cleared his throat. It would seem that the children had fun. "I suppose we shall be seeing young Mr. We, growl, young Mr. Walker Kanda and young Mr. Hurst this coming September," the goat said cheerfully, though Cross knew that he was moving away from his son, who was still growling at the goat. "Once the changes are made, then yes." The goat looked far too pleased. Time to take him down a peg. However, they will be accompanied by 3 order members. And no, it's non-negotiable. The goat looked like he was about to argue when a haggard-looking man entered. "Albus, I can't find Mrs. Norris," the man shouted in a panic. Cross heard his grandson gasp and watched as he rushed towards the man. "Are you Mr. Filch? I love your pretty kitty," and I gave her a pretty bow to match her eyes. "Uncle Sev said that she lived with a Mr. Filch, so I couldn't take her home. He said it would be like taking Chess away and I didn't want to make you sad, but when I come to school and I still be her friend." Every Black Order member and those that knew Hadrien were shocked at how talkative the child was to a stranger. Normally he would hide behind the closest family member, but no, he was talking to a shell-shocked Filch. The man obviously didn't know what to say and so impersonated a fish. If someone had told Filch that one day Mrs. Norris would allow a child to hold and cuddle her like a doll, he would have laughed in their face. But here she was, happily purring as the little boy in front of him cuddled her and talked without breathing. He blinked when his mind registered what the kid said and looked at the bow. It was a bright yellow that matched her eyes very well. Filch wanted to be mad and yell at the kid for taking his cat, but the look Mrs. Norris was giving him said that she all but adopted the child and if he hurt him she would retaliate. So, he admitted defeat and told the child that he could still be friends with Mrs. Norris. It was another half hour before they left. Hadrien and Draco were asleep on the father's shoulders and Percy was talking to his mum about Sir Nicholas's problem and his theory about innocence. Timothy was chasing Bastet around with Chess on his head and Roland not far behind. Cross sighed and took one last look at the school. Things were about to change in a big way, especially if he got her to agree to be the new divination professor. Chapter end notes. I'm not sure what I want Cross, Patronus to be. So if you have any ideas then let me hear 'em. X3. School shopping. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. After their visit to Hogwarts on Thursday, it was agreed that Cross, Alan, Kanda, and Froy would take the kids shopping for their supplies the following Monday. Unfortunately, On Sunday Link and Nick had to come back to the order due to being sick, and Hadrien, lacking immune system, which would always be weak, had him getting sick too. So, he was stuck in the infirmary and was incredible upset. Link cuddled the upset 7-year-old, while Percy promised to bring him back a surprise if he was good for Madame Blackwood and took his medicine. The only funny part about the whole situation was that Iris was sick too. The only signs, however, was the fact that she was an odd shade of blue and yellow with pink hair. After saying goodbye to Hadrien, they left for Diagon Alley. The only reason they were heading there was because they needed to stop by Gringotts before heading to Isle of Arsho. Cross refused to allow them to shop in Diagon as they didn't have the proper books, and Ollivander's wands were too limited in material. So, he wanted them to get their wands at the fairy market, or to be more accurate, the same place he got his. They didn't have much trouble in the bank, though Griphook and a few other goblins were sad to hear that Hadrien was sick and were on their way back to the Ark door when they heard a banshee. Percy Froy Tidal was a very patient man, and it took a lot to make him snap. He had faced things that would make full own men wet themselves and all but raised 3 boys into powerful men. So, it was a huge shock that only one look at Molly Weasley had him scowling and pulling the children behind him. He wasn't sure if he was growling or not, but the looks of shock and awe on the others' faces most likely meant that he was. Percy Weasley, where on earth have you been, young man? I have been searching for you everywhere. Now come here and leave these nice people alone, the red-headed banshee screeched. Froy looked at the creature and then at the 2 boys behind her. They were most likely the older Weasley children, and he could tell that they desperately wished to see Percy but didn't want to allow the banshee the chance. Madam, I would suggest that you not yell and demand things of my grandson. You gave all rights to the child 3 years ago, and since then my son and his husband have not only legally adopted him but blood adopted him as well. He is a Walker Kanda, not a Weasley. The banshee gaped like a fish and her face turned red. I'll take this to Dumbledore and we'll charge you with kidnapping. He heard Cross snort. Dumbledore has no say and can't do anything, and if you charge us with kidnapping, the Black Order will charge you with child abuse and child endangerment. We will then take your children and place them with another family until we can determine whether your husband was involved and if he is fit to raise them while you rot in the Black Order jail. The banshee turned white and then transparent when she realized that a crowd had gathered and were whispering to each other. Froy watched her storm through the crowds, not even noticing that her sons weren't following. With one look, the crowd dispersed, and the 2 boys started to fidget. Percy looked at Bill and Charlie in silent hope. He loved his big brothers and they always tried to protect him, but would they still love him even if he wasn't a Weasley anymore? He bit his lip and looked at his mum through his hair. His mum looked at him and smiled softly and waved him over. Without hesitation, he ran over and hugged his mum's waist. Mum, do you think they hate me now that I'm not a Weasley? Percy whispered. His mum chuckled and hugged him back. Why don't you ask them? Maybe they would like to come shopping with us. His mum mock whispered back. He looked over at the 2 and stood strong like he had seen his grandpa Cross and his dad do. Walking over with fake confidence, he looked up at the 2. He channeled his grandpa Cross and stared at them with his arms crossed. Do you hate me now that I'm no longer a Weasley? Percy felt like he was going to be sick as they just looked down at him, and it took everything he had not to run back to his mum. After a moment of silence, the 2 older boys pulled him into a tight hug and started apologizing. Percy was in a state of shock before his mind registered what was happening and started crying as he clung to them. After a few minutes, the boys calmed down and happily agreed to join them as they went shopping. Percy looked around the fairy market and couldn't help but grin like a loon. The last time he had been here, it hadn't been as busy nor were there many places open. But now it was busy and there were so many people and creatures. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet between his older brothers and sneaking quick glances at Timothy. Face as the blue-haired brat stared in awe. Percy giggled madly as he grabbed his mum's hand as they walked through the crowds. Their first stop was a bookshop run by a Vila couple, who were impressed with his French. Until Timothy came over and started asking them questions in French that the redhead couldn't keep up with yet. He marched off and started collecting the school boys he needed. Grandpa Froy had said that he wouldn't get bored with all the new classes, but that he still might want to grab some extra books. The older man had even gone as far as to WRS on his school list. After a few minutes, he collected all his books and met everyone back up front. Timothy was still talking to the couple in French, but seemed to have all his books, so Percy didn't say anything and simply talked to Bill and Charlie. Once the books were shrunk and placed into the bag his mum was carrying around, they moved on to the next thing on the list. Uniforms. Percy had a sour look on his face and Timothy wasn't much better. The guy that was taking the measurements was weird and kept sticking them with needles. As he had more self-control, Percy just stood there and took it. Timothy, on the other hand, eventually punched the guy in the face when a needle pricked him in the butt. The redhead couldn't stop laughing and even high-fived the other. Percy could hear his mum tearing into the man, and demanded to know why he continuously pricked them. He had to snort when the guy stuttered up a storm before being pulled to the back while the owner talked to his mum. "I'm sorry about this and the uniforms will be half off. I'll take care of the children myself and will make sure that this never happens again. That idiot isn't even supposed to be taking measurement or tailoring, so I don't understand how this happened. But I will find out," the middle-aged owner said sharply, while shooting glares at the other workers in the shop. Percy was happy to say that he liked the older man. As he was taking their measurements and such, he talked to them and even answered some of Timothy's questions with a warm and calm smile. They all left happily and weren't even that far from the shop before they heard the owner demanding to know what happened. Timothy looked at the shop in front of him and felt chills go up his spine. He honestly didn't see why he needed potions, ingredients, or a cauldron when Mr. Sev would have everything. He knew that Percy was silently laughing at him and it sent his fear and pride to war. On one hand, if he didn't go in, the redhead would never let him live it down and would probably tell the Noah. On the other hand, if he did go in, it was highly possible that something in there would scare him and he'd scream, where once again the redhead would never let him live it down. However, Hadrien might cuddle with him if the raven found out. With that in mind, Timothy walked into the shop with the others. Surprisingly, the inside was brighter and friendlier than the outside showed. Everything was in a traditional Japanese style with pale birchwood shelves. He wandered around looking at the various ingredients while Percy followed him. Timothy felt like he was being watched and had to fight the urge to shiver. It was as they were looking at the cauldrons that he had the urge to look up. And then he wished he hadn't. At hearing both boys scream in fear, everyone rushed to them. Kanda was the first to reach them and check the frozen children over. Alan and the Weasley boys were next, and Alan all but ripped the children away from Kanda and fussed over them. Cross and Froy wandered over not long after, both smiling or in cross case smirking. "Lady Akari, if you're done scaring my grandson and the brat, we'd like to mock our purchases as we still have other things to do." Everyone looked at him in question before hearing a creepy laugh from above. "Chech, Cross lovely, you take all a girl's fun. It's not every day that I get to frighten children as no one brings them," a feminine voice with a Japanese accent said in a slight whine. Everyone looked up and found a Japanese woman on the ceiling. However, the shocking part was the fact that she had the body of a spider. Once she was off the ceiling, she introduced herself as Lady Akari. She was a Jorogumo, a Japanese spider yokai that could take on the form of a woman. She tended to prefer her current form as it made it easier to clean and take inventory. Plus, her pure yokai form was rather frightening and she didn't want to lost business. She was a rat, her lovely woman, and once the boys calmed down, they found her fascinating. "Do you have venom?" Percy asked her as he pulled his journal out. Timothy was currently looking at her spider half and was fascinated by all the different shades of blue. "Yes, I have venom, and when I'm bored, or a request is placed, I will even milk myself. Though, I do that in private as I must be in my yokai form. They even had some clothing shops ask for my spider silk, though I can make that in this form as well." "Timothy dear, please don't touch me there. That would be the equivalent of touching a woman just above her nether region." The blue-haired child blushed heavily and moved over to Alan and hid his face in the elder's shirt. Alan chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair. They stayed at the shop a little longer before moving on to get their wands. Cross led the way to the shop and smiled when he saw the little cottage just outside the market. Everyone followed him in and were surprised at how homey it was. Cross smiled fondly and moved further into the cottage. He smiled when he found her standing in the kitchen baking away. Cross Marion, you are in a lot of trouble, young man. I haven't seen you in ages and then you suddenly come by. One would think you didn't love me. He couldn't help but chuckle as the little silver-haired woman waved a spoon in his face. God, he missed her. I'm sorry, grandmother. I promised to come by more often, but how about you came and meet your great-grandson and great-great-grandson? Her pale orange eyes widened in shock before she pushed past him and into the living room. For a little old lady, she was stronger and faster than a full-grown man. Walking out after her, he chuckled when he saw Alan staring at the elderly woman in shock and amazement, while Percy held into Alan's sleeve. Oh, you look just like your grandmother. I see so much of my little Lacey in you. Thankfully you take after your mother more. Heaven forbid you look like that brat I call a grandson. Oh, and this must be my great-great-grandson. You look like the brat's clone, but I'm sure that will change as you get older. After all, your father is a rather good-looking man, she said with a leer. Cross choked on air and the punk didn't look much better, though Froy found it funny. Alan was sputtering, while Percy was tilting his head. Who are you? His grandmother smiled at the little red-headed child. I'm your grandpa's grandma, which would make me your great-great-grandma, but you can call me Nana. You, young man, may call Gigi as I won't have you calling me great-grandma, such a mouthful. Now, you're here for wands, yes. Well children, come over here and we'll get you sorted. The little woman herded the children over to the couch and pulled out a few boxes. Now, I want you to focus on your magic and close your eyes. The children did as they were told and let their magic loose. Magic filled the air and wrapped around the boxes. The first one contained pieces of wood and 2 floated out. The next box contained materials for the wand cores and 4 items floated out. The 2 children sank into the couch and were a little sweaty. The elderly woman obeyed the items and placed them before her. Being a wood elf, it wasn't hard for her to mold the wands and place the cores inside. You two have very powerful wands. Young Percy, wand is made of beech wood, a tree standing for tolerance, patience, and lightness of spirit and words. Your cores are the hair of a sphinx and the feather of a griffin, a wand fitting someone that has patience, a thirst and respect for knowledge, and is loyal. Young Timothy, wand is made of palm wood, a tree that stands for peace, bending yet not breaking, and opportunity to enrich the soul. Your cores are the feather of a golden snidget and the essence of a ghost, a wand worth of someone who wishes for a fresh start, favors speed, and has a very powerful connection to the spirit. She whistled in amazement before look here, it's your turn. Alan walked over in amusement and sat down, before doing what the children did. My, juniper wood, fabled to symbolize a great journey, having taken many twists and turns and being capable of staying true to yourself, never compromising your integrity. Your cores are the scale of a Hungarian horntail and the blood of an ancient dragoon. A very powerful wand indeed for someone wishing to protect and guide. In the end, they stayed there for a little longer than intended, and after saying goodbye to Carol, which was the woman's name, they left for the animal stall. A sleepy Percy picked out a cute little orange fuzzball of a kitten and Timothy took one look at pale purple eyes in a cage and fell asleep. Alan picked up Percy while Froy had Timothy and Cross purchased the animals. The next 4 days were going to be hectic. Chapter end notes. Ideas for Timothy. Familiar. I don't want anything too big like a horse or a bear, unless they're chibi or something like that. It can be magic or none and either gender. It can also have aquatic traits like a seal as long as it's not straight aquatic. I kind of want it to stalk Timothy. X3. Hogwarts. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. My grandfather lost his fight with cancer the last week of June and I needed time for that. I had everything done about the last week of July, but I haven't had the time to go through and fix things to post until recently. Well, I asked about Timothy, familiar, and I got some good ideas. Hope you like it. Scarlet felt her eye twitch as she stared at the creature before her. When Cross had contacted her to come and help them identify the Blue Brat's new familiar, this hadn't been what she was expecting. Out of all the creatures that the brat could have had, he somehow gets a Pokemon. 2 hours ago. It was the day after their shopping trip when Cross remembered the animals. Percy was happily cuddling the little orange fluffy ball, now named Crookshanks. No one was sure why he named it that, and when they asked, he just shrugged his shoulders and said it felt right. That was all fine and dandy, but it was Timothy, new familiar, that had them confused. When the carrier had been opened, the little thing did nothing but sit in the back. Oddly, the inside of the carrier was pitch black and they could only see big purple eyes staring at them. They tried coaxing it out with food, but that didn't work. And they didn't want to reach in just in case it was scared. So, Cross tilted the carrier up and the little thing slid out. It landed on its little butt and stared at them. It looked like a cross between a bear and a fluffy guinea pig. Its fur was a soft gray with white on the tips of its ears and paws. It didn't do much, just sat there staring at them. None of them knew what it was. So after a bit of arguing, Cross contacted Scarlet for help. Present. How is it that out of every creature in the world you could possibly find here, you find one not from this world? Cross looked at Scarlet and noticed the slight twitching. If it makes you feel better, I do believe it was Gardiner running the stand. She simply snorted. Timothy, having run out of patience, stood in front of Scarlet and glared at her. So, do you know what it is? She glared down at him and he wilted a little under its power before he felt something grab his leg. Looking down, he found himself staring into big purple eyes. Scarlet stared at the two for a moment before huffing and sitting next to Cross on the couch. It's a Pokemon, or to be more specific, an Esper. They're APs. Y-Chic-type Pokemon, and I don't think I've ever seen one blink. They're powerful and I've never met one that wasn't wholeheartedly loyal to their partner. The downside to their power is the fact that they have almost no control of it. I know some exercises you can teach him to help with that, though I would wait until he's a bit older. If I had to make a guess, I'd say he was about a month old, so wait until he's at least 3 or 4 months old. She could feel them all looking at her and she wasn't surprised by the first question. It's a he. For the next hour, Scarlet educated them on the do's and don'ts on taking care of the little Esper. Jerry was given a modified cookbook of Pokemon food that the little thing could have, and Timothy was given books about Esper and its evolved form, Meowstic. Scarlet informed him that she would be back soon to quiz him, so he better read them. The next few days were hectic as everyone was getting ready for the boys' departure. Percy was reading his school books, while Timothy was reading about Esper and his attacks. The little Pokemon had taken to following him around, and if he wasn't with the Bluenet, he was following Hadrien around, which the little Raven didn't mind. In fact, he was thrilled and had taken to dressing the Pokemon up in little outfits. So, it was quite common to see the Esper sporting a top hat or some sort of coat. The day before the boys were to leave, Scarlet showed up and quizzed Timothy and he passed with flying colors. I impressed, brat. I didn't think you get them all right. You must have read those books multiple times. So, have you decided on whether or not to give him a nickname? Timothy looked at her in confusion. Isn't his name Esper? She nodded. That's more or less his species name. Like your name's Timothy but you're human. Not all trainers give their Pokemon nicknames, but some do. It's just personal choice. The kid looked down at the bow-tie-wearing Pokemon and grinned. I like Esper, said Esper, blinked slowly before smiling. Espurr. He cheered happily before wandering over to Hadrien again. Timothy looked after the little thing in shock while Scarlet pinched herself. Nope, not dreaming. He really did blink. And so, the 1st of September arrives, much to Hadrien's dismay. Mummy, did they really have to leave? Hadrien asked sadly as they walked through the train station. When the boys were told about the train ride to the school, they had been over the moon. So, they took one of the arc doors to the station as the boys refused to miss out on the train. He felt his mummy gently rub circles on the top of his hand. I know you don't want them to leave, but they'll be back around Yule, and don't forget that you have your friends to play with, Mummy said softly. Hadrien nodded slowly before letting go of Mummy's hand and running over to Percy. The redhead looked at him briefly before smiling and gently bumping him. What's wrong, little Hattie? The Raven pouted slightly and held onto his brother's arm. I don't want you to go so far away. he said softly as they got closer to the barrier. Don't worry, Hattie. The science division made a phone that I can recharge with innocence. So I can call you every day. Hadrien wasn't too impressed with that thought, but it was better than nothing. He and Percy passed through the barrier with Timothy following behind. After gaining his balance, Hadrien took off the charmed collar Bastet had on that was keeping her hidden. She licked his cheek in thanks before rescuing Crookshanks from his carrier. Hadrien found it really cute how Bastet had all but adopted the orange kitten and he was normally on her back if not her head. He started to get nervous as people started whispering and pointing at them and the animals. Hadrien slowly hid behind Percy and cuddled Esper when the Pokémon huddled against his leg. When his parents came through the barrier, the whispers grew, and people started shooting them nasty looks. Hadrien all but jumped out of his skin when someone screamed and pointed at Bastet. What is that thing? Someone called the Aurors. The little raven hurried over to Bastet and curled into her side. The whispers grew, and people started moving back, pulling their children with them. Not long after, the Aurors arrived. Hadrien took one look at the two Aurors and launched himself. F at the older O. Did you come to see Percy and Timmy off to school? I don't want them to leave but Mummy said that school is important and that I'd see them again for Yule, but that's so far away. Hadrien finished with a pout. Grandpa Moody chuckled and picked him up before walking over to the others. Bastet nuzzled the man's free hand and purred up a storm when Grandpa Moody started scratching her ear. Hadrien giggled into the back of Esper's head, before looking over to the other man when he coughed nervously. Or Moody, weren't we called here to remove a dangerous creature? Grandpa Mo. Audie snorted at the other man and looked pointedly at Bastet. Oh yes, she's so dangerous. This is a case of stupid people that don't pay attention, like yourself. If you'd paid attention, you would have seen the members of the Black Order standing with Bastet along with the fact that she hasn't done anything besides demand that I scratch her ear. Oh, but you do it so well. Bastet purred in delight. People in the surrounding area jumped when she spoke and some even moved further away. Bastet didn't seem to care as she was purring up a storm. Soon enough, the train whistle sounded warning that it would be leaving soon. Ignoring the others on the platform, Alan herded the children to the train and helped them find a compartment. Once their trunks had been placed on the overhead racks, everyone made a teary goodbye. Hadrien finally started sobbing and it took Candace prying the little boy of Percy to remove him from the train. Percy was still pretty nervous about the whole thing as he waved goodbye from the window. Crookshanks was curled up on his lap and Bastet was on the seat next to him. Timothy was sitting across from him with Esper standing on his lap, staring out the window at the passing scenery. The Pokémon had one paw against the window and the other clutched around a chibi Hadrien plush that Aunt Mira had made when Esper started becoming upset about leaving the little raven behind. Though Percy's favorite part was the fact that the plush had multiple outfits that matched the costumes Hadrien had made for Esper. Timothy had been torn between amusement and horror when he had found out about it and Esper had been over the moon. Percy was shaken from his musings by a knock on the door. He moved Crookshanks onto Bastet and opened the door. He found Cedric standing on the other side, staring at his feet. Percy raised a brow and tried not to snicker at the other. Cedric, was there something you needed? The dirty blonde jumped at the sudden question before nervously looking up. I was wondering if I could sit with you guys, Cedric said as he fiddled with a loose string on his shirt. Sure, you can sit next to Timothy, Percy said with a smile. After that, the boys talked about the houses they were going to be in and about their studies. Timothy complained about it, but all Percy had to do was mention General Cloud and he shut up. Cedric looked at the two in confusion, but Percy just shook his head. You don't want to know. One look at the rocking brunette had Cedric leaving it alone. They eventually changed into their uniforms a few minutes before they stopped. All three waited for the traffic to calm down before getting off. Bastet was following behind them with Crookshanks and Timothy was still carrying Esper. It was a half-giant direction them to boats and didn't even blink when he saw Bastet walking with them. Percy got in first, followed by Timothy, then Cedric. Bastet swam beside them and was quite happy. Feels like I'm moving through the sand. Easy little one. Don't fall off now, she said as she stopped the little kitten from falling off her back. The boys stared in awe at how pretty Hogwarts looked all lit up at night, though Percy and Timothy agreed that the Black Order was a lot better. When the boats landed, they carefully got out and yelped when Bastet shook out her fur. She laughed at them and picked Crookshanks back up, so he didn't get squished by the other children. The boys followed the horde as they moved up the stairs. At the top, they were met by Professor McGonagall, who simply smirked at the sight of them. She gave them a little speech and told them to wait a few moments as she left to go see if everything was ready. Everyone talked amongst themselves and a few were spitballing ideas of how they'd be sorted. Some said that they'd have to do a test of some kind, another said that they'd have to eat something strange to see what house they'd be in. Percy snorted softly and shook his head. His GR and PAS told him about the sorting hat and he was fascinated by how it worked. Soon enough, Professor McGonagall reappeared and led them to the Great Hall. Percy looked up at the ceiling and found it amazing and beautiful. Pulling out his notebook, he studied it, and wondered if he could do that for Hadrien, room. He was brought from his thoughts by the whispers and pointed looks at Bastet, who was still at his side. Ignoring them, he looked around for Grandpa Bookman and Uncle Levy. He spotted them at the head table and waved, which they returned with a smile. Percy felt better knowing that they were here, as he didn't want to be at the mercy of Dumbledore and his nutjob followers. Professor McGonagall stepped up to a stool with a ratty hat on it, which unfortunately started to sing. Hey, RCY stared at it and couldn't understand why it willingly sang such a strange song. Once the hat was done singing, Professor McGonagall started calling people up alphabetically by their last name. Cy watched kid after kid get called up and sorted before the professor got to the D's. Diggory, Cedric. The dirty blonde smiled at him before jogging up to the stool and getting the hat placed on his head. The redhead watched as the hat twitched a little bit before shouting. Hufflepuff. Percy clapped for him like everyone else and once again waited as names were called out. It wasn't long before the H's were called out, with Timothy being the only one. Hurst, Timothy. The blue brat stuck his tongue out at him and ran up to the stool. The hat was placed on his head, but it was too big and sunk down, covering the brat's eyes. Percy was rather surprised by how long it took for the brat to be sorted, but he had a feeling that it had to do with Tsukikami. Eventually, the sorting hat RTED to grumble to himself before shouting, Ravenclaw, now get me off the little pervert's head. Percy blinked in surprise before glaring daggers at the brat's smug face. He had a good idea of what the sorting hat was talking about and he was definitely going to kill the blue-haired prat when he got the chance. He watched the other waltz over to the Ravenclaw table, and smirked when the other students moved away from him. Looking up at the head table, Percy noticed Grandpa Bookman glaring at the brat, while Uncle Levy gave him a thumbs up which earned him a smack. Rolling his eyes, Percy read at the ceiling in boredom as more names were called. He almost wished now that he had used his dad's last name instead of his mum's, but he called tails at the coin toss. It had been amusing that his parents had decided to argue over whose name he'd use at school. His grandpa Cross had made the offhanded comment about two last names being a mouthful and had suggested that the redhead choose one. Thus, his parents started to argue over it. Eventually, he suggested a coin toss. Heads for Kanda and tails for Walker, which led to him waiting for the W's to be called. Thankfully, there weren't many kids left, so he wasn't waiting long. However, Walker was never called. Instead, he heard this. W. Weasley, Percy. His eyes hardened, and he stayed put, not willing to play the senile old man's games. Thankfully, the professor looked like she wasn't having any of it either and cleared her throat. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Walker. It seems that there was a mix-up with the names on the roll call list. I will investigate this mistake. Personal act that your last name was supposed to be changed in our records. Would you please come forward for your sorting? Percy smiled and nodded kindly at her, before shooting one last glare at the old man. Walking up the steps, he carefully sat on the stool as the hat was placed on his head. Feeling the magic within the hat enter his mind was a strange experience, but not uncomfortable. He twitched slightly when the sorting hat started to speak. My, what a unique mind you have. Though unlike that horrid boy, your guest is far more pleasant. I can see that you care dearly for your family and adore your little brother. You wish to become the bookman's apprentice, but not for the reason most do. You're cunning, but Slytherin wouldn't be. For you, and I refuse to listen to that old bat about placing you in Gryffindor. Hufflepuff would suit your loyalty to your family, but I shall go with Ravenclaw. Smirking, Percy handed the Sir-T-ing hat to the professor and walked over to the brat, and smacked him on the back of his head hard enough to make his forehead hit the table. Hey, what was that for? The brat hissed as he rubbed his forehead. Percy sniffed at him and sat down, ignoring the looks he was receiving. I know what you were thinking about, you pervert, and the day I let you do any of it to my little brother is the day heck freezes over, he said with a vicious smile on his face that sent chills down the brat's spine and scared the others at the table. The redhead tuned everything else out and started writing in his notebook again. Bastet was laying under the table at his feet and Crookshanks was curled up on his lap. The brat had placed Esper on the bench next to him, but at some point, the little Pokemon had decided that sitting on the floor with Bastet was more entertaining. Percy could feel people watching him, but he didn't care, and some were whispering and pointing at Bastet. He ignored it all and only started to pay attention when the old bat stood up for a speech. Good evening to those of you that have returned for another wonderful year, and welcome to those newly joining us. This year, we will have quite a bit of changes. From new classes, to new staff. Firstly, our new staff. Seated next to Professor Snape, is Professor Camelot. He shall be replacing Professor Binns as our new History of Magic teacher. Percy noticed that Professor Camelot looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The professor had a stern-looking face, but his blue eyes were filled with amusement. He had long blue, almost black, hair that was slicked back in a low loose bun, with 2 strands of hair framing his face. He was dressed in a black robe with black dress pants, a formal white long-sleeved shirt, a dark blue vest with a matching vintage-style tie. Combined with his monocle, he made quite an impression. Next to Professor Camelot, is Professor Delacour. She will be teaching one of our new mandatory classes, Creature Culture and Behavior. All years will be taking this class, and I believe that Professor Delacour had something she wished to say. Aunt Appeline stood up and smiled at all of them. Those of you that have a creature inheritance may come to me with any questions that you may have, and it is completely private. Not a word of what is said behind closed doors shall be shared unless you wish otherwise. If you wish for a private meeting, simply leave me a note and we'll figure out an appropriate meeting time. Thank you, she finished, before sitting back down. While people were clapping, Percy noticed a few of the older Ravenclaws looking at her with hope in their eyes. He figured that they were either first-generation mundane-born or half-bloods, have creature inheritances and are unsure of how they should feel or what to do. The old bat cleared his throat and smiled down at them. I would introduce our new divination professor, but she has declined, stating that she was simply here to spot those with the gift and send them to the right teacher. She and her companion will rarely dine with us, but she wishes for you to know that her door is always open. Divination is no longer an elective class, but first and second years must still wait until third year to be tested for the class. Third through 7th year must go through testing for the gift of sight. Those that don't have the gift are not required to take the class, and those with the gift have a choice to take special training or not. Also, this year we are joined by 3 exorcists of the Black Order. The older gentleman is Mr. Bookman, the gentleman seated next to him is Mr. Lavey, and the young lady with them is Ms. Galmar, who could not join us tonight. And finally, Professor Flitwick has started a dueling club for 5th years and up. Those that wish to join must see him in his office or after class. Now, let's dig in. Percy didn't even blink when the food suddenly appeared. Just put a good portion on his plate and started eating. Fortunately, Grandpa Bookman informed the house elves of Bastet and Esper special diets, so the 2 of them were eating happily under the table with Crookshanks eating some of Bastet food. Hey Walker, what's with the beast under the table? Looking up from his food, Percy looked over at the questioner. It was a boy about 13, maybe 14, with a mild sneer on his face. Finishing the food in his mouth, he tapped Bastet on the head and waved her up. When she emerged, everyone in the hall slowly went silent. Percy looked at the boy, then Bastet. Bastet, this, young man, I'm assuming, wishes to know what you are and where you're here. Kyle Winston watched in confusion as the redhead talked to the beast as if it could respond. Was the brat crazy or something? There was no way. Oh, I can understand not knowing what I am, but why shouldn't I be here? After all, I am registered at the Black Order as your partner. Just like that Mutt Roland is registered as your brother's partner. Kyle shook as cold hazel eyes stared into his very soul. Everyone had fallen silent as Bastet spoke. Some were staring at her in fear, while others were staring at her in fascination. At the head table, Dumbledore was silently seething, but the other professors found it amusing, or in Kettleburn's case, amazing. Bastet elegantly perched herself on the bench next to Percy and looked around the hall. Let me make one thing very clear. I am part of the Black Order and will not listen to the professors or those fools at the ministry. Should any of you attack what is mine, I will not hesitate to retaliate. She finished with a fanged smile. Moving back under the table, she grabbed Crookshanks and let Esper climb onto her back before leaving the Great Hall. Percy went back to his food and ignored everyone again. Eventually, dinner ended, and the prefects lead them to the dorm. Many were looking at him and whispering, while others appeared to be avoiding him. He didn't really care and simply listened to the blue brats' chatter. When they arrived at the Ravenclaw dorm, the fifth-year prefect asked if any of them wanted to try opening the door. Percy didn't really care, but he had heard some of the things being said about the brat and only he was allowed to say such things. Brat, answer the riddle. The brat stuck his tongue out at him but did as he was told. Some of the others were chuckling and whispering that the brat couldn't do it and shouldn't have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Percy softly snorted, knowing very well that the brat was smart, though he'd never say that aloud. Timothy walked up to the door with a scowl on his face, muttering about red-haired jerks. All right, what's the riddle? The bronze eagle knocker blinked at him before speaking. 1K night, a king and a queen went into a castle. There was no one in the castle when they went in, and no one else entered the castle while they were there. The next day, 3 people came out of the castle. Who were they? Timothy snorted. The easy riddle. The king, the queen, and the knight. The eagle nodded and opened the door. Looking over his shoulder, he smirked at the other children and waltzed in. The common room was stunning and reminded him of the Black Order library with a little bit of Greek thrown in. The ceiling was a deep blue with stars just like the carpet. The center of the room was white marble flooring with what looked like a planetary model in the center. The walls were a creamy white stone that had arched windows that gave a nice view of the Black Lake. Most of the furniture was made up of dark wood and blue fabric, with the exception of the bronze eagle statues that guarded the library alcove, where Esper was currently staring at a book on the top shelf with a shiny cover. Timothy watched him closely as everyone filed in. Esper seemed to be fine, and Bastet was watching him, so he let him be and sat down to wait for his head of house. Everyone talked amongst themselves for a bit until the professor came in. He was the height of a goblin, which was expected as he was a half-goblin, and Percy and T. Mothy couldn't help but compare him to a mini Einstein in looks. Welcome both new and old students. To those of you that are new here, I am Professor Flitwick and your head of house. I teach charms here, and should you have any trouble, please don't hesitate to come and talk with me. We Ravenclaws are seen as brainy and stuck up, as some of the younger generation say. And while it's wonderful to say, my students taking their studies seriously, I don't want you to become obsessed with it to the point that you forget to have fun and act like the children you are. I've seen many a student come to my office in a panic over simply missing a few questions on a test. Now, off to bed with you. It's quite late and I'm sure you are all very tired. Prefects, if you would please guide the first years to their dorm rooms. Thank you and good night. Everyone told the professor good night and followed the prefects. Percy and Timothy were roomed together with another first year by the name of Klaus Blackthorn. He seemed nice enough, if not a little weird, so neither boy minded him. That, and Bastet took one look at the black-haired boy and rubbed up against him with a delighted purr. Percy smiled as he sent a quick text to his parents before laying down. Crookshanks was curled up on one of his pillows and Bastet was laying beside him. So far so good. The old bat hadn't called him out tonight and Professor Flitwick was a charming man. He kind of reminded him of his grandpa Froy with his cheerful personality. The redhead sighed and placed his phone on the nightstand. Tomorrow was going to be a busy and he needed to sleep. Hopefully he'd get a call from his adorable little brother tomorrow and it'd set his day off on a good note. With that in mind, he went to sleep with a smile on his face. In the neighboring bed, a certain blue-haired brat was sleeping with a smile on his face as well, but with the addition of a bloody nose. Pervert. First day, Percy woke up to Bastet nudging him. It was still rather early in the morning, but he was used to it by now. His dad had been waking him up early in the morning, so they could train together. It was hard at first, but after a while it got easier. Stretching his arms over his head, he wandered over to the brat and woke him up. "Come on, brat. Grandpa Bookman and Uncle Levi are waiting for us at the lake." The brat nodded lazily and shifted around before falling out of the bed. "Ow." Percy snorted and moved to get dressed. "You two do realize that normal people are trying to sleep, yes?" The redhead looked up at Klaus, who was glaring at him. "Sorry, Klaus. We'll try and be quitter in the future," Percy said with a sheepish smile. Klaus just gave him a flat look and sighed. "Where exactly are you two going so early in the morning?" "We're meeting Grandpa Bookman and Uncle Levi down at the lake for training." "Just because we're not at the Black Order, doesn't mean we can slack off on our training. Plus, I'm going to become my grandpa's apprentice when I turn 14. Percy stated as he tied his tennis shoes. Klaus hummed and got up. "I've heard of the Bookman clan from my great-grandmother. The one thing I remember very well about her stories was that the Bookman clan was neutral and couldn't have attachments. From what I've seen, you're very close with your family and it makes me wonder why you'd wish to lose that." Percy looked at the other and softly smiled. "I had that same thought when my grandpa told me about the Bookman's code. I spent some time thinking and doing some research to see if it had always been that way. But I could never find anything. So, one day, a special friend of the order helped me find what I was looking for. It turns out that in the beginning of the clan's creation, attachments were allowed. But if they caused bias, another bookman was to record the history. It was never said when the code was made, but it has since been changed. While it was a bit of a shock for my grandpa, I don't think he minds." He trailed off happily. The raven stared at him for a moment, before nodding and getting dressed. Percy watched on in confusion as Klaus changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants. "Well, if you're going to wake me up every morning, then I might as well join you too." "Is that a problem?" the raven asked with a raised brow. Percy blushed lightly as Klaus' pale blue eyes stared into his very soul. "I don't have a problem with it, and it's not like the brat has any say," the redhead stated nervously as he all but ran from the room. Klaus watched Percy run from the room and chuckled. He had never really cared about anyone other than his great-grandmother before and had every intention of ignoring everyone else in this school. But when he saw the redhead glaring at the old fool, he found himself intrigued. It only grew as he saw the other simply ignore the other students asking him stupid question and not even blink. It was fascinating to see him walking through the halls like he owned them. He would watch the redhead for now and see where this went. His great-grandmother always said he had the patience of a saint after all. The three boys made their way to the lake and Dee quickly found Bookman and Levi arguing with each other. "Oh, come on you old panda. You need to get laid," and that Professor McGonagall looked like she might be interested. Bookman looked like he was about to blow a blood vessel. "Get back here." While Bookman was killing Levi, the boys did some stretching before jogging around the lake. Bastet had agreed to time them while also keeping an eye on the two arguers. This went on for at least 2 laps, before Bookman and Levi finally decided to teach them. They didn't even question why Klaus was there and just set them to work. Percy was working on using data in their pure innocence form, with Bookman, guidance. Levi was helping Timothy with his control and focus. Timothy has been getting better with it, but his control doesn't last long. With Percy, Hadrien, and Timothy all having innocence that can take living forms, it was hard to find someone that can teach them control and awareness. Alan has some knowledge of it, with the way his innocence is semi-sentient. But it's not enough. Thankfully, Scarlet had been nice enough to hand over some old bookmen documents that have been a big help to the young boys' training. Klaus was G.I. then a booklet on martial arts that he was to work on for a while before they tested him on what fit him best. The Raven didn't mind and happily looked through them and practiced a few katas. This went on for an hour. Before they were sent off to shower and eat breakfast. Upon entering the Great Hall, Percy sat down at the Ravenclaw table with Timothy to his left and Klaus to his right. Once more, Bastet was under the table with Crookshanks and Esper. The Pokémon had decided to dress up in a little black top hat that had him and a matching black vest. While Chibi Hadrien was wearing a matching Victorian-style dress and hair-piece. Timothy had been embarrassed at first, but one look at Esper, happy little face, shut him up. Plus, the fact that it made a good portion of the Gryffindors pissy and got the little thing a bunch of attention from the female population. Breakfast was a semi-quiet affair with the soft chatter of the few fully awake students. Percy was eating a piece of toast when his phone went off, startling a good number of students. He didn't much care though, when he heard the ring tone. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day. He had found Hadrien jumping around in the rain singing that and recorded it. The little boy had been so cute, jumping around in the puddles in his little deer raincoat and boots. Hello, Percy said with a smile. Percy, are you having fun? Mummy said that I had to wait to call you and I really didn't want to have to wait, but Mummy said that I could sleep with him and Daddy until I could. I miss you. Are you coming home yet? Percy softly sighed as he heard his adorable little brother start to cry. There were soft shushing noises on the other end and soon he heard his dad's voice. Sorry kid, he's not taking the fact that you and the brat aren't here very well. He slept in your room and it took us a little while to get him to calm down. The munchkin woke us up at 5 and begged us to let him call you. But your mum managed to get him to go back to sleep. We'll try and keep him from calling you all day, but sending us your class schedule will help with that. Okay, I'll send you a picture of it when I get it. I was sorted into Ravenclaw along with the brat. The common room is rather nice and so are the dorms. The brat and I are roommates with another boy named Klaus Blackthorn. He's nice. Kind of reminds me of Uncle Mary but with Grandpa Froy, twisted sense of humor. He heard his dad softly hum on the other end. Kid sounds interesting, but I feel like there was something else you wanted to talk about. Percy briefly looked at the head table before looking away. Our new history of magic professor. I feel like I should know who he is, but I know that I've never met him before. What's his name? I don't know his first name yet, but his last name is Camelot. He heard choking on the other line and then his dad yelling at, and cursing, his grandpa cross. Hey, RCY could hear them but not what they were saying. After a few minutes, his mum started talking. Sorry, love, your dad and grandpa are arguing. Don't worry about Professor Camelot. I know who he is and as far as I know, he is an amazing teacher. He has a love for history and should make it fun. Oh, your brother wants to talk to you again. Here you go. Percy, you won't forget me, will you? I heard you tell Daddy about your new friend. You don't like him more than me, do you? Hadrien asked in a sad little voice. Percy sighed softly but smiled. No, Hattie, I don't like him more than you. You are my adorable little brother. And no one can replace you or ever will. My professor is coming over with my schedule, so I need to go. But I'll call you at lunch and you can even talk to Timothy. Okay, I love you. Hadrien said happily. Love you too, Percy replied before hanging up. The morning started off on a good note. Professor Flitwick handed out their schedules towards the end of breakfast and once they were done eating, they left for their first class. Percy was impressed with the changes he had seen on their way to first period potions. Both Percy and Timothy were told about the new requirements that needed to be made for student safety. And, so far, they were seeing everything that had been talked about. Outside the Great Hall, there had been ghosts waiting to escort first years and some second years to their classes. Every painting they passed had, at least, one person in it, and at the bottom of their schedules was a note stating that if they got lost or were in life-threatening trouble, they were to call one of the 3 house elves listed. When they had come to the moving staircases, last night, the prefect had told them that in order to stop the staircase and cancel out the false stair, They simple had to place their hand on the railing and it will stop until they get off. It was a good change and the two boys were sure that Bookman and Levy had already told Kanda and Cross. They arrived at the potions classroom, but the door was shut, so they simple talked until they were joined by the others. Bastet, Crookshanks, and Esper were sitting on the floor messing with a ball of yarn. They weren't allowed in the classroom, per Professor Snape's request, so they would most likely wander off to find Mrs. Norris. The boys weren't left waiting long, as Professor Snape opened the door and let them and the other students in. The class went fairly well, though Timothy did almost blow them up. Klaus had quickly fixed the problem and the potion turned out okay but not perfect. Professor Snape was impressed and had rewarded them 20 points. When class was dismissed, not only were the three animals waiting, but so was a ghost. She introduced Herschel F. as Lacey and said she had been sent to escort them to their next class. And boy, was Defense Against the Dark Arts an interesting experience. The professor was a strange one, but not unwelcome. Professor Esser Quirrell was a good teacher and made the lessons fun and memorable. The man had seemed a little skittish at first, but once he started speaking, he was rather energetic. They had a free period B.E. for lunch and they used the time to study by the lake. After lunch, they had creature culture and behavior followed by tutoring from Amelia, but they weren't worried. After a while, they gathered their stuff and headed off to lunch. Everyone left them alone, while most of the Ravenclaw girls cooed over Crookshanks and Esper. Percy could feel the old bat watching him, but he refused to look up. Timothy seemed to sense the tension in the redhead and proceeded to steal his phone and call Hadrien. While the phone was ringing, Timothy had to run from the Fury's redhead, who was heck bent on catching him. He ran from the Great Hall and ended up outside, where he was pounced on by Bastet. Fortunately, Hadrien answered the phone before Percy came to kill him. Percy was the first thing he heard when the phone was answered. Hattie, I feel almost offended. Here I am, calling you on my deathbed and you can only think of my killer. I think I'm going to cry. Timothy bemoaned in mock despair. He heard Hadrien gasp and the little raven quickly started apologizing. I'm sorry Timmy. Percy promised to call me and when my phone rang I got excited and thought it was him. It's okay, but I can't to tell you I love you before your brother kills me. Ah, Timothy screamed as Percy proceeded to beat the stuffing out of him. Once Percy retrieved his phone and assured Hadrien that he hadn't killed the brat. The boys left for their next class. CCB was amazing, if not a little boring for the three boys as they already knew most of it. After class, they had to literally drag Timothy to Amelia's classroom for tutoring, where they spent the rest of their time till dinner. After they were done studying, Amelia walked them to the Great Hall and once inside, she walked to the head table. Percy was talking to Klaus about their DA homework when an owl landed in front of him. It didn't take a genius to figure out what the letter was and Percy had been highly annoyed at the old bat's audacity. Bastet, would you do the honors? Percy asked in a bored tone. Bastet didn't even get out from under the table, she simply gabbed her tail into the table, sending her stinger through and hitting the letter. The poison quickly took effect and destroyed the letter and frightened the owl. Percy blankly looked up at the old bat, who was Fumanth Great Hall with the others not far behind. He knew that the old bat wouldn't give up easily and that this was only the beginning, but he hoped that it wouldn't take long for the old bat to get the message and leave them alone. Paperwork. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Hadrien was bored. I mean really bored. Everyone was off doing missions, his grandpa was in town, charming the ladies, and Uncle Moody was drowning in paperwork. Bo, T.H. Rowland and Chess were sick after they made the mistake of eat cookies that they found in Uncle Moody's office. So, they were to stay in the infirmary for the next 2 days. Currently, Hadrien was wandering around the halls with midnight wrapped around his neck. The little raven had felt bad about not spending as much time as he should have with his first friend. Midnight had said that he hadn't minded as Uncle Al was nice to hang out within. The greenhouse was warmer than the cold stone of the order. At first, the two had a lot to catch up on, but they soon ran out of things to talk about and now they were bored. Hadrien sighed for what felt like the 1000th time. He was so bored and he couldn't find anything to do. He had tried flowing his friends, but they were either busy or not home. He couldn't call his brother as the timesheet he had sent over showed that he had classes for the next 2 hours. Just as he sighed again, something bonked him on the head. Looking up, he Scarlet staring at him with a raised brow. "What's up?" Hadrien put on his best bored face and whined. "We're bored. Everyone's gone and my friends can't play. Chess and Roland are sick. And Uncle Moody was drowning in paperwork." Scarlet shot him an amused smirk before gaining a thoughtful look on her face. "Speaking of paperwork, how would you like to help Road collect some? I promise it's not as boring as it sounds and it'll get you out of the order for a few hours." Hadrien eyes grew wide and he suddenly acted like he was on a sugar high. Really, I haven't seen Road in forever. Who are we collecting paperwork from? Will Road bring her taser? She said she had one but Mummy said that I wasn't allowed to use or hold it. Scarlet cut him off before he could continue by taping his mouth shut. "First off, breath." Hadrien took a deep breath and then let it go. "Now, you'll be helping Road collect paperwork from the other's nose and I don't know if she'll bring her taser. But it's highly possible. Road will be here in about half an hour so go wait in your room as I'm sure she's going to dress you up." Hadrien didn't need to be told twice and he ran all the way to his room. Though he got bored and started a tea party with the Hatter, Mr. Bunny, and Midnight. A half an hour passed quickly and with no warning, Road tackled Hadrien in a hug. "My cute little chibi, I can't wait to have you help me. But you can't go dressed like a little Southern belle." Road released the child and pulled out a little uniform from the bag she had. "Okay, strip, Hadri," and didn't even hesitate to do so as Road had helped him get dressed and ever shared the bath with him before. Once Hadrien was dressed up, Road braided his hair had put it in a low bun. She then stepped back and admired her work. "Oh, you look like a little police Bobby." Road squealed happily. Hadrien moved over to the full-length mirror and looked at himself. He had on a deep blue uniform that ROAD said was a replica of a British police uniform from World War II. The helmet was rounded and had the Black Order crest on the front instead of a police crest. He had a pocket watch in his left braia. Saint pocket and the chain was attached to one of his buttons. The pants weren't tight or itchy and even had a patch of a little corgi wearing a police helmet on the right knee. Midnight didn't escape Tting dressed up and was now wearing a police helmet and a deep blue cape. Road was dressed up like Hadrien, but she had things on her belt. One such item was her stun gun. "All right chibi, first off we're going to go get Luro and then we're off to our first victim, Skin." Hadrien didn't even have time to blink before Road ported them to the Earl's manor. They landed in the foyer and it took Hadrien a moment to readjust to his surroundings. After a moment or two, everything came back into focus. The foyer looked rather normal but it didn't feel normal. He rather thought it felt like the Ark. The building was bigger and more maze-like than an actual manor would be. "Luro is most likely in the green room, which should be in the basement today," Road said cheerfully as she led Hadrien to a big oak door by the main staircase. Once the door was opened Hadrien could only stare in awe at the spiral staircase that was surrounded by nothingness. While Hadrien stared into space, Road was muttering to herself. As they descended the stairs, they both began to hear singing. The singing only grew louder when they came to the door at the end of the stairs. Both ravens peeked in and saw the weirdest thing ever. Dancing around, in the middle of the room, was a pale purple umbrella with a jack-o'-lantern on the top. That wasn't the weird part though. The weird part was the fact that it was singing and dancing with a feather duster. Though, the weirdest thing was what it was singing. "Just eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. If it's getting cold, reheat it. Have a big dinner, have a light snack. If you don't like it, you can't send it back. Just eat it, eat it. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Have some more chicken, have some more pie. It doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried. Just eat it, eat it. Don't you make me repeat it." The umbrella seemed to be done singing and shaking its butt, and finally realized that it had an audience. Road and Hadrien stared wide-eyed at Luro. But poor Luro didn't stare back as he had fainted. The younger raven tugged on Road's sleeve and she looked down at him. I think I heard my daddy singing that in the shower. Rode P. promptly started rolling on the floor laughing. Hadrien wasn't sure what was so funny. He thought his daddy had a nice singing voice. Oh, he hoped daddy wouldn't be mad at him for telling Rode. Daddy D. I didn't want him telling anybody about the singing in the shower. Biting his lip, he tried to hold back the tears that wanted to fall. He didn't do too good and started whimpering. Midnight tried to comfort him and it helped a little, but he still couldn't stop crying. Hadrien jumped a little when a hand cupped his cheek gentle. Looking up, he found Rode looking at him in concern. Chibi, what's wrong? He tried to answer but he just couldn't get the words out. After a few minutes he got frustrated and it upset him even more. He felt something touch his lips and he obediently opened his mouth and swallowed. Not long after, he felt himself calming down. Feel better now? He nodded. Good. Now what had you so upset? I promised Daddy that I wouldn't tell anyone about him singing in the shower. But I told you and that means I broke my promise and Daddy will be mad at me. If it weren't for the calming draft that Rode had given him, he was sure he'd be sobbing again. Oh, Chibi, he won't be mad, but if it makes you feel better Rode Camelot, swore to never tell anyone about Candy you singing in the shower. She stated seriously with her hand in the air. Hadrien saw how serious she was and nodded happily. Rode sighed in relief. Crisis averted. After the two revived Luro, they made their way to Skin room. According to Rode, the nose room was right next to the kitchen as the man loved his sweets. Hadrien laughed when Rode told him the nickname Tiki had given the sweets-loving Noah, and the little raven thought that Sweet Tooth seemed appropriate. Before long, they arrived at the nose door and Rode didn't even bother knocking. She simple kicked the door down. OSKINN. Weeper work. Hadrien followed her in the room and stared. Skin room looked like a giant candy shop. It didn't have any bright or neon light colors, just light blues and purples, but there were candy cases everywhere. He recognized a few of the candies, but others were a mystery to him. As they walked further into the room, Rode got louder and even threatened to take some of the candy, which she did when they passed by a bowl of pink licorice. Don't be afraid to take some candy, Chibi. Skin won't notice nor can he eat this all by himself, Rode said casually as she bit into her licorice stick. Hadrien didn't feel that it was right to take the candy without asking. He remembered Dudley used to take candy from the stores and other children and would blame him for it. He always thought that Dudley was mean for doing that and he didn't want to be mean and take the candy from Mr. Skin. Mummy said that you should always ask first because it was the polite thing to do. Hadrien was pulled from his thoughts by an annoyed shout. Rode, how many times do I need to tell you to leave my candy alone? Looking up he saw Mr. Skin glaring at Rode from the second-floor railing. Mr. Skin glared at them a little longer before he jumped over the railing and landed not far from them. Hadrien though, that the older Noah seemed more annoyed at them than angry. Skin glared at Rode and cast a brief look at the little raven that was with her. The kid was most likely Hadrien, Tiki had shown him, and the others. The kid's picture enough times to recognize him on sight. The Noah had actually been surprised that the kid hadn't taken any candy yet, and had even looked a little uncomfortable when Rode suggested that he should. Skin didn't know much about kids, he didn't like them really, but he had seen enough over the years to recognize abuse. He briefly remembered Tiki saying something about kid being kidnapped as a baby and left with another family, and had only been reunited with his parents for the last couple of years. Skin sat down at one of the many tables in his room and waved the kid over. The little raven didn't seem scared of him, more curious than anything, and sat in the chair next to him. Now, how did Rode get you to help her in the insanity that is collecting paperwork? He asked mildly while munching on some ice mice. I was bored and everyone was busy. Scarlet was at the order, though I'm not sure why, and asked if I'd like to help Rode. So far it's been fun. We saw Mr. Luro singing and dancing. Skin nearly choked on the mouse in his mouth at the little tidbit. He had on occasion heard the Earl muttering about Luro, odd habits, but to hear about it the little raven and to see Luro blushing was just too strange. He was about to change the subject when he spotted the raven snake peering over the table at one of the ice mice that was enchanted to move. The snake slowly moved across the table and then suddenly attacked the piece of candy. Unfortunately, the candy had wandered over to the table's edge, and when the snake attacked, he went over the edge and hit the floor. Skin stared at the dazed snake and laughed. After that, the ice was broken and Hadrien and Skin talked quite a bit while Rode looked over the other nose paperwork. Skin introduced the little raven to the joy of sweet things and Hadrien was rather happy about it. He learned that he didn't like gummy candy, but he rather enjoyed chocolate-covered fruit. Eventually they left, Rode with a bundle of paperwork and Hadrien with a bag of candies that he liked. Their next stop was Tiki, but to Hadrien, disappointment the Noah wasn't there. Rode collected the paperwork and patted the sad raven on the head. As they walked through the halls, Rode spinning a protesting luro around her finger, they heard an explosion. Rode snorted as more went off. Must be Jazdaro and Devitt. Those two are always blowing things up, better not be their paperwork. She added with a grumble. Hadrien quickly followed after her and ended up running into her back when she suddenly stopped. She had a look of horror on her face, so he stood on his tippy toes and managed to glance over her shoulder, but just barely. Running around the room they had just entered were two Noah. One had black hair that went just past his shoulders, and the other had blonde hair that reached his lower back. Both Noah were covered in ash and soot and seemed to be trying to burn something. They didn't appear to be succeeding, however. "Hey Rode, what are they doing?" Hadrien asked the twitching female. Rode didn't answer him and Simple pulled out her stun gun, took aim, and fired. The blonde hadn't even seen his demise coming. Rode smiled in cold satisfaction as Jazdaro twitched and spasmed on the floor while Devitt looked like a cornered animal. She didn't even hesitate to pull another stun gun out of nowhere and shot him too. The twins were now a twitching, drooling mess on the floor and Rode was quite happy about it. She moved over to the flames and easily pulled out the paperwork that the two were supposed to have done. "You two weren't listening when Scarlet said that these couldn't be destroyed, were you?" It was a statement, not a question. Both just whimpered and twitched some more. Rode tied both Noah to chairs and forced them to finish their paperwork. In later years, others would wonder how Hadrien had such good aim with firearms and the like. When questioned on it, the Raven would simple smile and say that it was thanks to Jazdaro and Devitt and their aversion to paperwork. This would earn him confused looks and have Rode laughing for hours. Hadrien didn't really get to meet the twins, but he did get an impromptu shooting lesson. Though Rode asked him not to mention that fact to his parents. They left the twins and wandered around to the other offices. Everyone else, other than Skin, the twins, and the Earl, were off on missions, so Hadrien didn't get to meet anyone new. It took another hour to collect the remaining paperwork before they ended up at the Earl's office. Rode didn't even knock and Simple walked in before throwing Luro at the Earl. Luro hit the Earl's head and they both hit the floor. Hadrien giggled before yawning. Rode picked him up and moved over to the sofa. She laid him down first before cuddling up to him with Midnight curled up between them. Adam rubbed his head and glared at Rode only to find her asleep curled around Hadrien. He sighed and grabbed one of the many blankets that were in his office and draped it over the three of them. He sometimes forgot that Rode was but a child, no matter how old she acted. With her curled up around Hadrien, she looked like the child she was, and it was almost sad that she only showed this side of herself when she was sleeping. Maybe he could take her to an amusement park. She'd probably enjoy it, plus he could try and convince Alan to let Hadrien come. Yeah, he'd give that a try, but for now, he had to battle his ever-growing pile of paperwork. Chapter End Notes. The song Luro is singing is a song called Eat It by Weird Al Yankovic, and I don't even remember where I first heard it, but I couldn't help myself. Can you imagine Kanda actually singing that in the shower? XD. Halloween. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Lucius wasn't sure how he got conned into taking 6 monsters trick-or-treating. All he remembered was talking with Cross, Komui, Kanda, and Alan, and somehow that led to them playing poker. He was no stranger to the card game, as he had been a bit rebellious in his teenage years and had learned from non-magicals at pubs. Unfortunately, now that he thought about it, he had forgotten that Alan had been taught from an early age and was a vicious cheat. The game had started out well. He had been winning a good number of hands and was feeling rather smug. Komui had quit after the first couple of hands and Kanda didn't like the game. Plus he wasn't stupid enough to play against Alan, let alone both the Silver Ross. Lucius was feeling good and I didn't notice the look father and son shared after Cross pulled out. So, he hadn't even thought twice when Alan made a bet with him. How about I make this more interesting? If I win this hand, you have to do me one favor. If you win, I'll do you one favor. Sound good? Lucius, not even recognizing the danger, agreed. So, here he was, waiting for 6 little monsters to finish getting dressed up. He hadn't been surprised that Lady Longbottom and Kara, Blaze, mother, had let the boys come as they didn't mind the holiday. It had been Crab and Goyle that surprised him. He had thought the two wouldn't want their children to participate in something so non-magical. But they hadn't minded. Apparently, they had met Hadrien in the past and simply adored the child like their sons did. But to add insult to injury on this night, Scarlet showed up and gave the children costumes that didn't deserve the title, as they looked more like ancient ceremonial robes and 4 sets of armor. She also gave Hadrien and Draco something covered in a black silk cloth, and he was a little frightened to know what it was. A few minutes later, the boys come out. Neville and Blaze were wearing golden armor with a sun emblem on the chest. Vincent and Gregory were also wearing armor, but theirs was silver and had a moon emblem on the chest. All 4 boys had toy swords that Scarlet was more than happy to hand over. Draco appeared next, and he was dressed in white ceremonial robes that had a golden sheen to them. On his head was a golden circlet with a sun on it that matched the pendant he also wore. In his left hand was an elegant but ancient-looking staff made of white gold with a crystal sun at the top. The little blonde looked like a powerful, but mini, sun god. Though, if Draco looked like a powerful little sun god, Hadrien looked like an elegant and fragile moon goddess. The little raven was dressed in robes like Draco, but his had a silver sheen to them. On his head was a silver circlet with a crescent moon on it that matched the pendant he wore. His staff looked just as amazing as Draco, but his was made of blackened gold with a crystal crescent moon at the top. Altogether, the 6 children made quite the image. Lucius couldn't help but smile and walk over to them. Ready to go now? All of them nodded, though Hadrien and Neville were blushing a bit. The plan was to take them to the town over. It was a little smaller than the town that surrounded the Order, but the others wanted to be on the safe side as some of Dumblefuck men had been spotted in town. They took a portkey the town over, but before Lucius would let them go trick or treat, he placed trackers on them. While he wouldn't let them out of his sight, it was better to be safe than sorry. At every house they went to, the boys got compliments about their costumes. The boys loved it, though Hadrien and Neville blushed every time. Unfortunately, Lucius looked away for one moment when he was speaking with another parent, and when he looked back the boys were gone. Thank Merlin for tracking charms. With the boys, they really weren't sure how they ended up in the woods. One minute they were getting candy from a nice old lady, and then Hadrien staff glowed and they were here. Thankfully they could still see the Order, so they weren't far. Should we try and get back to the Order or stay here? Blaze asked the others as he looked around. I think we should just stay here. My dad put tracking charms on us, so he's probable on his way here. Draco stated with a nod. The others agreed and sat down under one of the many trees. Thankfully their costumes kept them warm, though it wasn't that cold. There was still a chill in the air. It was probably 20 minutes later that they heard something moving around them. Maybe that's Dad, Draco whispered nervously as the sound grew louder. No one replied as whatever was making the noise crashed through the bushes. They screamed and huddled together as they saw it was a very large wolf. Hadrien felt tears roll down his face as he expected the wolf to attack them, but after a few minutes of nothing he opened his eyes. The wolf was on the ground, curled into itself, and was bleeding heavily from a deep wound on its side. He carefully untangled himself from the others, who tried to stop him, and carefully walked over to the injured creature. Pain-filled, lead-deep blue eyes stared at him, and the wolf growled in warning, but Hadrien didn't stop. The wolf was just like Roland, and it broke his heart to see the wolf in such pain. Knowing that the wolf couldn't move very well, Hadrien had no fear of being bitten and proceeded to look at the wound. It looked like he had been stabbed and the blade dragged across his skin as he ran. The stab wound was raw. Deep and Hadrien was afraid that the blade might had nicked something important. He didn't have anything that he could use to seal the wound or to really stop the bleeding. At this rate, the wolf was going to die. Hadrien bit his lip and looked around for anything he could use to try and slow the bleeding, but found nothing. There weren't even any herbs he could use. He started to panic when the wolf's breathing started to slow and its eyes started to close. Before he could truly panic, something shiny caught his attention. Looking to his left, he saw the staff Scarlet had given him. Didn't she say something about it being magic? Without really thinking about it, he grabbed the staff and placed it on the wolf's side. He didn't even know what he was doing, he just went with the feeling. The others watched in stunned silence as Hadrien's staff started to glow and the wolf's wounds started to close up. The wolf seemed shocked as well, if its widened eyes were anything to go by. Once the staff stopped glowing, the wolf slowly stood up and looked at its side. After inspecting the now healed wound, the wolf turned to stare at Hadrien. Once the warm and airy feeling stopped, Hadrien opened his eyes to find blue ones staring back at him. "Hi, Mr. Wolf. Do you feel better now?" The wolf simply stared a little longer before liking his cheek. Hadrien giggled and hugged the wolf, which surprised it. "I'm glad you feel better." The wolf growled quietly but didn't try to get Hadrien off. The other boys soon joined the cuddle and the wolf just huffed and laid back down. While the boys fell asleep, the wolf kept watch for anything that might be lurking in the shadows. After a couple of minutes, he heard leaves and branches breaking. The wolf's growling woke the boys just in time to see Lucius come into view. Lucius felt relieved for all of 5 seconds until he noticed a very familiar wolf. All the boys, but Hadrien, ran over to him and started talking at once. None of it made any sense and Lucius could only focus on the wolf Hadrien was cuddling. "Uncle Lucy, can we take Mr. Wolf home with us? He could be a friend for Roland and all. Take care of him and everything. Please," Hadrien asked, more like pleaded, with big green eyes. Lucius looked the wolf right in the eye and laughed hard. "Yes, we can bring him back. I'm sure your parents and grandfather will love him," he said with a snicker. The wolf glared at him hard and growled, trying to make himself look dangerous. The effect was ruined by the fact that Hadrien was squealing and hugging the growling wolf. Lucius just found it too funny and laughed even harder. There's no way that Cross wouldn't find this just as funny. After all, it's not every day you see the great and powerful Fener Greyback cuddled like he was a puppy. Chapter end notes. I only have 2 words to describe the next chapter. Dog show. Chapter notes. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. See the end of the chapter for more. Greyback. Introduction into the order went rather well. Cross and Moody only tried to kill him a total of 63 times each within the first week, the others just sighed and let the Kippy, Everio, Nay had been a bit shocked when Fener didn't turn back the next morning, but it was theorized that Hadrien, magic was the cause and they'd just have to see if it wore off. This did not make Greyback happy, but since he couldn't argue about it he just let Hadrien groom him some more. Being stuck as a wolf for a while couldn't be too bad, could it? He was correct for all of a week. Then Hadrien learned about dog shows. Fener was peacefully asleep on Hadrien's bed with Roland. The two tolerated each other and since they were the same size, they were able to keep each other occupied when Hadrien or one of the other little people weren't around. At the moment, they were both very relaxed after a wonderful grooming session and were more than happy to simply take a nap. Hadrien, however, entered the room and stared at them both with a look that can only be described as evil. Fener watched him with narrowed eyes and fought the urge to flee. He was Fener Greyback for fuck's sake. He wasn't going to run from a little boy that was holding a collar and 2 leashes. Wait, what? Fener looked at Roland and yup, he was already wearing a collar. Not wasting a moment more, Fener tried to flee but was hit with a stunner. Now, no need for that. Hadrien simply wants to take you to a little show, Moody said with pure amusement. He tried to growl but since he was stunned it sounded more like a weird purr. Hadrien giggled and put the purple collar on him. Both wolves were then leashed and led out of the order by a happy raven and highly amused adults. The adults at first weren't too sure about the whole dog show thing. But after looking into it a bit, they found that a practice show was going on in a town not far from them. Alan was the one that looked up the rules, and there was no thing that stated that Fener and Roland couldn't participate. The funny part was, the convention hall was also hosting a practice cat show on the same day. Chess was more than happy to go to the cat show, but seeing as she was rather unique in color, Cross placed a spell to give her the coloring of a ragdoll, seeing as they shared the same build and fluff. So now all three animals were going and only two of them were excited. Hadrien was all but dragging Fener, who was putting up enough of a fight to show that he didn't want to go but not enough to hurt the happy-go-lucky child. Roland just sighed at the other, while Chess happily laid across Hadrien, shoulders purring up a storm about being able to show off. The convention hall was rather crowded and quite a few of the owners had no control of their dogs and they were trying to go after the cats. All three animals silently agreed about what must be done. Chess jumped down and took the lead while Fener and Roland took either side of her. They made quite the image as they walked to the doors, Hadrien happily holding both leashes, while all three animals walked through the crowd, heads held high. Everyone stopped to stare at them, even the animals. As they walked past, whispers started up and some of the women started pointing at them. It was as they were walking passing a rather ugly woman that her pug tried to charge Chess. Both Fener and Roland snarled at the pest and it returned to the woman who started shouting at them. Such horrid creatures. They should be locked up or simply destroyed. Scaring my poor Ripper. Hadrien blinked up at the woman in confusion, but it was his dad that spoke. Your mutt was about to attack my son's cat. The wolves were simply protecting her. I would highly suggest that you stay away from them and keep your mutt on a tight leash. Candid then placed a hand on Hadrien's shoulder and led him past the shocked and angered woman. Once inside, they registered all three animals. Huff, there was a minor problem about Roland and Fener being wolves, which Froy quickly dealt with it. There is nothing that states that these two cannot enter into this practice show. They are both well behaved and are no more dangerous than any other dog here. The women at the desk couldn't really argue that, plus both wolves wearing the Black Order crest helped, and allowed them into the practice show. Their numbers are 15 and 16 and the practice show starts a half hour after the cat show. The cat, Chess, is number 4 and we've made a note for the judges to let them know that Hadrien was it. We'll be showing all three animals. As this is all just practice, he's allowed, but should you wish to go to an actual show he is only allowed to show one animal and will remain in the younger years until he's 15 at the most. Hadrien smiled happily up at the two women and thanked them before handing his mum the numbered tags so he didn't lose them. He then asked the two women a few more questions before Kanda herded him over to the grooming area for the cats. Chess was loving this. She was far more superior than these prissy kitties and she was going to show it. While she missed her unique colors and markings, she knew that they weren't gone forever, just long enough for her to kick ass. Hadrien was happily grooming Chess, completely unaware of the kitty's thoughts of sweet victory. When someone tapped his shoulder, looking up, Hadrien came face to face with a little old man. I don't mean to be a bother, but could you help me? I was brushing my precious Gidget when I dropped the brush under the table. I'd get it myself, but old age has done me no favors and I don't think I'd be able to get back up. The old man said with a chuckle. Sure, Mummy says that it's bad manners not to help when asked politely. Hadrien said with a beaming smile. The old man smiled back and walked to the table just behind the one Hadrien was working at. The little raven walked over and easily found the brush. He grabbed it and as he stood back up, he locked eyes with milky blue ones. Stepping back, Hadrien realized that he was staring at an elderly-looking cat. She had black and white fur and her nose was a pale pink. She was perched on the edge of the table and even though you could tell she was quite old, she sat on the table with a grace and elegance that made one think of a queen. The old man gently started to pet the cat's head and you could have easily heard her purring from across the room. My sweet girl, she's 15 and all I have left of my daughter Sarah. My daughter was the one that loved cat shows, I'd just cheer her on. She died 10 years ago due to cancer, but she still entered the shows even after she was diagnosed. Gidget won't be with me much longer, I can feel it. So I wanted to give her one last show, even if it's just a practice one." The old man trailed off with a sad smile. Hadrien looked at the kitty and gently touched her head. She purred even louder and licked his palm, which made him giggle. "She's very pretty and I think she's already having fun." The little old man nodded in agreement and started brushing the cat's fur again. The little raven waved goodbye and started grooming Chess again, who hadn't even noticed that Hadrien had stopped to begin with. Soon an announcement was made that stated that the practice cat show was about to begin and for everyone to take their places. Hadrien gathered Chess up and gathered with the others to wait his turn. When it was Chess' turn, she thrived under the attention and milked it for all it's worth. Hadrien was over the moon at how well she did and cheered for Gidget when it was her turn. Even Chess was impressed with the other feline. Gidget was in her element and everyone knew it. There was no question over who had won and Chess wasn't even upset that she lost. She just wanted Gidget to teach her how to hold herself like a queen too. Which led to something rather amusing. In the form of Gidget hitting Chess on the back of the head when she did something wrong. Hadrien had no problem with leaving Chess with Mr. Connor as the little old man found it just as funny to watch. TCH and Gidget looked like she was having going that Chess would be fine. Hadrien took Fener and Roland to wait with the other dogs, but made sure to stay away from the nasty woman from outside. Hour later they were called back in and told to line up in a certain order. Seeing as Hadrien was showing both wolves but only one at a time, he had asked his grandpa Froy to hold the one he wasn't showing at the time. Hadrien didn't really know much about the classes that made up a dog show, so some of what the judges were talking about didn't really make sense to him, but his grandpa said he'd explain in better later. After a few minutes, it was Fener's turn to go, so once Hadrien handed Roland leash to his grandpa he walked over to the judge. Fener held himself with pride, even if he didn't want to be here, he wasn't going to make himself look like an idiot. Though he had to fight a chuckle when the judge hesitated to touch him. He would have growled at the man if it weren't for Hadrien. And the simple thought that if he upset the little raven Moody and Cross wouldn't hesitate to skin him. After examining Fener, Hadrien was instructed to trot him around the arena. Hadrien giggled as Fener trotted around and the werewolf silently admitted that he was having a little fun. Once the judge was satisfied with Fener, he asked to see Roland next. Once again, Roland was examined and Hadrien was asked to trot him around the arena. Everyone was shocked at how well behaved the two pure-blooded wolves behaved, and even more shocked when the tiny little raven-haired child was the one showing them. After everyone had had their turn, the judges talked amongst themselves and after a few minutes announced the winners. No one was really surprised that both Fener and Roland took first place. They actually found it rather amusing when the little raven tackled both wolves and cuddled them. The participants filtered out while some stayed to talk to the judges. Hadrien led Fener and Roland back outside as they were getting a bit antsy at being inside with so many other people and animals. He let both of them off the leashes and pulled out a tennis ball from his bag. Roland zeroed in on it while Fener just wanted something to do. Hadrien pulled back and threw the ball as far as he could. Both wolves took off after it and Hadrien giggled at them. They didn't come back right away, as they normally didn't. So Hadrien looked around at all the people. His family was talking to Mr. Connor, who was holding Gidget in his arms. Looking around, he didn't see Chess and he was a little bit worried that she was lost. "Hey Mummy, have you seen Chess?" Alan looked down at the little raven with a frown. "No, I don't think I've seen her since we came outside. I'll go back in and make sure she hasn't been left behind." "Why don't you ask Fener and Roland to see if they can find her?" Hadrien nodded happily and ran off to the playing wolves. "Fener, Roland, I need your help." But wolves stopped their wrestling match and looked up when Hadrien called them. "What's the matter?" Roland asked once the little boy was close enough. "We can't find Chess. I was hoping you'd be able to track her." Both snorted at the mention of the feline, but agreed to help if only to keep Hadrien from being upset. They wandered back over to the building and sniffed around for the wayward feline. As they headed towards the main entrance they heard screaming and shouting. They recognized one angry voice as Alan while the other was the nasty woman from earlier in the day. Just as they reached the door, Chess flew past them being chased by that dumbass dog from this morning. Chess didn't know what she did in a past life to deserve this, but she deeply apologizes. She had just wanted more kitty treats from the little old lady in the weird pink cat sweater. But then the little scumbag from this morning came charging at her and she ran for her life. She almost cried when Alan came through the doors. But the scumbag's owner started shouting at him and she had no time to try and grab his attention, so she ran right past him, and unfortunately she didn't notice the two mutts until it was too late. Weaving through the people and animals that littered the pavement, she ran for the one thing that screamed safety. Hadrien, help! Hadrien looked up quickly when he heard Chess screamin' "Gee" for him and gasped when he saw that she was being chased. He ran towards her and swiftly picked her up. Unfortunately, the beast decided to lunge at them and Hadrien screamed when he saw sharp teeth coming at him. The little raven braced himself for the pain that was coming, but it never did. Instead he heard enraged growling, a thud, and then pained whimpering. Slowly opening his eyes, Hadrien's Roland standing in front of him and the beast being pinned down by Fener, who had a hold on its neck. Hadrien, looking up, he saw his family plus Mr. Connor running over to them. As the shock wore off, Hadrien started crying and quickly attached himself to his daddy. "Shoo Hadrien, it's okay. You're okay." During the chaos, someone had been sensible enough to call the police. They arrived quickly and once everyone had been calmed, they asked what had happened. The nasty woman from that morning had tried to say that Fener and Roland had attacked her precious dog, Ripper, for no reason. Her accusations were quickly demised as everyone else stated that her nasty little dog and tried to attack people and animal alike, and had Fener and Roland not acted, Hadrien would have been severely injured. The woman was arrested and the dog taken by animal control. 3 days after, the paper reported that Marge Dursley was arrested with multiple charges, some of which were animal abuse, breeding without a license, dog fighting, fraud, and bribery. Her nephew, Dudley Dursley, was taken by Child Protective Services and placed in a group home where he was to receive mandatory therapy and anger management. All those who read the article agreed that, while sad, the boy was much better off. And this would be proven right years down the line when he got his therapist's licenses and later became an approved foster parent along with his wife. Chapter end notes. Gidget was the name of my mom's cat who has since passed on from old age. She was the queen and she made it known. While she never really left the dryer, she would sit there and watch you with this stare that made you feel unworthy. Xmas. Hadrien was bouncing out of his skin as he waited for the train to arrive. He had woken his parents up at 5 in the morning, which they didn't appreciate, and was told to go back to sleep. So now, at a more appropriate time, they were waiting for Percy and Timothy to arrive. Hadrien was really excited to meet their new friend and see Esper again. He jumped when he heard the train whistle, and had his mummy not been holding his hand, he would have made a break for it, and possible be squished by the crowd. Klaus was trying not to laugh at his fellow classmates. Percy looked like he was ready to jump out the window, if not for Bastet keeping him seated. Timothy was very twitchy and Esper kept jumping up and down, which made the bell on his little elf hat jiggle. Crookshanks was the only calm one, besides Bastet, and seemed to be napping quite happily on the luggage rack. As they pulled into the station, the others got worse but wisely waited for the others to get off first. Bill and Charlie stopped by briefly to wish them a happy Yule, which Percy returned in kind before staring out the window. Klaus was positive that the redhead was looking for his family. Once most of the students had gotten off the train, Klaus watched Percy and Timothy fall over each other just to get out the door and off the train. He chuckled at them and calmly followed behind with Bastet and Crookshanks. They both literally fell off the train, Esper landing on them before taking off into the small crowd that was still there, and groaned in pain. Klaus managed to get off without stepping on them, and as he had knowing for he simply laughed at them. He stopped though when he heard bells. Klaus looked up expecting to see Esper running back to them, but instead saw a little girl wearing a green dress and a little green elf's hat that matched Esper. Percy, Timmy, both boys swiftly looked up and tried to stand up first. After a few seconds of fighting each other, Percy was the victor and scooped the little girl up. "Hattie, I so happy to see you. I missed seeing your cute little face in the morning." Klaus, feeling a little jealous for some reason, cleared his throat to get the redhead's attention. "Percy, who is this?" he asked while trying to force a polite smile. "I most not have look." Ed right because Percy shot him a confused look. "This is my little brother Hadrien. I know I've told you about him and I was almost sure I'd shown you a picture." He blushed heavily at the reminder. "Yes, you did. I just guess my mind didn't make the connection. In the picture he was wearing pants and an oriental-styled shirt." Which was true. Percy had said that the picture was taken when Hadrien had been training with their mum. Percy smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I guess I should have showed you a different picture. Hadrien looks completely different when he wears his training clothes versus when he wears his dresses. Hadrien, this is my friend Klaus and he'll be spending Yule break with us." The little raven looked at him shyly had waved. Klaus, who felt rather stupid for being jealous over such a cutie, smiled warmly and waved back. Hadrien blushed heavily and hid his face in Percy's chest. "Don't take it personally, Hadrien. Really shy around new people. Just give him a day or two and he'll be talking your ear off." Klaus chuckled and nodded in understanding. He'd been the same when he was much younger and still was, though not as bad as before. "It's fine. I'm sure once he feels comfortable around me I can bribe him to tell me all your secrets and embarrassing stories." Percy blushed while sputtering and Hadrien giggled before squeaking as he was taken from Percy. "Haddie, I've missed you. Percy, been so mean to me and wouldn't let me call you or talk to you when you called him." Timothy whined as Hadrien just giggled at him. Eventually, Percy had enough of Timothy whining and punched him in the side. The boys finally made their way over to Alan, Kanda, and Levi, who had stayed behind to talk to the other two, where Alan hugged both boys and warmly greeted Klaus before they left the station. Once at the order, the boys were herded to their rooms so they could put their stuff away. Klaus would be rooming with Percy, which the other didn't mind as he loved how many books the redhead had. By the time the boys were all settled it was time for dinner. Hadrien happily led an amused Klaus to the cafeteria where he was instructed on what was the best food to eat. Hey, RCY seemed to be embarrassed by his little brother's antics but Klaus just found it adorable. Once they had their food, Hadrien led them over to the adults where he sat in between an older-looking Percy and a graying brunette with glasses. Klaus sat next to Percy who sat next to Kanda. A few minutes later, Timothy wandered in and sat right next to Klaus. Small talk ensued and after a few minutes the older Percy look-alike spoke up. "Percy, has his school been?" Percy finished what he was chewing before he replied. "It's going well. It was a wise idea to only introduce a few new classes at a time. The older years had a bit of trouble getting used to them but have adjusted well. I think that you should think about offering more electives and offer the 6th and 7th years special tutoring for the electives they want. I'd also look into seeing if any masters or mistresses in their fields would offer apprenticeships to promising students. I know for a fact that 3 of the 7th year are. Avenclaws wish to make a career in magical oceanography but there are no masters or mistresses of the field in Europe. I also spoke with a 4th-year Slytherin and she wishes to carry on her grandmother's legacy by becoming a mistress in the field of enchanted crystals. But because she was placed in the House of the Serpent the only 2 masters in the field that reside in England won't take her on." The Percy look-alike, Cross, nodded. "I'll bring it up with the board and if they agree, I'll reach out to my contacts and see what I can come up with." Which meant that he'd make the board agree and then reach out to his contacts. Read. People who want to stick it to the idiots of England and get the apprenticeships. Small talk ensued once more before Hadrien spoke up and all but gave Percy a heart attack. "So Klaus, do you want to hear about the time Percy got his head stuck in the toilet?" Everyone chuckled at the horrified look on Percy's face while Klaus laughed. After dinner the boys were sent to bed. Though halfway through the night Hadrien snuck into Percy's room and fell asleep between the 2 older boys. All 3 were woken up by Chess, who was running from Roland, who was running from Fener. It took Bastard beating the crud out of the 2 mutts to get them to stop running all over the room. She liked her beauty sleep, thank you very much. Once the boys were dressed, Hadrien dragged them to the cafeteria with the promise of making them special Yule break pancakes. "Hadrien, you know you're not allowed to cook by yourself," Percy stated sternly as they entered the cafeteria. "Oh, but he won't be my little cutie pies. He'll be cooking with me." Jerry cheered as he scooped Hadrien up and twirled around. Plus, he's been working very hard on this recipe since last month. Hadrien nodded happily in agreement. Both older boys were told to set down, and 20 minutes later, Hadrien popped up with 2 plates full of pancakes. I made chocolate chip peppermint pancakes for Percy and gingerbread pancakes for Klaus. Both boys looked at the pancakes before taking a bite. Percy wasn't surprised at how good his were before he went to town, though it took Klaus a moment to get over how good his were and start eating again. This was how their days up until Yule started, and they were always dead tired by the end of the day. The morning of Yule went differently, however. Once again, Hadrien was asleep with Percy and Klaus, and instead of the animals waking them, it was Nim and Draco. All 3 boys shrieked when the other 2 landed on them, and once they realized what had happened, an all-out pillow fight ensued. Upon entering the room, Alan and Kanda were greeted with a face full of feathers. Needless to say, all 5 children spent the morning cleaning up their mess before they could open their gifts. It was nearing lunchtime by the time the kids had finished cleaning, and since no one had been assigned missions, they had to sleep in, so the kids really didn't miss anything. Alan and Kanda led the excited children down to the cafeteria and thanked all but worshipped Jerry when he handed them green tea and coffee. All the children were by the large tree. The Komui always managed to set up himself, and were whispering to each other. Jerry supplied them with their brunch, but they didn't move far from the tree or stop their whispering. Once all the adults had arrived, and were heavily supplied with coffee or tea by a cheerful Jerry, gifts were opened. The kids were excited by everything they got, and the adults laughed at some of the things they received from the other adults. Everything was going great, until Percy found a gift that had his name but not the who gifted it. "Mum, I found a gift with my name on it but not who it's from." Alan walked over, but didn't touch the package. "Dad, something doesn't feel right about this." Cross walked over to them and had them move off to the side. He pulled his wand and cast multiple spells on the package, one of which tore the wrapping paper that covered it. With the paper gone, it revealed that the gift was a knitted sweater. Why last spell the Cross cast hit the sweater and it started to glow a nasty green. Before twitching, everyone was shocked at the sight. Well, maybe not everyone. "Kill it with fire," Draco screamed before throwing a light match at it. But where he got said match, no one could say. The match hit the sweater and it started to twitch madly before being completely consumed by the now blue flames. The adults looked at each other in shock and confusion, while the kids looked at Draco like he was a god. After a few minutes it was Andy that broke the silence. "Lucius, I hate to tell you this, but I think Draco might be a little pyromaniac in the making." The others nodded as they watched said child cackling as the sweater continued to burn. Lucius looked at his only child, for now, and fought the urge to cry. He wanted to blame it on the black blood, but he knew for a fact that Rode was the one behind this new development. And he knew fully well that Severus encouraged them. The man was a bit of a pyromaniac himself. "I would try and disagree with you, but I know you're right. Let's just hope that this is the worst he gets, or Hogwarts might not be standing by the time he finishes his first year." The others silently agreed, but the more twisted of the group wished for the little blonde to get worse, if only to drive Dumblefuck nuts. Maybe next year they should get him a flamethrower. As if sensing what they were thinking, Draco cackle grew to a frightening degree. Hadrien, being the only child that was still standing next to the clearly mad boy, smiled innocently as he gave Draco things to burn. "Ah, Yule at the Black Order, may you never be boring." Dance class. Hadrien was nervously biting his bottom lip as Nikki and Link led him down the street. On Yule, his mummy and daddy told him that they had signed him up at the same dance studio Fleur went to, which was why he was now in Paris with Nikki and Link. "Hattie, is something wrong?" Looking up, Hadrien found Link looking at him in concern. "What if no one likes me?" he whispered as he looked down at his feet. Hadrien knew that not everyone thought that a boy wearing dresses was okay, and he had even seen people sneer at his mummy. Would the kids at the studio pick on him like the other kids used to? Hey, it's okay Hattie, there's no need to cry." Cry? Was he crying? Touching a hand to his face, he felt that his cheeks were wet. "No one's going to make fun of you, promise," Nikki said as he gently cleaned the raven's cheeks. Hadrien nodded shyly, but held his arms out. Nicky smiled at him and didn't hesitate to pick him up. Both men smiled at the nervous little boy and neither were worried about the studio. Alan and Kanda wouldn't have signed Hadrien up with them if they didn't know that it would be okay for their son. They had done research on the owners, plus Apolline had nothing but praise to say about it. "We're here, Hattie," Link told the child gently. Hadrien looked at the building in front of them and felt a little better. The building didn't look new, but it didn't look like it was falling apart either. It was made of red brick and had flower vines running up the walls. It looked cozy and had an air of peace about it. Link opened the front door and led Nick walking first. There were a few kids there already that seemed to be around Hadrien, age. Nick smiled softly when Hadrien tried to cling to him. "Hello, you two must be Nick and Link." "Yes," Alan called and tall. "D me that you'd be bringing young Hadrien with you today?" asked a gentle voice. Nick and Link looked in the direction the voice had come from and saw a silver-haired man wearing a traditional style blue yukata. "My name is Kurama. I'm one of the owners of the studio and mainly teach the older students tea ceremony and traditional Japanese dances. My husband is the one that will be teaching young Hadrien, but he's running a bit behind. He should be down here in a few minutes," Kurama said with a soft smile and left with a nod. "Hadrien, why don't you go say hello to the others?" Link whispered to the hidden child. Hadrien didn't seem too keen on the idea as he slowly walked towards the four girls. 3 were blonde and 1 was a light brunette. They all 4 looked at him and he froze like a deer in the headlights. Link, seeing this, walked up and kneeled down. "Hello ladies. This is my little brother Hadrien and he just started today and is rather nervous." The girls smiled warmly at them and introduced themselves. "My name is Grace and these are my sisters Becky and Lisa, we're triplets." Grace stated with a nod while her sisters waved. "My name is Jane and my older brother takes lessons from Mr. Kurama," she said with a rather bored look on her face. Hadrien wasn't sure how to react to her, but thankfully Becky seemed to understand. "Don't worry about her, her whole family's the same way. After a while, you'll be able to tell what she's thinking," Becky added with a grin. Feeling a little better about everything, Hadrien looked at the triplets. Is it hard for people to tell you apart?" Becky and Grace nodded while Lisa giggled. "Yeah, our parents tend to have us wear different colored bows, but we just switch them and they don't even notice," she added with a bitter smile. Hadrien, seeing the sad looks all 3 sisters were wearing, hugged them. "I'm sorry, I don't see how they can't see the difference between you 3, it's not like you're identical," he added with a confused scowl. The sisters looked puzzled, but before they could ask what Hadrien meant their teacher showed up. He was a tall raven-haired male that had a rather feminine face and was wearing a black, long-sleeved leotard with white tights and ballet slippers. Warm lavender eyes met emerald green and Hadrien gasped. That was Clara. Hadrien squealed and ran over to the man with a big smile on his face. "You played Clara in The Nutcracker. You were so pretty and really talented. Link and I love watching you dance." Hadrien, rambling was cut off by the man's soft chuckling. "Thank you little one, I'm flattered. Maybe one day you could be Clara if you work hard and practice. But how about we start on our lessons? And just call me Mr. Aaron, okay?" Hadrien nodded quickly and blushed before going back over to the girls, who smiled in amusement. "All right girls, since Hadrien just joining us, why don't you show him what we've been working on?" All 4 nodded happily and ran over to the balance bars mounted on the wall. They started on basic positions while Mr. Aaron told Hadrien what the positions were. After 3 hours, Hadrien had a decent understanding of the positio NS and promises from the girls to write him. It was a happy and tired Hadrien that arrived back at the order and after happily chattering Percy, ear off, he was put to bed. Alan smiled warmly at his passed-out son before closing the door. Apparently he had a lot of fun as he got over his shyness. "You said from his spot on the couch. That's good. I was worried that he might stress himself out. Link says that the teacher was a dancer in the Nutcracker that they all saw a few years back." According to him, it helped Hadrien open up. "You huffed when Alan landed on his lap and snuggled in. He takes after you in so many ways. I don't have a musical bone in my body. I'm almost jealous over how close you were with him," you said sounding slightly bitter. Alan turned around and glared lightly at his husband. You, Hadrien and I might share a love of music, but that little boy loves you just as much as he loves me. You are his daddy, the one that makes him feel safe when he has nightmares or he's feeling insecure. He loves watching you practice and he's even asked me if he can have a sword too. You, that little boy adores you and don't you doubt it. He stated firmly. You smiled softly at him and pulled him close. Thank you, Beansprout. Let's go to bed. I'm sure Hattie, going to wake us up early tay. Alan squeaked when you suddenly stood up and carried him bridal style to their room. Headache. Percy wasn't having a very good day so far. He woke up with a headache and couldn't get to Madame Pomfrey because some third-year idiots thought it would be a good idea to go into the Forbidden Forest and piss off a snake. Which bit them. So, he was forced to go to breakfast with a pounding headache. Thankfully his housemates seemed to understand what was going on and one of the older years cast a silencing charm around him. He thanked them silently and blocked out the light. Klaus was the one to lead him to his classes and they just made everything worse. Transfiguration was a joke as T3 students transfigured each other instead of their objects. Charms wasn't any better, as two female students got into a fight over who was prettier. Professor Flitwick had to break them up and escort them to the hospital wing. Thus, class was cancelled. Herbology ended before it could even start because a fourth year fell into the bubotuber and got undiluted pus on themselves. Now, they were on their way to potions. Percy sighed in relief as the cool dungeon air hit him. He felt like heck and really hoped that Uncle Sev would have something he could take. Percy, has it gotten worse? Klaus asked softly while rubbing the back of his neck. He moaned softly at the gentle touches and leaned his forehead against the cold stone wall. I think I'm going to be sick. Has Uncle Sev showed yet? Klaus shook his head and Percy felt like crying. Klaus looked worriedly at Percy as the redhead tried to meld with the wall. Timothy, can you watch Percy for a moment? I'm going to go find the professor. Timothy nodded and gently held on to the sick redhead. Once he was sure that Timothy had a good hold, Klaus let go and walked down the hallway to the professor's office. The portrait that guarded the office took one look at him and vanished. A moment later, Professor Snape appeared. Mr. Blackthorn, what can I do for you? Percy had a headache and it's now grown into a full-blown migraine. Timothy is helping him stand. But I'm positive that Percy, not going to last much longer. Klaus said quickly before speed walking back down the hall. Just in time to see Percy throw up. He sneered and some of the Hufflepuffs started laughing. What the heck is so funny about someone throwing up because they're in pain? Klaus hissed at them as he rubbed Percy back. The Hufflepuffs shut up and cowered when Professor Snape showed up. Severus had been finishing up a letter to Lucius when he was informed that Mr. Blackthorn was outside. When the Ravenclaw first year informed him that Percy had a nasty migraine and then ran off. He grabbed his potions bag and quickly followed. He knew that Alan sometimes suffered from nasty migraines, so to hear that Percy was suffering from one didn't come as much of a surprise. He arrived just in time to hear Mr. Blackthorn snapping at the Hufflepuffs before moving to comfort a sobbing Percy. Glaring at the Hufflepuffs as he passed, he made sure to make his voice as soft as possible. Percy, I'm going to pick you up and take you to my chambers. You can rest in there and I shall check on you after class, okay? Percy nodded slowly. I'm going to pick you up now. Wrap your arms around my neck. Once Severus was sure that Percy had a good hold around his neck, he stood slowly. He then turned and glared at the gathered students before opening the classroom door. In and don't touch, he hissed softly. Severus didn't stay to make sure that they listened as he wanted to get Percy settled and out of pain. Walking down the halls quickly, but gently, Severus couldn't help but smile when the portrait guarding his chambers came into sight. He wasn't sure how Cross had done it, but the man had found a portrait of his mother before she got sick. She saw them coming and didn't hesitate to open. He smiled at her in thanks. Before walking to his bedroom, he gently laid Percy down before walking to the bathroom to get a rag. After cleaning Percy, face off, he took off the boy's shoes, robes, and belt before tucking him in. He quietly shut the door before calling a house elf. Mimi, the little female house elf, popped in and looked up at him with wide chocolate brown eyes. What can Mimi be doing for Professor Snake? Mimi was one of the few house elves that had helped with children in the past, so Severus had no problem asking her to keep an eye on Percy. Mimi, I have a student in my room at the moment that needs rest. Do you remember me telling you about adopted nephew Percy? She nodded and got a big smile on her face. He is the one in there. I need to go teach my class and I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him, please. Mimi nodded quickly. Mimi will happily watch Professor Snake. Nephew. Does Professor Snake want Mimi to get him if nephew wakes up? He shook his head. No Mimi, that will not be necessary. If Percy wakes up and is still in a lot of pain, give him this and tell him to go back to sleep. Oh, N.D. The headmaster is not to be told about this. I want him nowhere near Percy when he can't protect himself. Mimi nodded sharply and frowned. Mimi will not tell bad headmaster. Elves no like him. Try to get us to put nasty things in students' food. Bad headmaster. Severus wasn't as shocked about that as he should be, but made a mental note to tell Cross about it later. Thank you Mimi. I'll be back once classes have ended. Mimi gave him a salute before walking into the bedroom. Severus chuckled at her antics before leaving the potions where he knew she would find them and left. Mimi was a good house elf. Even if her old masters didn't think so. She was relatively young for a house elf but was very smart and mature. Her old masters hadn't liked that and tried to beat it out of her. But when that failed, they gave her clothes. She hadn't minded, but was sad that she wouldn't be there for the young master. He was a very sad and lonely little boy and she was the only one to care for him. But when she arrived at Hogwarts, she hoped that she would see him again one day. Mimi normally walked in the kitchens with the odd cleaning jobs, but one day she was called. Professor Snake was the only one to call her and even loved her personality. She was brought from her thoughts by soft moaning. Looking up she found Professor Snake, nephew, moving around. Hopping off her chair, she went to the living room and got the potions before going back. Running back into the room, she squeaked when Mimi saw Professor Snake, nephew, trying to get up. No. Professor Snake said to stay in bed. Mimi be giving you potions once you wake. She frantically whispered while putting the boy back to bed. Professor Saki. Mimi nodded quickly while helping the boy take the potions. Professor Snake told Mimi to watch you while he was in class. Professor Snake said he'd be back after. Now sleep, Mimi be right here. Professor Snake. Nephew nodded slowly and then dropped right off. Mimi nodded in satisfaction and went back to her book. Professor Snake had given her children books to help her with her speech and even her writing. She had been so happy and even showed some of the other house elves. Some of them were shocked while others were intrigued and wanted to learn too. She became their unofficial teacher during the summer holidays and she loved it. Now, if she could only convince T.M. to wear uniforms and not freaking out when she did. Kanda can do the romance. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. Kanda Yu wasn't a romantic man by any stretch of the imagination. The one and only romantic thing he had ever done in his life was his wedding, and that was mainly for Alan. Their first date hadn't been romantic. How romantic can pizza followed by an attack be? Their following dates had followed a similar pattern. His proposal had been as far from romantic as could possibly be. The only reason honeymoon had gone off without a hitch was because the girls and Alan had done the major planning and set up. All he had to do was show up. So, for once in his life, Kanda Yu wanted to plan something romantic for his husband. Valentine's Day was right around the corner, and while it was cliché, it was also the only day he was able to get off. Freaking Komui and his smug-ass grin. He had arranged for Hadrien to spend the day with the Krobs, as Hadrien seemed to be friends with their son, and they were more than happy to have him over. After the excited 8-year-old was shipped off, Kanda made sure that everything was set before running off to get ready. Seeing as he was going to be spending the whole day out with Alan, Kanda dressed up, but not to the point of being in a tuxedo. He decided on a white button-up shirt with a black waistcoat and matching tie. A pair of black dress pants, his boots, and a coat similar in style to his black order coat, but without the order crest and red trim. After a bit of internal debate, Kanda decided to leave his hair up. Looking in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction and walked back into the bedroom. He checked the time and realized that he had another half-hour to wait until Alan got back. Sighing, he sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone to double-check his reservation time along with everything else. Alan was having a strange morning. Everyone kept shooting him secretive smiles and pointing. Normally he would simply ignore it and move on. However, it was the fact that Komui skipped up to him, giggling madly, and told him to have fun. Normal, this wouldn't be so odd, but it was the fact that Veryone started giggling like mad as well. So, now he was on edge and ran straight to his rooms. Maybe you would know what's going on. Upon entering, Alan noticed a box with a beautiful bouquet of different flowers. Ambrosia, arbutus, red and white camellia, forget-me-not, all flowers that meant love in some way. Alan smiled softly and gently touched the petals before opening the box. Inside was a card that was set on tissue paper. Bean Sprout, I know that I'm not the most romantic man in the world or the most openly affectionate. The only romantic thing I've probably ever done on my own was the day you let me take your virginity, and even then it wasn't that romantic. We both fell off the bed. I know that we go on dates and spend time together. I know that we love each other to the point we'd die for each other. Not long after we had gotten married, one of the newer finders asked you why you had agreed to marry a cold-hearted scumbag like me. You got this soft look on your face and said, to others, he may seem that way, but to me he is the most bullheaded and temperamental man I have ever met. And I wouldn't change that for the world. You say that you wouldn't change anything abo. Oop me, and I wouldn't change anything about you. I like that you're shorter than me, it makes it easier to cuddle you at night. But I know that sometimes you wish that I was a bit more romantic or show a bit more affection when out in public. So, after a bit of planning and promises to not stab Komui in his smug-ass face, I've arranged for us to spend the whole day out. In the box is a surprise that I know you'll like, so once you've gotten ready, meet me at the front gate. Love you. Alan chuckled and shook his head. That man. Setting the card down, he removed the tissue paper and pulled out a dress. It was a deep blue vintage-style lace dress with a V-neck. The lace was soft, and looking closer, he could see that there were tiny glass beads woven into the lace. Dresses like this were expensive, not to mention the fact that it had been tailored to fit him. The material in and of itself wasn't normal silk, it was the same type of silk that his dad's best dress shirts were made of. It was silk from some kind of rare spider in India. Shaking his head, Alan headed to the bedroom to get ready. Kanda was leaning against the wall when he heard someone coming. Looking up, he felt his mouth go dry at the sight of his gorgeous husband. Alan, hair was down, but some of it was pulled back so it wouldn't be in his face. The dress fit the younger man perfectly, so Kanda felt that it was money well spent. He was wearing the silver heart locket that Hadrien had gotten him for Mother's Day, which Alan took in stride along with the teasing. Since the air still had a slight chill to it, Alan was wearing a white long-sleeved waist jacket. He was also wearing white stockings, plus his favorite black high-heeled ankle boots. He got them from Japan when he went there on a mission with Cross. Alan smiled coyly at him and waltzed over. So, you want to be romantic on the most cliché day of the year. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to cover up some kind of guilt. Say, cheating perhaps, but you're too noble, plus you can't lie to me about something like that. So, what brought this on? Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Kanda chuckled and pulled his husband in for a kiss. Well, we haven't seen each other much lately, due to all the changes that have been going on. So, I threatened to unleash leniently on that idiot Komui if he didn't give us a joint day off. It was just unfortunate that he chose today. Stepping back, he offered Alan his arm, which the other took happily. Now, I have everything set up and all you need to do is enjoy. And enjoy they did. Kanda took Alan to many different places, including 3 different fairs. Alan had been surprised at how open Kanda was being through the whole day, but he didn't question it. The older man had made reservations at 3 different places. One was a little French restaurant owned by a cute little old couple. Both women fawned over Alan and all 3 showed each other pictures. The women showed Alan pictures of their grandkids, while Alan showed them pictures of Hadrien and Percy, pictures Kanda didn't even know Alan was carrying. After lunch, they did some window shopping before Nda led the way to another hole-in-the-wall shop. This time it was a little tea shop run by a charming Swiss woman and her son. They had only opened the shop a year ago, but their teas and herbal remedies were very popular. Alan purchased some of the tea blends before they left for Silver Chime Alley. Leaning into Alan sighed happily. The whole day had been amazing and so much fun. When was the last time they had done this? Just going out and acting like it was their first date all over again. He loved his children and his family, but it was nice to just spend alone time together. We should do this more often, he said softly, enjoying the pleasant night air. Yu hummed and kissed the top of his head. We really should. Maybe we could find a way to do this once a week. Say every Saturday. Hadrien could go to a friend's house or even stay with one of his many aunts and uncles. Alan chuckled. Don't forget the grandpas. Hadrien has been all but begging to stay with my dad. If it were anybody else, I'd be worried about what the little munchkin is learning. But Dad already stated that Hadrien was to remain pure until the end of time. Yu gruffly laughed. I'd have to agree with him. If I had it my way, Hadrien would never even have mates or know the word sex. Alan laughed and kissed his pouting husband. Think of it this way, you have every right to put the fear of God or any other deity into them. Plus you have death on your side too. Smile grew vicious and Alan had to laugh. They soon arrived at their last destination for the day and Alan chuckled. It was an Italian restaurant that they had had their fourth date at. It had started out fine, but then halfway through the evening another customer started having a fit because they wouldn't give him more whiskey. The idiot started throwing things and hit two of the waiters. It ended with Kanda putting the man at sword point while Alan cuffed him. Their food was ruined and ire night. The owner had felt terrible over the whole thing and had promised that the next time they came, everything was on the house. They had never gotten around to coming back, as the place was normally packed. It had taken Kanda weeks to finally get them a reservation, but the owner still remembered them. Said it was kind of hard to forget two exorcists saving his restaurant. When they walked in, they were greeted by a rather cheerful witch that led them to a table near the back. She gave them both menus and said someone would be with them shortly. Unlike the last time they had been there, no fights broke out and they got to enjoy their food. The owner visited them at one point and had happily thanked them over and over again. Soon they were on their way back to the order, laughing happily. They had never had so much fun, which came to a screeching halt when they saw their youngest surrounded by books, writing furiously, with a highly amused Nick and Link watching him. The two saw them and snickered, but it was Link that explained. Your son has broken the minds of quite a few purebloods today and may have just started a house elf revolution. Alan and Kanda looked at each other and then at their still furiously writing son. How much chaos had their son unknowingly caused within one day? Hadrien's unintentional choice. Part 1. Ethan Crabbe was a proud man who had strong beliefs, and had anyone tried to tell him years ago that he'd be playing host to the child that killed his ex-lord, he would have hexed them into oblivion. But yet here he was, waiting for one Hadrien Walker Kanda to arrive through his flow. When he had first heard about the child from his son, he didn't really know what to think. The Crabbe males weren't ones to show emotion openly nor their intelligence. Much like the Goyles, they were rumored to be related to trolls, which wasn't far off as they did have troll blood in the ancestry. Now heavily diluted, mind you. Plus no one's sure how it got there in the first place. But never before had he seen his son so excited. Vincent talked about the child for hours and had even blushed when his mother mentioned that the little raven had hugged him goodbye. After that ministry party, Vincent was more open and cheerful. He had nearly had a heart attack when he walked into his son's room a few weeks after and found the child surrounded by books. He had wanted to ask, but he feared that his son might take it the wrong way, so he quietly backed out. At dinner, he asked rather casually if Vincent had done anything interesting. After a bit of hesitation, his son took a deep breath and looked him right in the eye. I've been reading a few interesting books that Hadrien suggested. Ethan nodded calmly and asked what they were about. Once again, he was shocked to see how excited his son got. During one of his meetings with Caleb Guiol, the man subtle asked if Vincent had changed. Knowing full well what the other was really asking, he smiled and sipped his tea. As a bit concerned about it in the beginning. But I've never seen my son so happy before. If being friends with the Walker Kanda child makes my son so happy and carefree, who am I to argue? Just the other day I had a 3-hour conversation with him about charms. That's the longest conversation I've ever had with my son, where he wasn't all but begging to leave the room. Can you honestly tell me that you don't like the changes? Caleb looked shocked, but then it melted into a soft smile. No, my son has been opening up more and I can't say I mind. The other day he asked me if I could teach him how to dance. He trailed off with a laugh, causing Ethan to laugh as well. Vincent asked the same thing just the other day. I imagine that it has to do with Mr. Walker Kanda. Both men started laughing harder. But neither of them were laughing mockingly, just in amusement. So, now here he was a few years later, waiting to meet the miracle that brought his son to life, seeing as he was away every other time the child had come over. The flow flared to life and a little raven-haired child came spiting out. Ethan caught the child before he could fall and helped him straighten up. He could see why his son was so smitten now. The child had emerald green eyes that seemed too big for his face, and the scar just added to it. His hair was midnight black with white and it was in a French braid. He was wearing a white long-sleeved, button-up blouse that had a matching white Victorian ruffled tie that was pinned with a small version of the Black Order crest. The blouse was tucked into a black skirt that seemed to have a subtle design on the bottom. On his feet were black, low-heeled shoes. Overall, he looked like a little old-fashioned school teacher and the picture of a proper pureblood lady, even if he was a boy. The child smiled up at him shyly and curtsied. "Hello, Lord Crabbe, and thank you for having me over today." Ethan smiled and kneeled down. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Walker Kanda, though you can just call me Mr. Crabbe. Why don't you join the other children upstairs while I talk to your father?" The little raven nodded quickly and hugged his father before calmly walking upstairs. Standing back up, Ethan shook Mr. Walker Kanda hand. "Thank you for watching him. He's been rather excited about this all week." Mr. Walker Kanda stated with a chuckle, which Ethan returned. "Vince, NT, been the same, and it's my pleasure to have him. Vincent has blossomed since being friends with your son and I can't say I mind." Hadrien calmly walked through the halls and followed the sounds of talking. It wasn't hard to find the others, seeing as Chess had tagged along and was leading the way. Chess stopped in front of a set of double doors and Hadrien knocked. Not a moment later, Vincent opened one of the doors and smiled widely at him. "Hadrien, I didn't know that you had arrived. I asked my dad to tell me, but oh well. Come on in, we were just about to watch Draco and Blaze play wizard's chess," Vincent said happily as he offered his arm to the raven. Hadrien smiled brightly and took the offered arm. He laughed when Chess ran past them and perched herself on the arm of Blaze. "Chair. Okay, kid, let's beat the blonde-headed menace." Draco glared at her while Blaze found it funny. Hadrien rolled his eyes and giggled. "Chess, you didn't even ask Blaze if he wanted your help." "Zhu, because Grandpa taught you how to play, doesn't mean that you can just get involved in someone else's game." The Cheshire just rolled her eyes before looking at a highly amused Blaze. "Mr. Zabini, would you allow this humble kitty to help you defeat the blonde menace?" Blaze seemed to be having trouble with not laughing, but eventually he caved. "Yes, Chess, you can help me." Hadrien shook his head in amusement and giggled when he heard Draco grumble. "Accidentally step on her tail once and you're considered enemy number one." "Hello, Hadrien." The raven turned to his left and smiled warmly at Gregory. "Hi, Gregory, did you get the book I sent you?" The other nodded happily. "Yes, once I got started I couldn't put it down. My mother had to all but pry it out of my hands so I'd got to sleep." Hadrien laughed. "My daddy did the same thing. Once you finish it, I'll send you the next book in the series." The raven chirped happily. Gregory nodded. Hadrien walked over to Anne of the Couche and sat down to watch the war that was about to occur. His grandpa had indeed taught Chess how to play chess, plus a few other games. But the way he taught her was how to cheat, and yes, he taught her using a wizard's chess set. It was funny how not even the pieces noticed the cheating. And as he had predicted, Chess and Blaze won by cheating. Draco glared hard at both boy and feline. I don't know how you did it. But I know you cheated. Chess purred smugly and Blaze snickered. The amusement was short-lived by the doors being thrown open and a blur tackling Draco. Draki. Hadrien Watchadu. Girl from the ministry party all but chocked Draco as she tightened her hold on the blonde's neck. He reacted before thinking and pulled the horrid girl off him. What do you think you're doing? You could have killed him. Draco, are you okay? The Raven asked as he checked the blonde's neck carefully. Draco smiled softly and nodded. Yes, I'm fine, Hattie. Just a bit sore, but I do think it will bruise. The blonde added with a wince. Hadrien huffed and glared at the girl from the corner of his eye before looking back at Draco. Neck. Madam Blackwood has been teaching me wandless healing. I should be able to heal your neck before it truly bruises. Is that okay with you? Draco nodded happily and tilted his head to give Hadrien better access. Hadrien gently put his hands around Draco's neck and let his magic go. Normally doing this would tire him, but since it was just light bruising he'd be fine if not a little light-headed. A faint blue glow covered his hands and Draco's neck, before fading away. Hadrien gently touched the once red area and smiled in satisfaction when the other didn't wince even a little. Draco smiled at him before standing and offering his hand. Hadrien took it happily and brushed off his skirt. He then turned around and glared at the red-faced girl. You have a lot of nerve. You barge in here without permission, attack another person, and didn't even greet Vincent F. IRST, seeing as this is his home and room. You have absolutely no manners for someone that is supposed to be a lady of the noble house of Parkinson. Everyone stared at him in slight shock, but they CKLY recovered when the girl started shrieking at him. You're nothing but a mudblood and a freak. How dare you say such things to me? Hadrien calmly stared at her until she was done, before calmly speaking. I am no mudblood, as you so crassly stated. I am a pureblood, though not by your standards. My mother and grandfather are both powerful wizards, plus my grandfather is Lord Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, not to mention a general of the Black Order. My mother and father are both highly respected exorcists and have even been given honors by the Queen herself for their service. If that is not enough for you, then allow me to remind you that my mother is a lord 3 times over and my grandfather's heir. I have been taught proper etiquette by not only my grandfather but Dowager Longbottom as well. Your actions here today could not only make House Parkinson an enemy of 6 different houses on my side alone, but also houses Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, and Zabini. You would do well to remember your manners in the future or you're going to suffer severe consequences. He added mildly. Before she could start shrieking again, a house elf popped into the room with a tea tray. Hadrien zeroed in on the poor thing and shrieked. What on earth are you wearing? The sudden noise spoke the house elf and it dropped the tray. Oddly enough, this was the Raven's first time seeing one of the crab elves. Even after being at the manor multiple times. Midden. Bad. Must punish for making mess. And to Hadrien, horror, the house elf started to hit itself with the tray. He dashed over and okay the tray away from her and started to soothe her. No, Midden, you're not bad. I was the one that startled you, so it's my fault. SSHH, it's okay. Once Midden was calmed down, he gently pushed her back. And glared at the offending pillowcase. Now, why are you wearing such a horrid piece of cloth? You can't possibly enjoy wearing it. Midden looked highly confused and Hadrien could see that she didn't know what he was talking about. He gently patted her on the head and turned to glare at Vincent. Why is she wearing such a rag? Why is she not wearing a uniform that bears the House of Crab crest? And why is she speaking in broken English? Hadrien was now inches from a very nervous Vincent, who didn't know what to say. Thankfully, it was Gregory that came to his rescue. Hadrien, that's just how house elves are. Okay, maybe he wasn't that much help, but Hadrien did change targets. The Raven stomped over to his new target and started poking him in the chest. That is not how they are. My aunt, house elves are well-dressed, well-mannered, well-spoken, and all of them know at least 4 different languages each. Midden is a proud house elf of the House of Crab and should be dressed as such. Gregory nodded quickly and put his hands up in surrender. Hadrien huffed and walked back over to Midden and started taking her measurements. The poor house elf looked very confused, but didn't argue with him, thankfully. After a few minutes he smiled warmly at her. Midden, you are a proud elf of the House of Crab, yes? She nodded vigorously. I'm sure you would like to show it, yes? Again, she nodded vigorously. So, if I made you a uniform, you would wear it proudly. Midden looked unsure, so he elaborated. A uniform would show that you are a proud and proper house elf for the House of Crab. It would bear the house crest to show which house you work for. If your master were to greet a guest, would he greet them in a pillowcase? She got a look of horror on her face and quickly shook her head. Then why are you wearing one? You might not greet the guests, but you usually take care of the children, yes? Midden nodded and Hadrien could see that she was starting to understand what he was getting at. Then it's only right that you look your best. You have to make a good impression on those that will have future dealings with the House of Crab. Wearing a filthy pie, low case and speaking broken English won't do that. So, may I make you a proper uniform and help with your speech? Hadrien smiled gently at the thoughtful elf and grinned when she nodded sharply. Midden wants to be proper house elf. Wonderful. Chess, go home and get my sewing bag please. The Cheshire nodded with a smirk and vanished. A few minutes later, she reappeared with a medium-sized brown bag in her mouth. Hadrien took it happily and sat back down in front of Midden. First, we need to find the right cloth. So, here are a few samples of what I have in my bag. Feel those and tell me what you think. If you don't like any of them just say so. He added as he handed over the cloth samples to her. Standing back up, Hadrien looked over at the slightly frightened boys, completely ignoring Parkinson. Vincent, would you please call all of the house elves? It only seems right that I give them all uniforms. Said boy didn't even try and argue. An hour later, 15 house elves were sporting new uniforms. The 6 girls were wearing Victorian-style made uniforms with matching hats, seeing as bonnets wouldn't work well with their ears, and the 9 boys were wearing proper butler uniforms. The 2 head house elves, an old mated couple, were given special pocket watches to help keep everything on track. All the uniforms bared the House of Crab crest along with a different TCH that showed where they worked in the house. All the elves were admiring their new clothes and seemed rather pleased with them. Hadrien smiled happily and looked over at the others. It's not my best work by far, but it will do for now until I can get home to my sewing room. So, what do you think? They look far better now, yes. He finished smugly and scratched Chess under the chin. Gregory and Vincent were shocked. Blaise was highly impressed with the quick work, Draco had a dreamy look on his face, and the girl looked like she had swallowed a lemon. Her sour look quickly changed when one of the elves, Tiki, was called away. Know you're in trouble. Once Mr. Crab sees it he's going to make you pay. She sneered smugly at an unfazed Hadrien. Said Raven looked at her blankly and smiled calmly as Tiki popped back into the room. The nervous house elf looked at him and twisted his fingers. Master Crab wishes to be seeing's nice little Master Hattie. Hadrien nodded with a smile out the door. The others following not far behind. Hadrien's unintentional chews. Part 2. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. I meant to update on the 2nd, but got a nasty migraine. So I said, oh well, I'll just update tomorrow. Well, Mother Nature said, freak that. The past 2 weeks have been off and on thunderstorms and heavy winds. Blackouts, all but non-existent Wi-Fi, and to top it all off, a minor rotation that appeared over the church not far from my house. Sigh, this time I'm just adding 1 chapter, but I'm going to try and update every month whether it's just 1 chapter or 2. Hop. Fully this will help me be more consistent. Hadrien walked down the hall, head held high, towards the study. He wasn't afraid of what might happen, nor was he going to roll over should they try and intimidate him. Stopping in front of the closed door, he politely knocked and waited for an answer. Hearing Mr. Crab telling him to enter, he did so without hesitation. Ethan Crab had been rather hocked when he called for a house elf and it appeared wearing a uniform. The house elf looked rather nervous and twitched badly when he had asked it where it had gotten its uniform. He had expected to start stuttering or something similar, but instead, it straightened up and spoke with confidence. Tiki being wearing a uniform because Tiki wants to look like a proper house elf for the House of Crab. Little Master Hattie says Master Crab doesn't greet guests in pillowcase, so why should Tiki? The house elf, Tiki, stated with a nod. Ethan wasn't really sure what to say to that, so as Ked where, Little Master Hattie, had gotten the uniforms. This had the house elf, Tiki he had to remember, tearing up. Little Master Hattie be making them for us. They be wonderful, but Little Master Die be saying that it's not his best work. Tiki things that be amazing. Tiki can sew a patch right, but Little Master Hattie be making full uniforms. Tiki then got a dreamy look on his face. It was rather hard to tell the gender of younger elves, but since Tiki was wearing pants, Ethan would stick with he. Hearing a scuff to his left, Ethan looked at a sneering Lord Parkinson. Ethan, you can't honestly allow this atrocity. You'll be a laughing stock. Not to mention that little mudblood has no say in what you do with these creatures. Hearing that sweet and charming little boy be called a mudblood, had Ethan losing his patience. Parkinson wasn't even supposed to be here. If you ever utter that word in my home again, Lord Parkinson, I'll make your life very difficult. Hadrien is a charming child and acts more like a pure-blood lady than your poor excuse of a daughter. Tiki, inform Hadrien that I request in presence, please. He added after a moment. There was no denying that he liked the uniforms. He really just wanted to know the child's thoughts behind it. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. He called for Hadrien to enter and wasn't the Saint bit surprised to see him walk in with confidence and grace. Parkinson, however, looked rather shocked at the mudblood's graceful entrance while his daughter looked like a troll in comparison. Hotter. Ian walked right up to them and curtsied. Lord Crab, Lord Goyle, Lord Malfoy, Lady Zabini, and Lord Parkinson. Everyone, other than Parkinson, appeared rather pleased with Hadrien, manners. Hadrien, I do believe I told you to call me Mr. Crab, he added in amusement. Hadrien smiled shyly at him, but Ethan could see the mischief hidden within those emerald eyes. I requested your presence, Oh, I may ask about the uniforms it would appear that all of my house elves are now wearing. I'm not angry about it, simply curious as to why you made them. He saw the boy's pale and the annoyed look on Hadrien's face and wondered if he had done something he really shouldn't have. Well, for one thing, they are living, breathing creatures and deserve respect. You wouldn't hire a wizard or witch and expect them to wear rags, would you? Of course not. Secondly, it gives them confidence and makes them look much better. Can you honestly say that you would respect someone that can't even look after their staff properly simply because they're creature? Hadrien paused in his rant when Sophia raised her hand. Hadrien, dear, take a deep breath and tell us what you mean. Merlin bless that woman. He was going to spoil her next month when her birthday came around. The child took a deep breath and seemed to calm down a bit. What I mean is, that there are quite a few people in the world that have creature blood. My aunt has Vela blood which my cousins inherited, and I know for a fact that the House of Black has a long history of members coming into creature inheritances. If you have dealings with potential business partners that have creature blood, and they see how you treat your house elves, it doesn't give a very good impression of how you'll treat them. My aunt says that's one of the main reasons my uncle doesn't do business with anyone in Britain. Well, that and the inbreeding. Ethan, brain seemed to finally realize the reason he had lost so many business deals, before locking onto Hadrien, last statement. Inbreeding, he squeaked out. Hadrien nodded firmly. Grandpa said that the inbreeding was one of the main reasons so many purebloods were losing their magic. The House of Blah, CK is a good example of why inbreeding is a bad idea. Black madness is a real thing after all. Only the purebloods in Britain marry within the same family, and it's quite stupid. You're not strengthening your magic and bloodline. You're killing it. All of you have one child each, and you have never stopped to question why, while the Weasley family pops them out like rabbits. Witches and wizards outsee of Britain don't want anything to do with the damage you're causing to yourselves and your magic. For all they know, they're condemning their children to a future life of inbreeding. And don't even get me started on the whole blood purity thing that a lot of Purebloods believe in. You test any mundane born, and you'll see that they just come from a long line of squibs. Ethan tuned the child out as he continued his rant. The child made a lot of sense, and it filled in a lot of holes concerning his past business deals. Plus, the more he thought about it, the worse he began to feel. How much damage had he done to his son? While he and his wife weren't closely related, the thought still sent chills down his spine. Ethan looked at Lucius, who looked just as ill, before looking at the others. They looked just as shocked and ill, except for Parkinson, who looked like he wanted to kill the child. Ethan actually jumped when he heard the clock chime and was surprised to see how late it had gotten. Knowing that someone would be coming to get the child shortly, he gently got his attention. Hadrien, thank you for enlightening us today, but I do believe that someone will be here to collect you soon. Hadrien looked at the clock and nodded, a blush staining his face. Vincent, why don't you escort Hadrien to the flow? I believe he has given us adults a lot to think about. Vincent nodded quickly and led Hadrien from the room. The other children not far behind. Once the door was shut, Sophia started laughing her head off. That child would make a fierce politician. Ethan silently agreed, while hoping his brain didn't break from having his world turned upside down. Run, Fener. Sirius Black was staring at the newspaper before him and then at Hadrien. The whole front page was about Hadrien, rant from the other day. It wasn't a word-for-word statement, but it touched on every point Hadrien had been angry about. Not all of the article was good, there were some rather rude statements made. Thankfully, Hadrien's name wasn't mentioned once, so no one could be angry with him or the writer as not even their name was mentioned. He knew that the ministry wouldn't be happy with the article, the purebloods would do, but Sirius honestly couldn't argue with anything that has written. This was certainly going to shake things up. Uncle Siri, can you hand me that little black bottle? Without looking up, he wordlessly passed the bottle over. Thanks. He simply nodded and continued reading. Boom. Sirius jumped out of his skin and quickly looked over at the three children. Hadrien, Draco, and Luna were covered in soot and blinking owlishly at the cauldron in front of them. Bane says we added a drop too much of honeydew nectar. Luna and Hadrien nodded sharply before looking at the still bubbling potion. We might be able to fix it if we add powdered werewolf fang, but Uncle Sev used the rest of it last week on an experiment. Hadrien grumbled. Now, any sane man would simply go back to his paper and leave the children to their own devices, but Sirius Black was anything but sane. You do realize that you have a werewolf here, right? I'm sure Greyback would be more than happy to give you a fang. All three children suddenly looked rather feral and charged from the room. Outside, Fener Greyback was having a weird month. First he was attacked by werewolf hunters, that shouldn't even exist anymore. Then he was healed by an adorable child, not that he would ever admit that. Then he's somehow stuck in his wolf form, though he didn't mind that too much. He's then taken to the Black Order by said adorable child. Plus Lucius. Darn prick. Not long after that, he's taken to a dog show of all things. He'll never admit that he found it kind of fun. Overall, his life had become incredible weird. But he didn't mind too much. He was currently outside enjoying the cool weather as he had nothing better to do. Roland was off getting a checkup and Chess was off doing God knows what. Which was fine with him seeing as the cat freaked him out. Some of the exorcists and wizards had tried to turn him back to normal this morning, but nothing had worked yet, so now they were trying to get in touch with Scarlet. So again, he had nothing better to do. Fener cracked an eye open when he heard soft giggling. Looking around, he spotted Blueberry peeking out of a bush. He kept an eye on the rodent but pretended to be asleep still. Blueberry chittered a bit before going back into his bush. Fener still kept an eye on said bush because if Blueberry was outside that meant so were the kids. Not a minute later, he saw Luna peeking out at him followed by Draco. Both had a determined look on their faces, which set him on edge. Unfortunately, he wasn't watching out for Hadrien who was above him in the tree. In the lab. www. Sirius blinked stupidly at the sudden noise before shrugging it off. I'm sure it's fine, he stated calmly before going back to his paper. Outside, Fener was whimpering softly and bemoaning his lost fang. Darn sneaky kids. Said kids were grinding their prize into a fine powder before adding to Bane, who Draco had brought with them. Alright, if we add 2 teaspoons of Fang to the potion, it should fix itself and then we just need to let it simmer for 10 minutes. The blonde stated before gently adding the Fang. All 3 children watched as the once slim green potion slowing turned opal. Pleased with the outcome, the kids left Bane to simmer and curled up with Fener. If it makes you feel better, the potion we're making is for you. Luna chirped happily at the grumbling werewolf. Said werewolf mockingly snapped at her before settling back down for a nap. 10 minutes later Fener was woken up by a sweet scent. Sleepy eyes blinked open and focused on the bowl in front of him. Looking up he found all 3 kids smiling at him. The potion's done and it should turn you back to normal. Cautiously, Fener lapped up the potion and was surprised that it didn't taste like ass. Once he finished the potion, he started to feel a bit fuzzy and sleepy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his own mind. Looking around the forest, he didn't feel uneasy or out of place like he normally did. A soft growling had him turning around and not far from him was his wolf. It looked healthy and for once, he didn't feel an intense bloodlust. Come to think of it, he hadn't felt that since he came to the Order. He blinked owlishly at his wolf and truly looked at it for the first time. It actually looked like a wolf, if not a bit bigger. Before when he had seen it, it didn't look like a true wolf. It looked sickly sometimes and even had missing patches of fur. Fener suddenly felt tired again and as his mind started to fog, he had one thought. Have these kids done the impossible? In the real world, Hadrien, Draco, and Luna smiled proudly at the now very naked man that was laying on the ground. Do you think it worked like we planned? Hadrien asked the other 2. Bane says that we did everything right, but we won't know for sure until Fener wakes up. Luna nodded in agreement before walking back to the Order. I'm going to let Grandpa Panda know that we need help and clothes, she added cheerfully with Blueberry on her head. Both boys watched her leave before settling on the ground and waiting for Fener to wake up. Chapter 38, Chapter Notes. Sorry for the delay, I was going to update last Sunday, but I had a headache. Then I spent the rest of the week playing Minecraft with my sister. I'll be updating again at the end of the month on the 29th, so look forward to that. I know it's rather short, but I'll be making it up to all of you at the end of the month. 3. See the end of the chapter for more. Severus Snape wasn't an easy man to surprise. He had seen many things while working at Hogwarts, from students being turned into various objects, to furniture trying to give people lap dances. After seeing all that, he honestly thought nothing could surprise him anymore. So when Black flowed him, saying how the children had done the impossible, he thought the man was joking but came to the Order anyway. When he arrived, he spotted Luna, Hadrien, and Draco sitting in front of Bane while Black, Alan, and a human Fener watched them. I see that you are back to normal, Fener. May I ask how that happened? Severus asked with mild curiosity. The man snorted in amusement and pointed at the kids. Ask them. All 3 children looked up at them briefly before focusing back on their potion. Severus walked over to them and looked down at the potion as well. It was the color of opal and had a rather pleasant scent to it. His brow furrowed as he tried to figure out what potion they had made, but he drew a blank. Children, what is this? Luna looked up at him with a dreamy smile and giggled. We fixed the wolf in his head. It was very hurt and lonely, someone muddled up his mind and made him act mean. It wasn't very nice. No, she stated sadly while shaking her head. Severus blinked owlishly at her before looking to the 2 boys for translation, which Draco gave. We Origina, LLY made the potion to change Fener back to normal, but when Percy was back for Yule, he and Data noticed that something was off with him. So, after some testing we found that someone had messed with his wolf. There were quite a few nasty spells on him that were recharged every full moon so that they never faded. As we were making the original potion, Bane told us how to change it so that it will erase the spells and make it so that they can't be reapplied. The added bonus is that he can now change whenever he wants to. Severus was in awe and it showed on his face. These 3 had, in a sense, created a cure for lycanthropy in only a few months, something he had been trying to do for years. If I understand you correctly, You three have just created a cure for lycanthropy. Do you know what this means? Severus exclaimed before turning to Alan. Do you think your father would help us with the ministry? If we can have this potion put through clinical testing to prove that it's not just a one-off, we'd be saving so many lives of other people but the lives of the werewolves themselves. If possible, I'd like to talk to Kamui about using the Black Order for the testing. I have no doubt that there will be people out there that would try and sabotage the testing. Alan nodded and pulled out his phone to shoot a quick text to both men. After a few minutes, he got a reply from both. My dad would be more than happy to help out with the ministry, and Kamui said that it would be fine if you want to hold the testing here. He wants to talk to you later so that you two can iron out the details. He's not overly busy, so it's just whenever you have the time. Severus nodded and mentally checked his schedule. The end of term is in 2 weeks, so that should give Cross enough time to deal with the ministry. If he has the time, we can talk about it a week after the end of term. Alan nodded and fired off another text before putting his phone away. Will the kids be involved in this too? Severus nodded as he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. I want them involved, just not publicly at the moment as it would be far too dangerous for them. I'd also like Percy to be involved seeing as he was part of the process. All right, I'll speak with you about this too, but I don't have a problem with it and I'm sure the kids would love it. All three kids nodded quickly and seemed incredibly pleased with the idea. Severus quickly wrote something down before putting the notebook away. Black, if possible, contact Lupin and ask him to volunteer for the testing. He's a calm man and I've seen him transformed before, so I'd notice if there was something off as would you. I'm sure Greyback can talk to his pack about volunteers as well. The man nodded in agreement and seemed to be in thought about who to ask. I need to head back to Hogwarts for now, but I'll send Kamui and Cross a rough draft of how I plan to set things up. Alan nodded and said he'd inform the other men as Severus left back for the school. Once in his private chambers, he flopped on the couch and stared at the ceiling. This was going to be a huge change for the wizarding world if it succeeded, but not everyone would be happy about it. One Albus Dumbledore came to mind. That man may act like he cares, but it was just a front. Severus knew what the man was capable of and how manipulative he was. He didn't care about creatures but made others believe that he did. Heck, he was responsible for quite a few laws that made their lives harder. Fortunately, the old scumbag didn't have as much power anymore thanks to Cross taking back the seats the old fool stole. It would take time to undo the damage he'd already caused, but Severus had faith in Cross. With the added help of this potion, it would speed the process up and then most of the werewolf laws that had been passed would be useless. With this thought in mind, Severus laid down with a smile on his face. Chapter end notes. Next chapters. Going to focus on Hadrien and his mates. I might split the chapter depending on how I have things go. Date Part 1. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Hadrien was all but bouncing out of his skin while waiting for the train to arrive. His mummy was talking to Uncle Lucy, while Daddy was glaring at a red-headed lady. She had started yelling at them, but one look from Daddy and Roland had her scurrying away. He was super excited to see Percy and Timothy. Playing with his friends was fun and all, but he had really missed them both. After what felt like forever, the train pulled into the station. Hadrien climbed onto Roland's back and tried to look through the train windows. He didn't spot them right away, but he soon spotted Esper jumping around in one of the windows closest to the exit. Mummy, I see Esper in the window. Hadrien shouted in excitement while gently tugging on his mummy's hand. Yes honey, I see him too, but we have to wait for them to come to us, remember? Mum, why doesn't want you getting lost in the crowds? Hadrien nodded, but just couldn't stay still. It felt like forever before they finally came over. Percy, Timmy, I missed you so much. He tackled Percy in a hug first before moving on to Timmy. I missed you too, Haddie. I felt so alone the whole time I was there. Timmy cried dramatically while Percy rolled his eyes. Don't be so dramatic. You were perfectly fine the entire time we were there. You even stated that Hogwarts food was better than Haddie cooking. Percy stated with a malicious smile, knowing very well that that was a lie, but he wanted his little Haddie away from the Blue Menace. The effect was instant as Hadrien looked up at Timothy with cheery green eyes. Timmy, is that true? You like the school food better. Do you not like me anymore? By now Hadrien was crying, much to the both boys' horror. No, no, no. Hattie, I love your cooking. Hogwarts had nothing but greasy food and it sat heavy in my stomach all the time. I would have given my left leg for your amazing cooking. It was actually one of the things he and Percy had planned on bring up with General Cross. The food was good, but far too greasy and wholly unhealthy for everyday consumption. Hadrien had stopped crying by now, but still seemed rather cheery, which Percy felt guilty about. So, you don't hate me? Timothy smiled stupidly. No, Hadrien, I don't hate you and they've been dreaming about your cooking for weeks. The little raven blushed heavily before looking at Percy. Why did you lie? He asked softly, hurt clear in his eyes. Percy blushed and looked at the ground, scuffing his shoe on the floor. I was jealous. You didn't even hug me for a full second before moving on to Timothy. Hadrien, eyes went wide and he quickly moved over to the redhead. Sorry Percy, didn't mean to. Percy hugged him right back. I know you didn't, little Hattie. Off to the side, the adults were watching them and were torn over whether it was funny or cute. Once they were all back at the order, Cross gathered Bookman, Levi, Percy, Timothy, and Amelia in Komui's office. I've already heard a little bit about your first year from a rather excited Hadrien. What's this about the food I hear? Percy and Timothy wrinkled their noses as did the others. We only thought that it was for the welcoming feast, but every day, it was one heavily greasy feast after another. Not even breakfast was safe. We eventually had to beg Professor Flitwick to tell us where the kitchens were so that we could finally get something healthy. Don't even get me started on the bullying that goes on. The professors try and stay on top of it, but Dumbledore makes it next to impossible. He even rewarded the Gryffindors for it and the professors could do nothing. Percy shouted in frustration. Bookman nodded in agreement. It is very disturbing to witness. 3 7th years almost killed a first-year Slytherin when they tripped her down the stairs. Had Amelia not been there, the little IRL would have been dead and all Dumbledore did was give them a slap on the wrist while Professor McGonagall tried to have them expelled as it wasn't their first offense. She was livid and wrote the boys' parents, informing them that their sons had almost murdered an 11-year-old little girl. They had stormed the castle the very next day and took all 3 home. The boys had tried to reason that they had only tripped a Slytherin. But that only made their parents angrier. Cross didn't look at all pleased with the news, but held his tongue on the subject for now. Is there anything else? Percy nodded sharply. Some of the students are giving Aunt Apolline a hard time. Most of them are from light families and seem determined to ruin her classes. Dumbledore hasn't been helping either. Aunt Apolline keeps finding listening charms all over her office and in her classroom. I even saw Dumbledore try to corner her and demand that she tell him which students she's been talking to privately. I was sure she was going LLED her away saying that I really needed her help with something. If you want the full story, you'd have to ask her. Other than that, everything seems to be fine for now. The others nodded in agreement before Bookman, Levi, and Amelia handed Komui their reports about what happened over the school year. From just skimming the first page, I can already tell that we're going to have to do something about Dumbledore influence. He has control of too many things and I don't like what we're finding. Cross, how are things going at the Ministry with Severus clinical trials? Dumbledore tried to stick his nose in, but I quickly slammed the door in his face before he could even come in. He wasn't pleased, but Fudge was more than willing to work with us on this seeing as he wants to still look good to the papers. If this doesn't work though, there isn't a doubt in my mind that he'll turn on us in a heartbeat. However, I have everything taken care of and fully legal, Cross said absently as he skimmed the reports. We just need to wait for Severus to hand over his plans and we can go from there. Komui nodded and sipped his coffee, but spit it out when he was reading over Bookman's report. This has to be some kind of joke, right? There's no possible way that this is accurate. Bookman shook his head knowing very well what Komui was reading. Unfortunately, it's completely true. I did the testing myself. Since we were there last, the wards have fallen to the bare minimum and even then they're a joke. The only wards that haven't been touched were Those put up by the founders, themselves. I wasn't able to see what they all did, but I knew that Dumbledore wasn't happy about them being up. Even the wards around the forest have been taken down, allowing anyone to simply wander in. Komui sighed and put his head in his hands. The man is a menace. See if the goblins would be willing to take care of the wards and have it be discreet. There's no reason to alert Dumbledore to their placement, and he can't do anything about it seeing as Cross basically owns the school. Everyone nodded in agreement before the boys were set free. A date with Timothy. It had been a few weeks since they had been back from school, and finally Timothy was able to get Hadrien alone. Every other time he had tried, Percy would pop out of nowhere and snatch the raven away. Today was the day that he was going to ask Hadrien out on a date. Now if only he could actually get the words out. Hadrien wasn't sure why Timmy was staring at him and sputtering, but apparently Iris did. Because he could hear her laughing in his head. Timmy, are you okay? Do you need to go see Madame Blackwood? The older boy's face turned neon red and Hadrien could swear that he saw smoke coming out of his ears. I'm okay, Haddie, Hadrien, do you? Hadrien, would you like to go on a date with me? Since Timothy had his eyes squeezed shut, he didn't see the blush that flooded Hadrien's face. Nor did he see Alan quickly herding Kanda and Percy from the cafeteria. Timothy felt himself deflating the longer Hadrien stayed silent. So he yelped manly when he found Rhodes staring at him when he finally opened his eyes. So, you want to take Haddie on a date? Where were you planning on going? Who's going with you? Did you ask for permission first? Are you going to act like a gentleman? Well, answer me, he sputtered stupidly, not knowing what to answer first, when Alan came to his rescue. Rhodes, be nice. Yes, he asked me for permission. He was going to take him to a little cafe in Silver Chime Alley. Bookman is going with them as he needed to get a few things. I'm also sure he will be a perfect gentleman, Alan stated charmingly before handing Hadrien over to the Noah. Now, why don't you go help him get ready? The Hatter normally does, but he seems to be absent at the moment. Timothy sighed in relief when Rhodes nodded and escorted Hadrien out of the room. Before he could relax though, Alan grabbed his shoulder. I would subject leaving soon. I can only keep you and Percy occupied for so long. He nodded quickly at the older man, before quickly leaving for his room so he could get ready. Bookman was watching Timothy in amusement. The poor boy had been pacing in front of the gate for the last 10 minutes. Rhodes seemed to be taking her time getting the little raven-haired child ready, and it was making the boy twitchy. Had he been a lesser man, he would have poked the boy with a proverbial stick, just to rile him up. However, this was Hadrien's first true date and he didn't want to mess it up for the child. If you don't stop pacing, you'll ruin your clothes. The blue-haired boy stopped, but he continued to tap his well-polished shoe. To Bookman's surprise, Timothy was actually dressed rather nicely. He was wearing a white button-up shirt with a gray vest and red tie, black dress pants, and a pair of black dress shoes. At one point, Timothy had been wearing his tie propre RLY but had loosened it not too long ago. Bookman was impressed that the boy was still wearing it at all. He was brought from his musings as the small side gate opened. Rhodes came out first and glared hard at Timothy, which had the boy twitching. After a minute or two, she moved to the side and Hadrien came out. If anyone had had any doubt that Hadrien was Alan and Kanda's son, this image right here would have been undeniable proof. Long black hair that was softly curled, high pale cheek, bones stained with a rosy blush, and a shy smile that mirrored Alan, in every way. Bookman knew that the child would be a heartbreaker when he got older, and now at the age of 8, he was already starting to show it. Timothy had to stop from swallowing his tongue when he finally saw Hadrien. The younger boy was dressed in a white flowing sundress and it made him look like an angel. Clearing his throat, Timothy held out his hand in offer. Hadrien blushed shyly and took it, only growing redder when Timothy placed a kiss on the back of his hand. You look lovely, Hadrien. Are you ready to go? The little raven nodded happily, though he wasn't really looking at him straight on. Their journey to the alley was short but not silent. Timothy was chattering on about the cafe he had picked and how Hadrien was simply going to love it. Bookman was watching the two with a soft smile, while Hadrien was T shyly nodding along to what Timothy was saying. By the time they reached the cafe, Hadrien was more comfortable and was actually responding to Timothy, chatter. I'll be a few shops down. When you two are done, you are to stay at the cafe until I come back. Do I make myself clear? Both children nodded before heading inside. Hadrien looked around nervously at the cafe. It was rather warm and cozy, with soft blue walls covered in an enchanted garden scene. There weren't too many people inside, a few people here and there, a little old couple sitting close to the front window. He saw two waiters, S's talking to someone in the kitchen, most likely the chef, before the tall brunette waitress spotted them. She smiled brightly and made her way back up front. Hi, welcome to Mimi's Garden. My name is Trixie and I'll be your waitress. If you'll follow me, I can get you seated. Would you like to be seated inside or outside? Trixie asked cheerfully, the smile never leaving her face. Outside please. It's our first time here. But a classmate of mine has said great things about your garden. Timmy added as he followed behind the waitress. Oh, how wonderful. I hope we live up to your expectations. Though I do ask that you not chase or torment the garden's inhabitants, Trixie stated sternly as she opened a stained glass mosaic door. Hadrien stared in awe and had to stop himself from rushing in. The garden was huge and filled with all kinds of flowers and animals. Bird song filled the air along with the soft chatter of other people seated in the garden. He was so amazed that he didn't noticed him a table that was amongst multicolored roses. So he was quite startled when a chair was pulled out for him. Timmy was smiling in amusement but didn't say anything, much to Hadrien's relief. Their date was amazing and ended wonderfully. Hadrien enjoyed himself the whole time and Timothy enjoyed watching him. They spent a good 2 hours in the garden simply talking and catching up on what they had missed. Timothy talked about his time at the school, while Hadrien talked about his training and spending time with his friends. Timothy had a good laugh about Hadrien, rant about blood, status and the treatment of house elves. Bookman had to come and collect them when he arrived back at the cafe and they weren't waiting for him. Overall, it was an amazing day and an amazing date. Chapter end notes. I've decided that Hadrien's only going to have 4 mates, not 5 like I originally planned on. It's not going to affect anything really, but if I mentioned in story that he will have 5, can you let me know so I can go back and change it? Thanks. Date Part 2. Chapter notes. Happy Thanksgiving. See the end of the chapter for more. Tiki had heard about Hadrien and the Blue Brat's date and wanted his own. The Earl had had him doing a lot of cleanup lately, so he hadn't been able to spend time with his little rabbit. While this upset the 8-year-old, it pleased the adults, Cross and Kanda in general. So now, after almost a week of trying to convince the 2 men to let him take the little rabbit on a date, it was surprisingly Percy that argued on his behalf. Timothy got to have a date with him and it's not like Tiki will hurt him or anything. Quite frankly, I like him more than the Blue Brat and wouldn't hesitate to leave Hattie in his care. Cross and Kanda looked like tea. Hay had swallowed lemons while Alan looked pleased with the argument that had been made. Tiki was just pleased that he didn't need to argue his case, seeing as he most likely would have lied through his ass on quite a few things. I was simply going to take him to a magical botanical garden that was located in Tokyo. Before you say anything, Scarlet will be there too, due to the fact that the Earl helped build the garden. He has a surprisingly good green thumb. Once again, Cross and Kanda looked like they swallowed a lemon while Alan and Percy seemed very pleased with the choice. In the end, Hadrien was thrilled to go. Much to Tiki, great delight and the others' muttered protests. Hadrien was thrilled to go on a date with Tiki, seeing as Tiki was far older than him. It would be weird to say that they were going on a date. The garden was just outside of the city of Tokyo and was called 50 Shades of Green, which seemed to be funny to Percy and his mummy. Tiki said that it was a nerd thing, but didn't that mean that the Noah was a nerd for knowing what was so funny about the name? A tap on his shoulder brought him from his musings and he looked up to find Tiki smiling at him. You ready to go in? He nodded happily and took the Noah's hand. There were a few people wandering around along with some waiters passing out drinks. Right now the garden was going through a soft opening, so that meant that a lot of the people there had been invited for special reasons. Hadrien actually recognized quite a few people. Therein most of them dealt with plants on a daily basis. Al had books written by some of the people there, maybe he could get some of their autographs for him. Rabbit, you alright? You've been very quiet. Blinking a few times, Hadrien smiled shyly and fidgeted with the sleeve of his kimono. Rode said that he had to dress up since it was technically a private party disguised as a soft opening. The Earl loved throwing fancy parties and would use any excuse to do so. Which meant that Hadrien was dressed up in a nice spring-themed kimono with his hair up and Tiki was wearing his trademark suit and top hat. I'm just a little nervous, I guess. The ONLY parties I've been to were at the Order or were birthday parties. There's just a lot of people around that I don't know. Tiki hummed before kneeling so he could be level with Hadrien. Don't worry about them too much as we aren't really part of the soft opening. I brought you here so we could spend some time together and it just so happens that there are some other people here too. He then said for a moment and pulled a tease out of nowhere which he then placed in Hadrien's hair. There, so if we somehow magically get separated, I can find you in a matter of seconds. He blushed and gently ran his fingers over the butterfly-shaped golem. Thank you, Tiki. The Noah just chuckled before standing back up. Just like Tiki had said, they didn't hang around the party too long before wandering off into the gardens. They were beautiful and Hadrien couldn't get enough, especially when they found the magical plants that were dotted around the gardens. At one point Tiki had almost lost the rave end to a grouping of vines that seemed determined to adopt the sweet child that kept complimenting them. Later when Tiki retold the story to Percy and Alan, the two would be unable to breath properly. UCH to Hadrien, confusion and Tiki, amusement. As they wandered through the gardens, they'd briefly catch sight of Scarlet or the Earl and sometimes both of them together. Scarlet never looked over. Why impressed and the Earl seemed to be running from her, which seemed to be easier without the clown costume. Hadrien had seen him in a handful of times. The one time they had actually gotten a chance to speak with the woman. She had simply stated that the Earl was refusing to do his paperwork and was using the garden to hide from her and Mr. Alan. After the handful of times that Alan had visited the Order to talk to Cross or Komui, it had just been easier to call their Alan by his name and her Alan, Mr. Alan, so that there was no confusion for the kids or the paperwork. Tiki had simply snorted and said good luck, while Hadrien asked the vines if they'd help. Naturally, they did. Once the Earl was caught, the garden seemed much more peaceful and enchanting. So by the time Tiki brought Hadrien home, the little raven was fast asleep with the tease still in his hair. Chess wasn't pleased with the intruder and chased it around Hadrien's room, while Roland didn't seem to care very much. Midnight, who was spending the summer in the Order so he could stay with Hadrien, just watched it for a few minutes before going back to sleep. Eventually, Chess gave up and went to sleep, leaving the tease to its perch on the headboard. Wait. Hadrien had been having a great time hanging out with both Timothy and Tiki, but for some reason they wouldn't hang out with him at the same time. His Ummy said that it was just them being weird, but his daddy said that they were just being idiots. So, he went to his grandpa for advice, seeing as he had a lot of friends that didn't mind hang out together. At first his grandpa laughed for a couple of minutes before taking their talk seriously, and he had the perfect idea, though he was confused as to why his grandpa started laughing like an evil villain. Tiki and Timothy were glaring at each other, both not wanting the other to be there. Hadrien had sent them invitations for a date, but what they didn't know was that it was a date between the three of them. So now they were glaring at each other while waiting for the little raven. Don't you have school work to do or something, little boy? Tiki said with an absent wave of his hand. Timothy glared at the Noah before scoffing. Don't you have wayward lovers pinning after you or something? Seems a little weird that you'd spend time with an 8-year-old. Most would call you a creeper and not the green hissing kind. Tiki shot him a smug look and brushed off some imaginary lint. Funny you say that, seeing as Percy willingly admitted that he'd rather leave Hadrien in my care than yours. Timothy flinched as if he had been physically hit. It was't by now that it wasn't Kanda or Alan. Approval that you needed when it came to Hadrien. Love life, it was Percy. The little red head was terrifying when it came to his little brother, and both males knew this well. Before Timothy could fire back, Hadrien came running at them with a big smile on his face. You're both here. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. He muttered quietly while staring at the grass between his toes. Timothy, still shaken by Tiki, comment, just opened and closed his mouth like a fish. Tiki had no such problem though. I was more than happy to come. Though I must ask why we're outside. Hadrien brightened up and started giggling. Grandpa has been teaching me how to use a gun if I'm ever in a position that I have no choice but to use one. Mummy said that I couldn't use a real gun and Grandpa agreed, so he got me something that I could use instead. He then pulled something from behind his back. Both Tyk. I and Timothy paled rapidly when they saw the paintball gun in the Raven's hands. They then looked around for the first time and paled even more. Tree after tree was covered in paint and Cross wasn't far off, looking at them like they were prey. Neither of them were dressed for something like this, and while it wouldn't kill them, it would still hurt like freaking heck. Hadrien, dear, we were not informed of this and are not dressed appropriately. Tiki trailed off, hoping that Hadrien would see reason even with his grandfather there. Timothy actually looked torn between wanting to shoot the N.O. or fainting over the thought of being shot. Hadrien looked at them fully and his eyes widened when he saw that yes, they weren't dressed for this. Tiki was in a suit and Timothy was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. He quickly turned to the older man and glared. Grandpa, you said that they knew what we were doing. Cross gazed at them innocently and smiled sheepishly. I guess I was wrong. That doesn't mean that they can't watch you practice seeing as you're already dressed. The older man innocently stated while grinning at the other two. I guess that's okay, we'd still be hanging out together. Hadrien stated slowly after having thought about it for a few minutes. The older man smiled before herding the two away from the trees covered in paint. When you're ready, Hadrien, Cross called out as he pulled a controller from his pocket. The little raven nodded before taking a loose stance. Ready. Cross pressed a button on the controller and targets started popping out of the trees and bushes. Hadrien had deadly accuracy and it was rather frightening. At the moment, he doesn't truly understand why you two won't hang out with him together. As he gets older, he's going to understand, and he's not going to put up with it for long. When that time comes, I'm giving him a gun, and guess who the new targets will be? Both males looked at the older man and then at Hadrien with dawning horror. While the thought of an older Hadrien was hot and breathtaking, the thought of him killing them for being idiots was not. They looked hard at each other and then sighed. I guess I can come to tolerate your existence if only so that I'm not shot in the future. Timothy agreed. As long as you don't threaten me with those weird golems of yours. Tiki sighed but agreed. After that, the three re-seen hang out and enjoying each other's company, though Timothy and Tiki still glared at each other when Hadrien wasn't looking. Chapter end notes. The first 10 people that can guess where 50 Shaw Day of Green came from gets to be a first year in the twins' year. Winners can give me a name you'd like to use and what house you'd like to be in. You have at least another 2 chapters to answer, so no rush. Hint. It's from a podcast done by 3 brothers and their father. If you can tell me who said it and why, you can also submit a name for a first year when Hadrien enters school. Also, if you know where it's from, then you are an amazing person with great taste. Mad Tea Party. Chapter notes. Sorry for the long wait. I meant to update before Christmas but it never happened. Then I got a new game and that sidetracked me hardcore. Freaking love Breath of the Wild. And then I caught the cold that's been going around my house. This is kind of just a filler, sort of. Next chapter will be a time jump of about a year, so it'll be the start of Percy's 3rd year and Harry will be 9, which equals the start of the twins' 1st year. Evil giggle. You ever get the feeling that you've forgotten something really important but only remember what it was after it's too late? Well, that's the feeling that everyone in the order seemed to be having that day. Some of them were twitchy and off. RS seemed incredibly frustrated over not knowing what they had forgotten. Was it important? Did it have to do with someone visiting? Was there supposed to be a meeting? An inspection? A new member? What was it that they couldn't remember? Giggle. A very merry unbirthday to me. To who? Giggle. To me. Oh, you. Everyone in the cafeteria froze and slowly as one looked to the center of the room. There, sitting at a floating tea table, was Hadrien and Luna giggling like mad and dressed even madder. Chess was seated to Hadrien, left with Mr. Bunny on the right and Midnight wrapped around the kid's neck. Luna had Blueberry on her left and Timcampy on her right. Oh, yeah, that's what they had forgotten about. Mad Tea Party, run. In a matter of seconds, the room was cleared of all Fey while the children cackled madly before vanishing. 2 weeks ago, the Mad Hatter had taught the two children the art of Mad Tea Parties. With the Cheshire Cat helping in the lessons, they went bayo. ND whatever the two had been expecting. Then for the next week and a half, the two children plotted and planned the most amazingly mad tea party ever. They found an enchanted tea table in the ba-ement of the order along with matching chairs. Then they found the most wonderfully mad tea set ever, and with the help of Uncle Jerry, they had an unlimited supply of tea. Now, 2 weeks later, the TWO mad children were being teleported around the order at random, pulling unfortunate souls that couldn't escape into their mad tea party. So far, no one had been caught yet. Greenhouse. Aristar Crow. Rye was having a peaceful day in his garden. He was planting new flowers and even some magical types, courtesy of an enthusiastic Neville. The child was thrilled to have someone that understood his love of plants and didn't mock him for it. While Aristar was planting a row of lavender, he felt something land on his head. Pausing in his work, he slowly reached up and touched fur. Blueberry's furry Ace filled his vision and started squeaking at him happily. Then came the giggling. Within a matter of seconds he was dressed in rather mad clothing and sitting at a floating tea table. 2 children and a collection of animals were looking at him with varying degrees of mad smiles. Uncle Al, welcome to our mad tea party. By the time Aristar was freed from the children's clutches, he wasn't sure if he was happy or frightened over the whole tea party. Maybe he should just go to sleep and pretend that it never happened. Library. Link and Nick were calmly cuddled up on the couch reading. Londa was reading some reports while the brunette was reading through a rather old-looking journal. Both of them were enjoying their quiet time together and didn't seem like they'd be moving anytime soon. Do you think that we should tell Alan soon? We won't be able to hide it for much longer and I don't want to die again. First time was bad enough. Nick grumbled with a frown. Link winced at the mention of the older man's name and sighed. We probably should within the next week. He'll be upset that we didn't tell him sooner, but I don't think he'll be mad. Nick sighed and pulled the nervous blonde onto his lap. Then kissed. They've been together for a good couple of years now. I think your mum has been expecting this at some point. I just hope that Kanda doesn't kill me for it. Link snickered and kissed the other lightly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Suddenly something small and fluffy landed on the blonde's lap. Both of them looked down and stared at the nicely dressed bunny before looking up. Floating above them were 2 madly giggling children. Do you want to join our mad tea party? Nick looked slightly horrified, but Link looked highly amused seeing as he had been part of this kind of tea party before. We'd love to, Hattie. Just think of this as practice for the future, he added softly to Nick as the other man still looked horrified. The party went on for an hour and at the end, Nick begged Link to never get pregnant, to which the blonde laughed until he was in tears. Serious room. It started with a cold sensation moving over his stomach and then down his pant leg. And there was a chill that went up his spine and wrapped around his neck briefly. Finally getting annoyed of not being able to get rid of the cold, he opened his eyes and screamed while flailing around on the bed. After he fell off the bed, he peeking over the edge with a glare. Sitting there happily, was Midnight laughing as only a snake could. I may not like potions or even be good at them, but why? We're close to becoming an ingredient right about now. Sirius hissed while slowly moving his wand into view. Midnight eyes grew wide and he made a hasty retreat to the safety of Hadrien. Nick said. Raven was glaring over the edge of his teacup. Now, Uncle Siri, there's no need for that. Midnight was simply waking you up for us. Do you wish to join us for a cup of tea? Sirius Orion Black was many things, but a full-blown fool was not one of them. He'd heard stories about Hadrien, previous tea parties, and didn't wish to offend the 2 semi-insane children. He wanted to protect what la sanity he had left. Thank you very much. It would be an honor. He didn't intend to make it sound like a question, but that's unfortunately how it came out. Thankfully, the 2 children didn't seem to catch that, or they were simply ignoring it. Good, but you're not dressed properly. I'll fix that. Sirius watched nervously as the little blonde child, Luna Lovegood Wright, waved her wand. When the heck did she get that? And he was suddenly dressed like a fancy-looking clown. While horrifying, at least he didn't look like Dumblefuck. Meditation room. Lena was doing her daily exercises and was slowly winding down when one of the double doors opened. She paused for a second, thinking it was one of the others coming in to talk to her, but no one did, so she continued, thinking that it muse have opened when someone walked past. The door creaked and once again she paused to look at the door. This time she saw Mr. Bunny peeking in at her. Now confused, she made her way towards the door, only to stop when Mr. Bunny started spinning and dancing around. Okay. Mr. Bunny made his way over to her and pulled a hat out of nowhere. The hat was held out to her and not knowing what else to do, she took it. Mr. Bunny spun back around and ran back towards the, now, wide-open door. She followed behind him slowly and nearly jumped out of her skin when she came face to face with her brother as she was rounding a corner. Her brother was dressed up like a jester and seemed far too cheerful for someone that was all but drowning in paperwork. Brother, what are you doing? You know that you're supposed to be doing your paperwork. If your team's not hunting you down yet, I'd be surprised, she said dryly, but sat down at the table nonetheless. Just because her brother was here didn't mean she couldn't enjoy the children's company. She had passed number 65 on her way here. Speaking of which, Hadrien, dear, why are we in a storage room having tea? She asked the little raven-haired child while she made herself some tea. This was where Uncle Komui was hiding. He chirped happily with a giant grin on his face. I knew that the meditation room wasn't far from here, so I asked Mr. Bun why to come get you, and he even gave you a hat. Said Stuffed Bunny was sitting in a chair across from her, drinking out of any empty cup. She wanted to ask about that, but decided not to and simply chalked it up to Wonderland madness. Not 5 minutes later, number 65 and a few of the science division members stormed in and captured Komui. Cheers to mad tea parties. Little dolls. Chapter notes. Slow. Lee comes out from under a rock. SSSSSOOOOO. I'm not dead, I just have the mentality of a 5-year-old and am utter trash. I know that it's been a while, but in the beginning of the year I was just feeling off mentally, not physically, and then the 5-year-old kicked in. SSSSOOOO. Yeah. Happy Easter, or whatever you might be celebrating, goes back under rock. The second year of Hogwarts passed quickly for Percy and Timothy, and the summer passed by just the same. But as September grew closer, Percy appeared to become jumpy and no one seemed to know why. So, a week before the boys were to leave for school, Alan took Percy aside to talk with him. Alan looked at the little redhead to his left and sighed when he saw that Percy had a far-off look in his eyes. Percy, honey, do you want to tell me what's been bothering you? Everyone's worried, even Hadrien, and it's been upsetting him, he said softly while rubbing the child's back soothingly. Percy stayed silent for a while, simply watching the sun slowly set. This year the twins will start their first year and I'm scared that they'll hate me for leaving them alone. I promised them that I would protect them, it's what older brothers do. But I wasn't there for them. I know what happens in that house and I knew how they would be treated, but I wasn't there. The 13-year-old burst into tears and threw himself at Alan, who held him close. Oh, honey, why didn't you say anything? Your father and I would have gone and checked on them, maybe even have taken them with us. Percy seemed to sob harder at that. Alan gently pushed the redhead away and looked him in the eye. Here's what we'll do, okay? When you get to school, keep a lookout for them, and when you find them, send me a letter and tell me how they look, okay? If it's bad, your father and I will take immediate action, and by Yule, they'll be in our custody, okay? Percy nodded quickly, before burying himself in Alan's chest once more. Welcoming feast. Percy was all but jumping out of his skin as he waited for the first years to be brought in. Timothy was sitting to his left while Klaus was to his right. Bastet was laying at his feet with her head on his lap, keeping him calm and in his seat. Everyone at the table had noticed how agitated he was, but thankfully said nothing about it. As the doors opened, Percy sat ramrod straight and focused on the L. Little kids trailing behind Professor McGonagall. He tried searching for 2 red-headed little boys, but the sea of children was just too chaotic at the moment. So, while he didn't like it, he was resigned to the fact that he'd just have to wait for them to be called up. It felt like an eternity before the professor finally got to the W's, and when the first twin walked up to the stool, Percy felt like the world had ended. Black Order. Alan had just finished getting Hadrien tucked in when his two-way mirror went off. Looking at the clock, he saw that it was far too early for the welcoming feast at the school to be over. So he was highly confused on why Percy would be calling already. He was instantly worried when he saw that it was Severus on the other end, not Percy. "Severus, what's wrong? Are the boys okay?" The other man pursed his lips and looked like he was in psychical pain. "You and your husband need to come to the school. I'd try and explain everything to you now, but I don't want to be away from the boys for too long for Mary, Poppy, expecting you both." Alan stared in shock as the connection was cut before rushing off to find you and his dad. Thankfully, he didn't have to go far as he literally ran into them in the hallway. "Wow, Alan, what's the rush?" the Raven asked in confusion. "Severus just called and said that we need to get to the school." "Dad, can you keep an eye on Hadrien, please?" Alan asked quickly while he pulled you down the hall and towards the infirmary. "Of course, and don't hesitate to call me if you need help." Cross called out as they rounded the corner. Hogwarts Infirmary. Poppy was beyond agitated, and it wasn't even the first officially day of school. She had 3 patients that needed her attention, 2 students that refused to leave, not that she really tried to make them. A handful of Black Order members who were helping her keep her patients calm, 2 professors, and 1 headmaster that can kiss her ass. Thankfully Severus had been able to contact Alan without Dumbledore interfering or knowing, and now she was simply waiting for him to arrive. She held back a wince when she heard something behind her shatter, which was followed by more shouting. She all but sighed in relief when the fire turned green and 2 men came out. "Alan, I wish we didn't have to see each other again under such circumstances." He nodded sharply in agreement and shot out of the room when a roar rung out. Kanda quickly rushed out too, and she followed, only to freeze in the doorway. Alan was curled around her 3 red-headed patients and snarling at Dumbledore, who had his wand pointed at them all. The Black Order members looked far from pleased, as did Severus and Minerva. "Have you lost your mind? Put that wand away before I snap it in your arm." Poppy yelled viciously at the clearly insane old man. "I would listen to her, headmaster. You so much as cast a simply cheering charm their way and you'll be under arrest for attacking Black Order members and a bookman's apprentice. Both are very severe crimes and could get you sentenced to death." Bookman stated sagely, seeming not at all bothered by everything going on. Kanda kept an eye on the old fucker while he walked over to Severus. "What happened to set this off?" The other man sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. When the young Weasley twins were called up to be sorted, Percy got his first clear look at them and went into a protective rage, causing some of his dragoon inheritance to come to the surface. He scooped the 2 boys up and refused to let anyone come close. Klaus and Timothy were able to lure him to the infirmary, and Poppy got them onto the bed. I, myself, followed them with the other Black Order members while Minerva and the other professors calmed down the children. I contacted Alan not too long before Dumbledore and Minerva came in. Minerva wanted to check on the children, and Dumbledore seemed to just make the matter worse. He has been trying to get Percy to stop this nonsense, and almost lost his hand in the process. I'll have enough evidence to take those 2 boys with just a quick glance at them. I fear for whatever Poppy will find when she gives them a full checkup." Severus stated bitterly, his eyes never once leaving the 3 children. Kanda followed his gaze and had to hold back a snarl. Percy had 2 little horns on his head and his teeth were more pointed now, as were his nails. He was wrapped around 2 little redheads that looked more like dolls than children. Both little boys had dull glassy blue eyes and their faces were blank. Their hair looked like it hadn't been properly taken care of, as there were knots and tangles. Their skin was paper white, and Kanda could see some scarring and bruises poking out of their poorly made clothing. They looked like rags that someone had carelessly sewn together. The only thing that gave Kanda any hope was the fact that the 2 children had a death grip on Percy and Now Alan. Dumbledore. I would highly suggest you leave before I carry Madame Pomfrey, thread out for her. These children have obviously been abused, and seeing as my son is protecting them from you, the man that show. I'll be trying to get them healed and taken care of. I'd say this now falls under Black Order territory. Try to argue and I'll make sure to investigate every skeleton in your closet. Kanda growled out as he forced the old fucker to retreat. Oh, and if you try and contact the Weasleys to warn them, I'll have you arrested for aiding in the abuse of 2 minors, which I don't think will going down well. With the parents of the other children. Dumbledore paled rapidly and looked like he had swallowed a lemon, but thankfully left. Turning away from the door, Kanda smiled softly as he saw that the 2 dragoons had calmed down a bit. Now Kanda had to get them to let the twins go so that Poppy could give them a checkup. The unsurprising health check, but a surprising treat. Chapter notes. I'm so sorry for how long it's been. My ADHD hit hard and then my anxiety made a nasty comeback. Also, as of June 4th I'm now 24, cue more anxiety and the like. As of a week ago or so, I've set up multiple alarms for myself and my 5-year-old ADHD mind, so hopefully I'll be better about updating at least once a month, maybe more, but no promises. Also, I'm writing a book, something I've been trying to do since I was 13 or so. First 2 attempts ended with the first book being lost to a computer crash and the second one I just lost interest in, so I'm trying to focus on that as well. On another note, I have signed up for Discord, and once I figure that all out, I might post the link in the end note for those that are interested. Shrug. See the end of the chapter for more. Getting the twins free was easier than Kanda had honestly thought it would be. All it took was a few gentle words and reassurances that, yes, the twins will still be in sight, for the 2 dragoons to feel comfortable with letting Poppy do the scans. All right, boys, this won't hurt a bit. I just need you 2 to hold still. The twins nodded slowly, but their faces never changed. As Poppy waved her wand slowly towards the boys, Kanda saw them flinch. Had he not been looking for it, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Once Poppy was done with the scans, Kanda could tell that she didn't like what she had found, but she was trying not to show it. Thank you, boys. You did wonderfully, so I think that deserves a chocolate frog for each of you. Don't you agree, Kanda? He nodded and smiled gently at the boys, happy to see that they had a brief look of excitement in their eyes, before it quickly vanished. Poppy disappeared into her office and came right back out with 2 little black boxes. Now Kanda wasn't into sweets, but given that his husband and children both had massive sweet tooths, he knew what the normal chocolate frog boxes looked like. Poppy, what are those? The witch shot him a rather mug look and proceeded to show him the box. On the front in elegant golden writing, chocolate frog with a special Black Order edition card. Kanda looked at the witch, then at the box, and then right back at the far too smug witch. I'm not sure if that's funny or sad. Poppy just chuckled and handed 2 boxes to the boys, who took them hesitantly but didn't open them. It's okay, boys. They're for you to eat while Poppy and I talk. Why don't you show Alan and Percy your cards? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to tell you about who's on them, Kanda said gently while carefully opening the box. Just enough to show the twins that it was okay. After that, Kanda followed Poppy to her office once more and gently closed the door. How bad is it? The woman sighed and sat heavily in her desk chair. I can honestly say that they haven't suffered too much psychical abuse and there are no signs that they've ever been sexually abused. You'll have to take them to the goblins to check them for bindings. Which I'm almost 1000% positive there are in their systems that seem to have been there for a few years, but what they are, I don't know without further testing. Severus can flush them out. But I assume that you want the goblins to document them for future use in court. Kanda nodded sharply and forced himself not to grab his sword and hunt these bastards down. I'll contact Griphook and get a meeting set up. They've no love for Dumblefuck and I'm sure they'll see us as soon as tomorrow. Will you send them what you've found already? She nodded tiredly and sealed the papers up before calling her personal house elf. The little creature was wearing a dress similar to Poppy, but it was a soft blue with little white flowers on the bottom of the skirt. Marigold, I need you to take this to Gringotts and see that you give it to the goblin Griphook personally. Kanda, do you wish to write him a letter now so that Marigold can give it to him also? He nodded and quickly write out his request and reasons behind it before sealing it with the Black Order stamp he still had in his pocket from earlier in the day. If they give you trouble, inform them that I know about the Secker Chi shrine they've built around my youngest son, and if they want that shrine to remain, they'll take you to High Priest Griphook. Kanda added with a chuckle as both women looked at him like he had lost his mind. I'm not joking. Cross happened upon one of their services last month when he was visiting. When they spotted him, they all froze like a kid that had gotten caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Kanda said as he tried not to outright laugh at the image of fierce goblins basically worshipping his tiny little sunshine child. Poppy seemed to be having a similar thought as her lips thinned as she tried not to laugh. Well, while she's off doing that, you can take the boys with you back to the Order. I'd suggest leaving them with my sister, just to make sure that the potions in our systems won't cause them any trouble until they're flushed from their systems. I wouldn't leave them here anyway, seeing as the old fool might try something. Percy, not going to be too happy about being left here. But he'll let us take them home without a fight, Kanda said absently as he left the office to collect the twins and his husband. Said husband was chuckling at the card in his hand. Will Percy informed to twins about who was on it. Alan looked up at him with a twinkle in his eye, and Kanda felt a chill go up his spine. You looked so angry back then, the other added before laughing hysterically again. Kanda marched over and looked at the card. Sure enough, his younger and angrier self was looking back at him. He wanted to groan and just curl up somewhere to hide his shame. The other card stopped him and he gained a wicked grin on his face. I'm never letting Bell Boy live this down. Chapter end notes. Can anyone guess who Bell Boy is? 3 Also, I couldn't get the thought of Griphook and the other goblins making a religion around the sunshine child that is Hadrien. It was just too good to pass up. Chime time. Chapter notes. Sorry this is so late, I've had writer's block which added to my laziness. See the end of the chapter for more. Hadrien was aimlessly wandering around the Order, bored out of his mind. His parents had gotten back very late last GHT and had even brought 2 kids with them. Hadrien had wanted to meet them, but his grandpa said that they were sick at the moment and needed rest. So, now Hadrien was looking for something to do. As he was wandering past the main doors, he heard the soft chime of a bell. Looking around, he didn't spot Chess, who had a new collar with a bell, nor did he see anyone else. Taking a deep breath, he focused on activating his innocence. Iris had been helping him with his sight, and now he could see not only innocence but souls and sounds. Opening his eyes slowly so that they had time to adjust, he scanned the area. As the bell chimed again, Hadrien could see the sound waves coming from behind the doors. It was possible that it was a bell from the town below, but Hadrien was bored and this was something to do. It was also good practice and Iris hasn't said anything yet, so it wasn't dangerous. Walking outside and past the gatekeeper, who he waved at, Hadrien paused for a moment to see where the sound was coming from. Surprisingly, it wasn't coming from the town, but from the forest that surrounded the Order. He wandered over and explored the trees. He eventually wandered onto the outdoor training grounds and finally found the source of the noise. On the far side of the field, stood a tall figure wearing what looked like a soccer jersey and tan shorts. They seemed to be kicking around a large bell. Hadrien focused on the bell and realized that it was actually Innocence, which meant that the person was an exorcist. But he knew everyone at the Order, so did that mean this person was visiting, transferred, or back from a long mission? The little raven was so lost in thought that he didn't notice when the other came over and kneeled in front of him. You're like a mini Kanda with Alan, thinking face. Hadrien squeaked at the sudden noise and quickly focused on the person in front of him. The man had short brown hair and leaf green eyes that just screamed, mischief maker. Under his eyes were purple triangles that looked too smooth to be tattoos. His smile only seemed to widen when Hadrien shyly smiled back. The old man was right, you're adorable. I can believe that you're Alan, kid. But there's no why that you're also grumpy sour puss Kanda you, kid. I just don't see it. The man snickered and only grinned wider when Hadrien glared at him. Okay, I can see it now. I was working on my kicks. But since you're here, do you want to play some soccer? Oh right, I'm Daisy a Berry, I used to train with your dad under General Tidal. Hadrien lit up and started hopping around in excitement. Daddy talks about you, but he calls you bellboy. Mommy says that's not nice and that I shouldn't call people names, but Daddy says that if you're friends or family then it's fine. Do I call you Uncle Daisy or Uncle Barry? Oh, Daddy said that I should call you Uncle Bellboy, but Mommy said not to do that. So, I don't think I should. The older man laughed wholeheartedly and wiped a tear from his eye. You're just too adorable. I'm straight up adopting you and Kanda can fight me. You can call me Uncle Barry, less of a mouthful, but you didn't answer my question about playing some soccer. The little raven blinked slowly before looking down at his nice white blouse and blue skirt sadly. But I'm wearing a skirt. Uncle Barry snorted and shook his head. I've seen your mom take out an Akuma while wearing a floor-length dress with stiletto heels and he didn't even use his innocence. I think you playing soccer while wearing a skirt is fine. Hadrien lit up like a Christmas tree and charged onto the field. Later that day, when Kanda went looking for his youngest, he found the little ray of sunshine passed out under a tree with a sleeping Barry. Both were covered in dirt from their little game, but had smiles on their faces. Chapter end notes. Death who? Don't know him. Wrong number. He's not paid enough for this SHT. Chapter notes. I'm so freaking sorry. TT. I didn't mean to take this long and I really hate it when I just seem to lose all motivation. Happy holidays and New Year. Griphook wasn't having a good day, and he didn't see it getting any better. First, he had to deal with this snob of a witch not 2 minutes after they opened, and she proceeded to demand things she had no right to. She did not leave quietly. Next, he had to deal with a pompous wizard that talked down to him like he was trash. He learned quickly not to freak with those that deal with your gold and left with his tail between his legs. Following this, was some mini-stride dimwit that tried to make them hand over private information that he'd read, demand nor the power. He was stuck dealing with the pest for almost 3 hours before they were finally able to ban him from the premises. For now at least, he was sure that the ministry would throw a fit about it. Thankfully, he didn't have to deal with that level of stupid anymore. Now, he had the joy of suing multiple people and places for using Hadrien name and image without permission or payment. He spent a few hours doing this and enjoying every minute of it. After this, he sorted through the mail for the Black Order, something the bank has done for centuries, getting rid of hate mail, cursed mail, useless offers, marriage contracts, some doused in love potions and other harmful, illegal potions, and anything that wasn't appropriate. Anything that was even remotely linked to Dumbledore was destroyed with extreme prejudice and noted down in the growing file against the stupid man. Once all the trash was taken care of, he sorted through what was needed to be sent to Kamui directly and what wasn't, such as thank you letters, some with gifts or other things, all sincere and safe letters and packages from friends or family, packages that Order members had bought via mail, and other miscellaneous things. It took a bit of time, but it was probably one of the most satisfying parts of his day. With his office now cleared of mail, he moved on to his own, which he thankfully didn't have to sort himself. Most of it was from the Black Order either asking about something or requesting help with something. Seeing as he was the vault manager for not only General Cross but a few other members, he was normally the go-to for them to contact first. If he couldn't help them, he'd send them off to someone in the bank that could. After going through the letters, sending off the ones that needed it, he heard a knock on his door. Enter. The door opened to reveal one of the newest tellers, looking rather frightened. Followed by a nicely dressed house elf, that looked rather pleased with herself. She was told to deliver a letter to you personally. The goblin squeaked out before literally fleeing like his life depended on it. Griphook was surprised by this, even though he really shouldn't be, seeing as she looked familiar, and looked pointedly at the elf. She politely shut the door before introducing herself. I am Marigold, the personal house elf to Madame Pomfrey. I was asked to personally deliver these documents to you as well as this letter from Black Order Exorcist, Kanda you. Ah, that explains the other goblin's reaction then. Gently taking the offered papers, he gestured for her to have a seat while he looked through them. She took the offer with a nod and politely waited. He read over the letter and then the papers, his good mood slowly vanished into thin air. He had to reread the results 3 times just to make sure he wasn't seeing things, and fight back a growl that wanted to be released. What kind of monster does this to children, let alone their own? Merlin only knows what damage has already been done and if any of it is permanent. Give me one moment to write a reply. I'm assuming you were asked to wait for one. She nodded, not the least bit fazed by the growl that laced his voice. He wrote out a quick reply along with 2 different times, one for later that day and one for early the following day, before the bank was even open, kind of early. Should I expect you back? Marigold paused for a moment before nodding sharply. Those children are under Madame Pomfrey's care, which means that they are also under mine. I will be there for them every step of the way if I must, and I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would agree. I will deliver the letter and be back shortly. In that case, just come straight to my office. This pin will allow you to come directly back, just show it to the guards and they'll let you through without question. She took it with a nodded and quickly left the office once more. Now all he had to do was get everything ready and wait. Don't sign at your own risk. Chapter notes. I'm sorry for the radio silence, I was busy. I end the begging of the year, but then my mental health took a bad hit, so I've been dealing with that. But don't worry, my mom is helping me get this figured out, and then I should hopefully post more often. See the end of the chapter for more. The trip to Gringotts hadn't been fun for anyone involved, but they left with 2 relatively healthy boys and renewed rage buried deep in their souls. With everything that they had found out, it was agreed that the twins would stay at the Order for the first 3 months of the school year so that they could heal and learn in a safe environment. Dumbledore had tried to argue that that wasn't necessary, but Madame Blackwood had great joy in shutting him the freak up. This, added with the fact that both Kanda and Alan had temporary custody over the twins, left him with very little wiggle room to argue. Their custody only lasted as long as the boys were being watched over by the Order, which meant that when they went back to school in 2 months, they fell under the school's custody until everything was looked into. And knowing Dumbledore, he'd find a way to sweep it under the rug. Which leads us to now. Both exorcists were standing outside of the burrow, as most referred to the architectural nightmare of a house, and fought back the urge to just set the place on fire. They were there for one thing and one thing only, to gain full custody of the twins and to threaten Molly freaking Weasley. Pulling themselves together, they marched through the unkept lawn and up to the front door. They were both in uniform, so there was no mistaking this for a casual visit. Alan plastered on a fake smile, while Kanda banged hard on the door, secretly hoping that it would bring the building down. They could hear 2 children scream and yelling from somewhere within, followed by a woman telling them to be quiet. There was a curtain over the door window, so they couldn't see in, but they definitely heard the women walking towards it. The door was swung open and Molly Weasley greeted them with a cheery smile, only for it to vanish when she realized it was them and not whoever she had been expecting. She tried to slam the door in their faces, but Kanda stopped it with his foot. We can either do this the hard way, where you acted like a decent person and let us in, or we do this the easy way, where I just arrest you and your crimes go public. I would prefer the easy way, but I leave that to you. Weasley turned an unhealthy shade of red and waved them in, much to Kanda's disappointment. The living room was a mishmash of different chairs and other furniture, and would have been quite charming had it not been for the fact that everything felt fake. You know those magazines that depict the perfect, white picket fence, families on the cover? Only to read that they weren't so white picket fence, after all. That's what this house felt like. Everything was subtle, like how there were pictures of the eldest 2 boys and presumably the youngest 2 children, but nothing of Percy, no surprise, or the twins, who they had until recently. There were only 6 chairs at a rather large table, but the floor showed that there had been 3 others in the past. There was a clock that showed where every family member was, but 3 hands appeared to have been taken off. Kanda took joy in noting that Weasley's picture showed that she was in danger. How very accurate. Knowing that he'd have no patience for the woman's nonsense, it was agreed that Alan would take the lead in getting her to sign. We don't wish to be here any more than you wish us to. So let me get straight to the point. Alan stated sharply and slammed the papers down on the little coffee table. You will sign over custody of Fred Weasley and George Weasley to me and my husband. Should you choose to argue this, we will take you into custody and tried for what you did to those little boys. We have evidence of the abuse, that you caused them along with witnesses that will state the same. Your husband will be investigated as well, but regardless of whether either of you are found guilty or not, you'll still lose custody of your youngest children, and I highly doubt that your oldest two will take them in. By now Weasley looked like she was going to be sick, but much to Candace's joy, Alan wasn't done yet. If that is the case, they will be sent to an orphanage that specializes in magical children. It is however located in Ireland, so there would be no chance of you trying to spirit them away in the dead of night. Alan paused for a moment to let that sink in before he carried on. Even if you did somehow escape the charges, you'd still be unable to gain custody of any child, let alone have your own ever again. The courts, I find, don't take kindly to kind of things you've done to not only the twins, but what you had previously done to Percy. After all, 3 of the potions that we found in their systems are highly illegal and are normally punishable by death in a majority of countries, but here you'd receive the kiss, as I've heard it's called. Everything seemed to go silent after that, though Canda looked like he was trying not to laugh. Weasley seemed to be trying to impersonate a ghost with how pale she had become. Needless to say, they left with the papers signed and a lovely story to tell everyone back at the Order. Chapter end notes. First, Molly will get what's coming to her in time. Second, I don't know what to do with Arthur, so any suggestions would be appreciated. Percy is a proud brother. Chapter notes. Hi, sorry for the long wait. I had planned on update everything yesterday, but apparently I hadn't finished everything like I had originally thought. So I spent yesterday working on stuff and then reading over everything. As for those of you that were worried, I'm doing a lot better, though I still have bad days. I'm on a new medication and my mother is helping me find a therapist. Things might be a bit rocky for a while, as I've lost my train of thought for a handful of my fics, so some of the chapter are going to be rather short for a while, sorry. Percy was on edge the whole day and nothing anyone said or did could calm him down. The twins were coming back to school the following morning and it had sent Percy's instincts into overdrive. Klaus was able to get him to eat and focus in class while Timothy kept him from attacking anyone. Dumbledore that annoyed him even the slightest. Professor Flitwick was more than happy to let the little Ravenclaw build a little nest in the common room as it seemed to calm him down. He even agreed to let the twins stay in the tower for a few days to soothe Percy's nerves before moving them back to Gryffindor Tower for the rest of the school year. The professor, not Dumbledore, agreed to leave them in Gryffindor until the following year where they'd be resorted if that's what they wanted. The Order had no problem with this, but requested that none of the children be left alone with the man. So, that brings us to the following morning where Percy was pacing back and forth in the infirmary. Bookman, Levi, and Amelia were waiting as well, but were mainly there to keep Dumbledore out. It was an hour before classes started when Alan walked out of Madame Pomfrey's office. Standing to either side of the man were 2 little boys that looked far better than when they had first arrived at the school. They easily looked like little General Crosses, though their eyes were a darker blue. It was obvious that they'd been blood adopted, but the shocking part were the identical fox ears perched on their heads. The tips of their ears were the same color as Candace's hair, and softly swishing behind the 2 children were matching tails. They appeared a week or so ago, and we were hesitant to tell them come back, but they were determined to. Both boys nodded in agreement, but still hadn't said a word. They're on point with their lessons, so if they wish to participate in classes today, they won't be lost. Percy, they have been given permission to stay in the tower with you for a week or so, and they can also stay with you today if that's what you 3 want. But only for today, as the twins need to be in their own classes so they don't fall behind. Percy didn't seem pleased, but didn't argue. Walking over to the boys, he offered them his hands. They say, Emed to have a silent conversation before hesitantly taking them. Percy was very pleased with the level of trust that they had just placed in him and proceeded to leave for class. Alan watched them leave with a chuckle. He knew that the 2 boys had been very hesitant over coming back to school and even leaving the Order, but they acted brave. This was mainly for Hadrien's sake, he thought, seeing as the twins never interacted with the younger boy other than watch him from afar. This had confused Hadrien at first, but after having everything explained to him, the raven-haired child understood. It was rather charming how the twins would watch over Hadrien, while the younger boy invented games that they could play from afar. Chuckling to himself once more, he looked over at the other order members. Minerva already knows about the twins receiving a partial inheritance and has already made the proper arrangements for them. Poppy already has a list of potions that they still need to take. But if you could make sure that they get here unharassed, that would be great. The men nodded, while Amelia wrote everything down. I wish that I could stay and watch Percy showing off his adorable brothers. But I have a lot of paperwork to do, and then I need to help get the lower chambers ready for the test trials. Bookman perked up at this. They've finally been approved. Alan nodded. Yes, though my dad did have to get involved. Soft trials are going to happen over winter break, and if they go well, then the full trials will happen over the summer. Severus hopes that word will have spree. Add by then and we'll receive more requests to participate. The kids are beyond excited and he might not show it, but I know Severus is too, that's not to mention Fener. Everyone chuckled softly before Alan bid them goodbye. Though a couple of hours later, he was receiving countless pictures of Percy proudly showing the twins around, along with a video of Percy verbally ripping an older student apart after they made a snide comment on the twins' new looks. Into the thick of it. Chapter notes. From here out, there will be little plot, just random chaos to pass the time until the next arc, maybe. Like a handful of chapters more, I guess. If you have chaos that you'd like to see, let me know in the comments. See the end of the chapter for more. Time seemed to fly by and it was now only 2 days before the boys were to come back from school for winter break. Everyone was running around to get everything ready for them, plus the soft trials, as Fener was bringing 4 of the more well-behaved members of his pack to the order soon. Luna, Draco, and Hadrien were beyond excited for the trials to start and had been adding their own little touches to the rooms where their guests would be staying. It was adorable and no one had the heart to stop them, not even Fener, who was later decked out in a sparkly pair of yellow barrettes that suspiciously matched the ribbon in Luna's hair. Quite frankly, the order was a madhouse and none of it seemed to be calming down any time soon. Thankfully, the Nose seemed to have plenty of free time, so the children weren't left unsupervised in all the chaos. It was quite common to see the Nose and even the Earl wandering around the order from time to time, and thanks to Scarlet's innervation, Akuma, attacks had gone down dramatically. They happened, as was only natural, but they were a lot easier to handle. There was still innocence that needed to be found, but that was made easier with the Nose ad, especially when the innocence was AC. Tive and causing was Skin, who was a frequent visitor, watching the 3 gremlins as they seemed to be throwing random things into Bane. What is it that you 3 are trying to do? They look up at him, back at Bane, and then up at him again before shrugging. Skin snorted and popped a candy in his mouth. As long as you 3 don't blow yourselves up, it's fine. I don't want to be the one to explain to your parents why you're splattered all over the walls. The little gremlins looked highly offended at the mere suggestion, and Draco went as far as to throw a newt's eye at him. The Noah dodged it, and retaliated by throwing a candy at them. They all watched as it sailed straight into Bane, who, according to Draco when later asked, seemed to giggle madly before hiccuping violently. To everyone else not Draco, it looked like Bane was shaking and jumping around madly as if about to explode. Skin quickly grabbed the gremlins and dashed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Halfway down the hall, there was an ear-splitting whistle followed by the sound of glass shattering, before it went completely silent. Skin put the gremlins down and carefully moved back to the door. After making sure that he wasn't about to unleash toxic gas or worse, he slowly opened the door. The room was full of different colored bubbles and smelled oddly like seaweed. Moving further in, Skin could only gape in horror at what was slowly crawling out of Bane. He nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard shrieking behind him, followed by the 3 little gremlins running past him. Bane had a baby. Skin had no idea how he was going to explain this, or if they'd even believe him. After all, how do you explain that 3 gremlins managed to unintentionally give life to a gummy llama that was now the size of a toddler? Chapter end notes. It needs a name. Kids are weird. The explanation part went rather well, it was the llama part they were having issues with. Now, you must Be thinking that Draco kept said candy creature seeing as it was Bane's baby, but you'd be wrong. Not only did Draco not keep it, he gave it to Luna, who then spent 10 minutes staring at it before declaring that its name was Larry. No one was brave enough to ask why. If the fact that it was a toddler-sized gummy llama didn't confuse and horrify you at least a little bit, then the thing's color definitely would. It was like a tie-dye project gone wrong with neon pink, blue, green, and yellow. The colors were nearly blinding and bled into each other in the worst way. So, obviously, all three children adored it. It was quite the adventure on figuring out how it ate, if it needed to, or get around seeing as it didn't have eyes. Hadrien mentioned giving Larry googly eyes, but the adults shut that down real quick. On the bright side, if you could call it that, Larry ate gummy candies or just candy in general, but it literally just sucked it into where its mouth should be. Thankfully, Larry wasn't clear like a gummy bear, so they didn't see what happened to the candy it ate. Pandora wasn't amused by the newest addition to the Lovegood family, but couldn't say no to her daughter. So, Ari became a common sight around the order as he, by Luna's declaration, followed the children around. The other children didn't look twice and just accepted Larry's existence. Larry even accompanied them to the platform to pick up the boys. Adults shrieked in fear, children looked on in amazement, and Percy looked like he was praying to whatever deity that might be listened that his little broth and friends didn't create a candy army. While he was praying, Timothy rushed Hadrien and snatched him away from Tiki, who had been enjoying Percy's misery. It took some doing, but they eventually made it back to the order in one piece. All children that didn't live at the order were sent home with their respective adults, and the Noahs went back to their own lairs to finish their paperwork so they could enjoy Yule uninterrupted. 2 days later, Hadrien was bored. None of his friends could come over, the Noahs wouldn't be back until tomorrow morning, and every adult was trying to finish up last-minute things. So, he was now having a staring contest with the twins, who seemed to have a lost puppy dog look on their faces. Percy was off in the corner reading a book that Klaus gave him, which had him blushing and shooting their giggling Aunt Lenally a dirty look. He didn't understand why it was funny, but his mommy said that he'd understand when he was older, so he just shrugged and continued talking to Timothy. Seeing as the twins somehow didn't need to blink, Hadrien huffed and fell back onto the sofa. Percy, I'm bored. The older boy looked at him briefly before turning back to his book. I thought you were playing with Fred and George. Hadrien crossed his arms and pouted. We've played every game, we haven't even made up more, but it's just boring now. Can we go skating? Please, please, please. Grandpa Panda checked the pond this morning and he said it was frozen through. Fred and George seemed to perk up at the idea, and with Hadrien's intense puppy eyes, Percy couldn't say no. So after they were all appropriately dressed for the cold weather, Percy herded them outside. As soon as they reached the ice and had their skates on, Hadrien took off like a shot. He danced across the ice and giggled like mad while Percy helped the twins to their feet. They were a bit wobbly but picked it up rather quickly. They weren't speeding across the ice and doing little tricks like Hadrien, but they seemed to be having fun trying to keep up with him. It turned into a game of who could catch the little bundle of energy, but so far none of them had any luck. Hadrien was just too fast. It was as he was speeding past George for the third time that his skate hit a chip in the ice and sent him tumbling towards the other end of the pond. Haddie, you okay? The Raven righted himself and nodded. I'm okay. But I don't think I want to skate anymore, Percy. The redhead nodded and moved to skate over to the younger boy, but stopped when he heard the ominous sound of ice cracking. Hadrien froze too and looked down at his hands where small cracks had started to form. Percy, hearing the panic slowly entering Hadrien's voice, he tried to calm him down. It'll be okay. Haddie, look at me. It took a minute or two, but eventually teary emerald eyes met his. I need you to slowly crawl towards me, okay? Fred, can you grab that branch by the bank? The redhead nodded and slowly moved towards the mentioned branch. George, my phone is in my bag with the rest of our stuff. Can you call Mom or Dad and tell them what's happening? The other nodded timidly, but slowly made his way towards their things. You know how people say that time seemed to slow down when they were faced with a terrifying situation. Well, that's what happened when Hadrien moved and the ice simply shattered under him. 1 minute everything was tense but manageable, then it wasn't. Percy screamed, Fred dropped the branch, and George couldn't respond to their mother's panicked questions. Everything just seemed to happen in slow motion, as something in the twins shifted back into place, and then everything sped back up in a flash of bright green. Where's the circus? 'Cause I see 2 clowns. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long, as the past 2 months have not been good for me mentally. My mother got sick in the beginning of October, and 2 weeks before November she had to be hospitalized for COVID and an ear infection that caused swelling in her brain. She was put into a coma for 2 weeks until they could get it under control, but she also developed pneumonia while there and it made everything worse. Thankfully she's more or less fine now, and came home a week ago. While I did have everything done, I obviously wasn't in a good place and am slowly getting back into a good headspace again. I'll hopefully update again before Christmas, but if not, happy ho younger boys. Hadrien has a fever, so nothing too exciting please. Seeing that he had her approval, Tiki swiftly made his way to the bed and cuddled the tiny raven while trying not to disturb Roland and Chess. Not long after he came in, so did Alan and Jerry, who had a pot of soup, turn up from the smell of it. The twins are fine and keeping themselves occupied with the new little friends. Hadrien has a fever that I don't see going down by Yule. Alan sighed softly and ran his hand through Hadrien's already sweaty hair. I'm going to go give him a bath and see if he's feeling good enough to eat a little bit. Boys, do you want to eat now or after a bath? Neither hesitated to jump off the bed and run to their mom. I guess that's my answer. Alan hated it when his boys got sick. It made him feel horrible that he couldn't do anything to make it better. It was even worse when it was Hadrien that got sick, as his body couldn't tolerate it well. Madam Blackwood said it'd get better once he was older, but that didn't help the here and now. Quite frankly, Hadrien hated being sick and he would get so upset that it would only get worse. In the past when he was sick, it never ended well, and even though it's been a good couple of years, Hadrien's sick-addled mind couldn't grasp that. Hattie, sweetheart, Mommy's going to take off your PJs so you can get a bath, okay? Alan learned early on that when Hadrien was sick, you needed to tell him what you were doing so that his fevered mind could understand what was happening. Hattie, baby, Mommy needs to know that you heard him. After a brief moment, Alan felt Hadrien nodding and knew that was the best response he was going to get. The twins were already in the bath by the time he joined them, and were very careful with their little brother. While they still weren't talking, Hadrien normally had no trouble understanding them, and was more than happy to translate for them. You two are such good big brothers. Big blue eyes looked up at him, waiting for him to continue. I'm so proud of you two and how you protected him yesterday. If you're up for it, next summer your grandpas would like to start teaching you how to use your innocence. You don't have to give me an answer today or even within the next few months, but I would like you to think about it. The twins, plus companions, nodded slowly, already thinking hard about their options. Alan chuckled softly and just enjoyed the peace and quiet. Nick and Link's big news, aka, I forgot about this until I reread everything. Chapter notes. I swear to God that I didn't realize how long ago I last updated. Normally I write to help with my anxiety and stress, but I guess it was affecting me more than I realized at the time. I'll be seeing my doctor soon, so hopefully a change in my meds will help get things back to normal. So sorry for how long it's been. Sad face. See the end of the chapter for more. The following months flew by in a blur. The twins learned to use their innocence and had quite a lot of fun with it. Jester, Fred's companion, and Joker, George's companion, were quite the mischief makers, just like the twins were. Over time, they came out of their shells, and it wasn't uncommon for Alan or Kanda to receive a letter from McGonagall about some form of mischief the four had caused. It was never anything that would get them expelled, but it did earn them the occasion detention. Percy kept an eye on them and kept them from getting too bad, but also to keep Timothy from encouraging them too much. Klaus helped with that as well, but he only really did it so that Percy wouldn't stress himself out. Everyone but Percy could see how much Klaus loved the redhead, so Levi had started a betting poll on whether the older boy would finally notice before his 15th birthday. Obviously, Alan didn't approve. But with the end of the twins' first year and Percy's third came something that was long overdue. Nick and Link's wedding. Nick proposed in private some time ago, and they told the family not long after. Unfortunately, due to a series of unfortunate events, their wedding plans were greatly delayed. But after a lot of arm twisting and copious amounts of threading, everyone was free to join the celebrations. They had decided to have their wedding in the middle of August as Link wasn't a big fan of the summer heat and they still wanted the boys to be able to participate before going back to school. So, it was on a lovely fall day that Link was pacing back and forth in his room while his mother and aunt watched on in amusement. "Link, dear, you need to take a deep breath and set down. You're making not only yourself dizzy but us as well," Apolline stated rather fondly as she herded him to the closest chair. Alan gently grabbed the younger man's tail and ran his fingers through his fur in hopes of calming him down. It seemed to work as not long after Link's shoulders relaxed and he began to purr. "Sweetie, I know that you're nervous but everything is going to be fine. Your father and grandpa have taken care of the guests and made sure that Levi behaves. Lena is helping the kids get ready while Clary gets the flowers put together. And Jerry has the food taken care of plus the cake." Apolline smiled kindly and pulled out a garment bag from the closet. "Why don't we get you taken care of and help you get your mind off of everything?" Link sighed and moved to his mother's vanity. They were having the wedding at the Black Order and since the setup was meant to be a surprise, they were in Alan's room as it didn't overlook the site. Link and Nick approved everything, they just don't know what it looks like all set up. "Would you like your hair up or down?" Pausing for a moment, Link looked at himself in the full-length mirror. He was wearing a white suit with silver trim and matching tie, and for a second he thought about just leaving his hair loose but then remembered that Nick was rather possessive of his hair. The last time he walked around with it loose a female finder complimented it and asked what he used to keep it so soft and shiny. Nick made up an excuse for them to leave and once in their room, pinned him to the wall and said that he was the only one that could touch his hair. After a good make-out session, Nick apologized while blushing mad and said that he didn't mind if the blonde's family messed with his hair, but no one else was allowed. Seeing as Nick wasn't one to make demands or easily get jealous, Link had no problem bending to this one request. "Can you put it up in a braid like the one you did for Hadrien last week?" Alan chuckled softly and nodded. "Do you want the crystals too or the silver ribbon he gave you this morning?" Link thought about it for a second, trying to imagine what they would look like. "Can you do both?" I would like to wear your veil and it would match rather well." Alan blinked owlishly at him through the mirror. Before tearing up, "Sure, Apolline, my veil's in the garment bag with my dress, could you get it please?" Nick was standing nervously under the arch that marked the path to Clary's greenhouse. It, plus the surrounding trees and bushes were decorated in fresh flowers and fairy lights. Clary had taken his job very seriously and Neville even helped him with setting everything up. They didn't want a big wedding, so only close family and friends were invited. And so that the kids didn't feel left out of everything, they were given their own little roles. Gabrielle and Hadrien were the flower girl boy. The little blonde was originally going to do it by herself, but when she arrived and saw all the people she got upset and didn't want to be the flower girl anymore. Fleur offered to join her sister, but everyone knew how excited she had been to be the maid of honor for her cousin, so Hadrien stepped up to join his birthday buddy. Percy demanded to take the pictures as he didn't trust anyone.